Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Perinatal Mental Health Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm honored to introduce the National Perinatal Mental Health Strategy Act. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona for seconding this legislation and her tireless advocacy in support of perinatal mental health. This bill is a result of the vision of a bright young woman from my riding, Mila Mikovic from Gladstone Secondary. Mila was one of 2 winners of my 2020 Create Your Canada contest held in high schools across Vancouver Kingsway. In Canada, 20% of women and 10% of men suffer from perinatal mental illness, and rates during COVID have doubled. Addressing the psychosocial needs of families to enhance mental and parental health disparities is a major public health issue. Mr. Speaker, this legislation would require the Minister of Health to develop a national strategy to support perinatal mental health across Canada. The strategy must include measures to provide universal access to perinatal mental health screening and effective treatment services, combat stigma, promote awareness, improve training, support research, and address the social determinants of perinatal mental health. I call on all parliamentarians to help all parents and their families by supporting this vital initiative.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, 1er octobre de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Morantz, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Bereavement Leave. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I am tabling this piece of legislation thanks to my colleague from Manitoba for seconding it. It's very simple. What it will do is it will provide 8 weeks of unpaid leave under the Canada Labour Code for parents who lose a child under 18, as well as for parents who lose a child who is over 18 where they qualify for the caregiver tax credit, so they are a dependent person with a disability. And it will also apply to those who experience a stillbirth after 20 weeks up until the age of almost 18, and it will apply to those because, and it'll be using the definition that the provinces have standardized across all the provinces in Canada. We know that currently in Canada, current bereavement system doesn't apply to dads and moms, and Mr. Speaker, there are quite a few colleagues of mine who have suffered the loss of a child. I have suffered the loss of a child. The member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley not too long ago did as well. The member from Edmonton Centre, the member from Flamborough, Glenbrook, the member for Calgary, Signal Hill, and I am sure if you canvass the chamber, you'll find many members who have experienced this loss in their lives. The current system right now that exists is deeply unfair to fathers and mothers who suffered the loss of a child. The bereavement system in Canada needs to be fair, simple, and compassionate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kimmich, seconded by Mr. Morantz, moved that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, 1er octobre de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that a take-note debate on the subject of members not seeking re-election to the 44th Parliament be held pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Tuesday, June 5th, 2021, and that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, that A, no member may speak for longer than 10 minutes, and the speeches not be subject to a question and comment period, provided that members rising to speak may indicate to the chair that they will be dividing his or her time with another member, and B, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to rise in this virtual House to present petition E3319 with well over 4,000 signatures in a very short time. The petition calls on the government to amend the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights and establish a committee to review the bill further. I want to recognize the hard work and advocacy of Jennifer Neville-Lake, who initiated this particular petition, and Louise Russo, who has worked for years and years on the issue of victims of crime and changes. The Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, in her 2020 progress report, indicated that the objectives set out in the Act have not been met. The Act falls far short of delivering the real rights it promised, and the Department of Justice in 2019 report found that victims often feel re-victimized, and acknowledged in that report that major changes are needed to support the rights of victims, survivors, and the families. I want to recognize all of those who signed this petition. My thoughts and prayers are with all of the families that have clearly suffered immensely, and hope that we can see positive change in the future in regards to the lives of the victims of crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three very important petitions to present, all of which have been signed by independent travel advisors in Regina and the surrounding area. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has hit few sectors harder than the air travel sector, and that includes the important role played by independent travel advisors. These petitions call on the government to address their concerns in several different ways. The first petition calls on the House of Commons to ensure that any financial assistance to airlines and their subsidiary travel companies will be conditional on the protection of travel advisor commissions, and to ensure that any commissions that have already been clawed back will be repaid in a timely manner. The second petition calls for sector-specific funding for independent travel advisors and the extension of the qualifications of the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund in urban areas to include sole proprietors. And finally, the third petition calls for the extension of the Canada Recovery Benefit for independent travel advisors to 6 months past the lifting of all travel advisories, and to maintain the CRB at the current amount for this sector. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to have the opportunity to present these three petitions this morning. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to present petition E2555, signed by over 1,000 Canadians from coast to coast, and these Canadians call on the federal government to put in place a basic income for all Canadians. These Canadians also note that we already have in place a universal basic income that goes to seniors, the old age security, and they note as well with COVID, we've seen the kind of economic devastation that comes from not having in place a basic income threshold. These undersigned citizens of Canada call on the House of Commons to extend on a permanent basis a new all age security that's fixed annually at the dollar amount that exceeds the poverty income level. It would make a big difference in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of thousands of Canadians, it is my honor to present this petition initiated by David Palmer. The Canadian Volunteer Service Medal recognized veterans serving 547 consecutive days from September 3rd, 1939 to March 31st, 1947. Now there is no such medal. The petition calls upon the Government of Canada to create a new medal to honor and include Canadian veterans, which honorably served our nation, completing 547 days of uninterrupted honorable duty from September 2nd, 1945 to the present by issuing of a new and inclusive Canadian Military Service Medal to recognize their service. The creation of a military service medal would bring recognition, inclusiveness, and remembrance for all our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to present e-petition. Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I took off mute. Now I've opened the video. Sorry, I'll start again. It's my honor to present a petition this morning. It's e-petition 3256. It's signed by nearly 900 Canadians who are calling for this House of Commons to act and to ensure action in the case of I'd have to say, unprecedented threat to the Okavango Delta of Africa. This region is on the border of Namibia and Botswana. A Canadian company based in Vancouver called Recon Africa has permits to explore for oil and gas over 6 million acres. The petitioners note that it's of particular importance to the San people, the indigenous people of the region. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site because of the extraordinary biodiversity found within the region, particularly on the Botswana side of the border. The petitioners call for the House of Commons to ensure adequate funding to the new office of the Canadian Ombudsperson for responsible enterprise to ensure a full investigation. There are many allegations of abuse for the people of the Delta, and the concern extends to the disruptive activities for oil and gas activity, which includes potential fracking. This set of the petition is urgent, and I would note for members who have, just as a side note, not in the petition, of course, but the Canadian pages of the business pages of the Globe and Mail this weekend had a big expose on this issue. This petition obviously predates that media coverage, but this being an e-petition will be the one time that I'm able to present it on behalf of the petitioners. I hope the Speaker will accept that I've tried to summarize a much longer petition on a very urgent matter, that we ensure that Canadian companies overseas do not violate the human rights of the San people, nor the extraordinary biodiversity of this region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise and present petition number 43-2. It's concerning all of our responsibility to address the climate crisis and to think about the generations to come. Considering the last protected intact old growth valley on southern Vancouver Island, Fairy Creek, is slated for logging, along with the upper Walbrand Valley and other remaining pockets of old growth. The undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the government to work with the provinces and First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's climate action plan and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, volunteer firefighters account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. I'm honored to table this petition on behalf of petitioners from Parksville, Qualicum, and Coombs in my riding. And they cite that 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year, and that the Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 volunteer hours are completed in a calendar year. This works out out to a mere $450 per year, which we allow these essential volunteers to keep of their own income from their regular jobs and small businesses. That's about $2.25 an hour. And if they volunteer more than 200 hours, which many do, this tax credit becomes even less. Obviously, these volunteers not only put their lives on the line, give time for training and efforts to Canadians, but they also allow cities and municipalities to keep property taxes lower than if paid services were required. So they're calling on the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, to support Private Members Bill C-264 and increase the tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000 for lines 31220 in the tax code to help our essential volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue people across Canada.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and proud to present e-petition 3217. On this, the 30th anniversary of the Persian Gulf War, the liberation of Kuwait, we recognize the contributions of Canadian Armed Forces veterans by sponsoring e-petition 3217 to reclassify the mission from special duty service to wartime service. And in doing so, the Government of Canada can care for our proud injured equally and commemorate the active service of our proud Canadian veterans. And on a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to all those who serve and who have served our country. And on behalf of a grateful nation, we say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 623 and 626 to 628. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 622, 624, and 625 could be made orders for the return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions submentionnées soient...
Will the House enable these questions to be allowed to be tabled and that these tables be made orders for return immediately? So ordered.
Then finally, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the subject of action towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in the name of Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh, seconded by Mr. Angus, moved that given that 1. The discovery of the graves of 215 children at Kamloops Indian Residential School has led to an outpouring of grief and anger across Canada. 2. The vast majority of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action remain uncompleted despite the clear path to justice and reconciliation that the Commission provides. 3. Les suivants.
3. Survivors, families, and nations are demanding concrete action to advance real reconciliation, as opposed to just more words and symbolic gestures.
The House call on the government to A. Cease its belligerent and litigious approach to justice for Indigenous children by immediately dropping its appeal before the federal court in file number T162119, compensation, and T155920, Jordan's principle for the non-status First Nation kids recognized by First Nations, and to recognize the government's legal obligation to fully comply with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal orders in this regard. B. D'accepter.
B. Agree to sit down with the St. Anne's Residential School Survivors Organization, Pitabek Kiwe Kikawin Association to find a just solution to the fact that survivors' access to justice has been denied as a consequence of the actions of government lawyers in suppressing evidence at the independent assessment process.
Les preuves lors du processus d'évaluation indépendant. C. Accelerate the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action, including by providing immediate funding for further investigation into the deaths and disappearances of children at residential schools in compliance with calls to Action 71 to 76. D. De fournir aux survivants.
D. Provide survivors, their families, and their communities with appropriate resources to assist with the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental, and cultural trauma resulting from residential schools.
E. Within 10 days, table a progress report on actions taken in compliance with paragraphs A through D on the present motion, and that the report be deemed to have been referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs for consideration upon tabling. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay. Mr. Speaker, I come to you from the traditional territory, the unceded territories of the Algonquin Nation. And I rise today to present our Opposition Day motion in this House to call on this Liberal government to do the work that they have delayed for so long. The discovery in a former residential school in Kamloops was shocking, was horrifying. And it was a moment where Canadians, people across this country came together and looked in horror at what Canada has done and is continuing to do to Indigenous people. When 250 little kids, Indigenous children, were found buried at that school, Canadians were shocked. They were shocked because this is clearly not a school. This was clearly not a place of education. This was an institution designed clearly to eliminate Indigenous people. And in this moment, Canadians across the country have participated in memorials, placing children's shoes at various places to reflect on what this means. What does it mean that 250 children were buried without letting their families know? That these children were stripped from their parents, stripped of their language, their identity, their sense of self, taken to an institution and then killed there. What does this leave in terms of a legacy? What does this mean about Canada? What does this mean about our country? People are asking these questions. People are wondering how it is possible that this could happen to little kids, how this could happen to children. And people are now demanding more than just condolences. The broad consensus amongst people is it is not good enough for the Liberal government to just express sadness, express grieving, that this is an opportunity, this is a moment that demands action, that demands justice. The only response to this horrific discovery is a commitment to justice today. And what I find incredibly hypocritical, and more important than me, what Indigenous people and people across Canada find hypocritical, is that on one hand, we have a Prime Minister. They can stand in this House, they can stand in a press conference and say that he is sorry or express condolences about this horrific discovery, but in the very same breath, be ordering lawyers to fight Indigenous kids in court. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just fighting these kids in court. These kids were the subject matter of a Canadian Human Rights Tribunal hearing, and that tribunal made very clear orders on this government stating that they were clearly unjustly denied equal funding and that there needs to be a remedy. This government is not just fighting Indigenous kids in court, it's fighting a Human Rights Tribunal decision that states that these kids deserve equal funding. And how hypocritical is it? How flagrant is this denial of justice when, on one hand, the Prime Minister and the Liberal government claim to care about Indigenous kids that lost their lives in a residential school, and then on the same breath be fighting them in court? On top of that, this very same Prime Minister and this Liberal government, they're fighting residential school survivors in court. When people ask the question, what can we do? What can we do to move forward in reconciliation? What can we do to move forward to achieve justice for Indigenous people? Well, one very concrete, clear step would be for this government to stop fighting Indigenous people in court. That is a concrete step. They can take that right now. What has become very clear is that symbolic gestures are not good enough. We need concrete action.
Monsieur le Président, je me lève dans cette chambre pour demander à...
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House to ask the Liberal government to do the work that has been putting off for too long. The discovery of 215 children buried at the Kamloops residential school has caused great turmoil in Canada. Indigenous families and communities and people throughout the country are mourning the loss of these children. This discovery is just another proof of Canada's genocidal actions. Residential schools were designed to kill Indigenous people. They were designed to kill the Indian in the child, to take away their language, their culture, their tradition, and their lives. Survivors, families, and nations are demanding that beyond words and symbolic gestures, concrete action be taken to move towards real reconciliation.
What happened and what is happening to Indigenous people can be described by no other word than one of the harshest. It is a genocide. It is clear. All the elements of a genocide are present. The actions taken by this government, by the Canadian government, have been designed to destroy a people, to eliminate a people. And so, in light of this discovery, in light of this clear decision by Canada to eliminate a people, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission lays out a path to justice, a real path to justice, a path that this Prime Minister committed to implementing entirely. 6 years of Liberal government, 6 years of this Prime Minister being in power, and only a fraction of those 94 calls to action have been implemented. That is simply wrong. We know that this government is delaying because we see the difference in action, in priority. When they care about something, when they want something to happen, they move quickly. We saw this government move incredibly quickly, incredibly fast to deliver financial backing for banks at the beginning of this pandemic, right away. There was no question, no hesitation. Massive sums of money were used to back up banks immediately, without any hesitation. Where was that same commitment to Indigenous people? Commitments were made by this Prime Minister in 2015. 6 years later, a fraction of those calls to action were implemented. On top of that, what people find very cynical is while in 2019 a promise was made to ensure that any Indigenous community that needed financial support for closure to search additional burial sites, that they would receive funding. 2 years later, nothing happened until this horrible discovery, and then this government decided to act. While it's important to act, it makes people feel very cynical about a government that makes a promise 2 years ago, does nothing until they're pressured by this horrific discovery. So I want to lay out with my remaining minute and a half what we're asking for. We are asking for this government to take concrete steps, not symbolic gestures, real steps. End the legal battles against children who are simply entitled to basic human rights and dignity. End the legal battles against those children. End the legal battles against survivors of residential schools. Put in place an accelerated plan to deliver action on all 94 calls to action. We want to see a priority given to those. We want to see supports for people that are survivors of residential schools and their communities. And we want to see a progress report tabled within 10 days to see that this government is actually following up. What we saw in Kamloops, what has shocked this entire country, that left people reeling, is something that should be a moment for us to take action. It is not enough to lower the flags at half-mast. It's not enough to express condolences when this government has the power to act. And in this case, action means justice for Indigenous people, and we have laid out the course for immediate action to walk that path. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the NDP for bringing forward this motion today so that we can have a very important discussion about a very important topic. Admittedly, I don't know the intricacies of the legal dispute that's going on. I'm not aware of what those are exactly, and I note that the member didn't reference them in his speech. I would like to understand what it is that's the legal challenge that he's essentially asking to be dropped. I'm wondering if he can inform the House.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, there's a Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, one of the preeminent reputable bodies in this country that lays out a path for what human rights are and how those decisions are made. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal made decisions, a number of decisions, that clearly stated that Canada did not equally fund Indigenous children, that they should comply with the order stated by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Instead of complying with that order, this government, this Liberal government, and this Prime Minister are fighting these kids who were denied equal funding in court. There is currently a court date in 2 weeks where the Prime Minister has given orders to government lawyers to fight these children in court. And what we're asking for is that this Prime Minister call off those lawyers and stop fighting these kids in court.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Leader of the Democratic Party. Clearly, this is an important motion today, a Supply Day motion, and we'll be voting for it, of course. This is completely consistent with what our party has been calling for as well. The timing today is certainly momentous. We are on the anniversary date of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and only a few days out from the 6th anniversary of the tabling of the report from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So I thank my honourable colleague for bringing this forward. I put to him, if he will agree, that as my own MLA, who's the Green MLA for Saanich and the islands, Adam Olson, said in the BC legislature, the reason we haven't acted is that in this country, as horrible as it is to recognize it, quote, some children matter less, unquote. And I ask the honourable member if he agrees that that's true to this day.
Member for Burnaby South.
Sadly, we can go even further and say that some lives matter less. And that's the reality. That is what we're up against. That is fundamentally the inherent problem. That is inherently why there's so much injustice against Indigenous people, is because Indigenous lives have mattered less in this country and continue to matter less. That is why the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry called for specific calls for justice. That's why the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls for action, because it has been so clear that Indigenous lives have not mattered in this country. And we are demanding that these lives matter. We are demanding that justice happen.
Question commentaire dans la députée de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his speech. And I'm very grateful that his party has led to us having a full-day debate on the tragedy at the residential schools. Like many of us, I have an Indigenous community in my riding, the Wendake community. I'm very proud to represent that community here in the House, but this affects all Canadians. All Canadians have been deeply troubled, deeply shocked by this discovery that reminds us that our history has been tarnished by many terrible events. So my question to my NDP colleague is the following. The Bishop of Vancouver announced today that he is willing to cooperate and make public all necessary documents in order to find the identity of these children whose remains were found. Does the leader of the NDP agree with that? Does he believe that, like the Bishop of Vancouver, all Catholic bishops throughout Canada should cooperate in good faith with this reconciliation? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We want communities and families to have access to all of the documents that they need to be able to identify their loved ones. It's essential that the church work in collaboration with families and deliver those documents. It's unfair that families have not had access to those documents to date. Now, in the calls to action, one of those calls to action calls on the church to apologize for its part in this, and I think that's important.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be here as the representative for Timmins Bay James. And I'm sad that I have to be here to speak about the discovery of these children's remains. This has shocked Canadians. But for Indigenous communities, they weren't surprised by this finding. The trauma and sorrow that exists within these communities is a result of these systemic policies that destroyed Indigenous families and children in Canada. This was a policy of genocide, and we need to change.
Graves. It's a thing you think about when you hear of Iraq, or Yugoslavia, or the so-called bloodlands of Eastern Europe. But we have our mass graves here in Canada. The result of the war to destroy the Indigenous people. And it's not a historic grievance. The government always will tell you about historic wrongs. We're talking about the unbroken line that goes on to today. I think, coming from a Catholic faith that I grew up in, the fact that these children were buried without dignity, without names, they are not statistics. They were children. They were loved. They deserve better from this country. I think of John Kioki, age 14, never came home. His family still asks me, where's our uncle? Where is he? Michelle Matinas, age 12, he never came home. Michelle Sutherland, age 12. The Oblates, who ran Kamloops Residential School, also ran St. Anne's Residential School. And they told the RCMPO the boys went missing. The people know better. They know they're buried out there. I think of Charlie Hunter, age 13. The church wouldn't send his body home. The government wouldn't send his body home. 37 years. His beautiful family struggled to get Charlie home. And the Canadian people, in 1 week, raised the money necessary to get Charlie home. And it was a beautiful thing. That's what we're calling on. We have to bring the children home. Kanina Sioux Turtle, age 15. Amy Owen, age 13. Courtney Scott from Fort Albany, age 16. Tammy Kiesh, age 17. Died in the broken, underfunded child welfare system. Jolyn Winters, age 12. Chantel Fox, age 12. This government was found culpable in their deaths at the Human Rights Tribunal for refusing to fund Jordan's Principle. We're not talking about technical matters. We're talking about the lives of children. These children have died under the watch of this government, and children have died for year after year. We lose a child every 3 days across this country to the broken welfare system. They die on a Monday, they die on a Wednesday, they die on a Saturday, and nobody at the provincial levels or the federal levels notice or give a damn. but the families notice. It's the unbroken line in this war that takes us from the bodies at Kamloops Residential School to the children who are being taken from their homes today and disappeared into the gulag of hopelessness. You really have to talk to people who've been through this system that exists today. It will show you just how horrific this system is. So when we're talking about systemic discrimination, we're talking about systemic underfunding, we're talking about the destruction of Indigenous families. There's nothing theoretical. This is lived in the lifeblood of families. So we're here today to say we have to stop the talk and start walking the walk. So we're asking for a couple of key things. The Minister of Crown and Indigenous Affairs has led a toxic legal war against the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School. She has spent over $3 million fighting survivors who couldn't even pay their own bus fare to come down to the hearings. And what are these hearings about? They were about the fact that government lawyers suppressed the evidence of the torture and the rape and the killing of the children at St. Anne's Residential School. And the government does not want to give these survivors justice. So let's give you a few other names. Father Jules Laguerriere. He is being defended by this government because when the government was supposed to give over the legal documents about the crimes of Father Laguerriere, they presented a one-page person of interest reports, and that went to the hearings, and people's cases were thrown out. And we know the Justice Department lawyers were sitting on a person of interest report that was 3,191 pages long, and they suppressed that evidence. The Minister of Crown and Indigenous Services needs to explain why she's defending the legacy of Father Laguerriere and not standing up for survivors like Marie Sakani or Edmund Matatawaban. Father Arthur Lavoie, a notorious criminal pedophile. The government supplied the court hearings a person of interest report that was 2 pages long, suppressing all the dirt and evil that man did when they sat on a document that was 2,472 pages long of police evidence, of witness testimony, and I thank the OPP for the incredible work that they did identifying these perpetrators. And that minister is defending him today. And Sister Anna Wesley, her person of interest report, they suppressed 6,804 pages long. I encourage people to read that minister latest request for directions, the RFD she brought to court, fighting the St. Anne survivors. In it, she accuses Murray Sinclair, who led the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, of making her look bad. Literally, because Murray Sinclair raised the concerns about how the government suppressed evidence and had the St. Anne's cases thrown out. And she says, through her lawyers, that because Murray Sinclair told the public what was going on, he quote, eroded public trust. And she says he harmed survivors. She has no business being here. She has to leave that seat. She has lied to the people of Canada. It cannot go on. And then let's talk about the court case with Cindy Blackstock. 19 non-compliance orders. This could have been settled a long time ago when the hearings came down. The Human Rights Tribunal finally put the maximum fine for compensation because they saw and they put in their findings that this government showed a willful and reckless disregard for the lives of the children, that the government would not negotiate, the government would not find a solution. They said that this was the worst case scenario that they had seen. 19 rulings against this government. And the Minister of Indigenous Affairs has said it would be, quote, intellectually lazy for him to end the court case. I'm amazed at that word, intellectually lazy. Is that the kind of lazy that happened when poor Devin Freeman ran away from his group home outside of Hamilton and hung from a tree for 6 months right across the road, and nobody went to find him? Nobody went to find this boy. That is kind of systemic laziness, but yet the minister says he would be lazy if he ended the systemic discrimination, the willful and reckless worst-case scenario denial of basic rights. This is not historic discrimination, my friends. This is ongoing willful attacks. Canada has recognized that it is not the innocent nation it thought it was. Canada has recognized that we have to do right, that this is a moment. And it is up to this government to show that they're willing to do right. It's been 3 years since this House called on the Catholic Church to join us in the path of reconciliation. They are still refusing. They're still refusing to turn over the documents. They are still refusing to pay the money that they're supposed to. And the Pope is still not complying with the call to apologize because of the Catholic bishops in this country who are blocking them. So we know that the Catholic Church right now is not playing their part in dealing with these crimes. But our role in this House is to say to this federal government, they and Canada were complicit in the crimes. It has to end. We are calling on this Prime Minister to end the legal battle against the children, to respect the ruling of the Human Rights Tribunal, that this is not optional. Being found guilty of systemic discrimination is not something you opt in or out of. It is a finding in a rule that the government must respond to. And we are calling on that Minister of Crown Services to stop her toxic war with the survivors of St. Anne's. She has never, ever called the survivors. She has never offered to sit down. They don't want big money. They want justice. They want her to admit that a wrong was done, and we need to end the toxic legal wars. We have to do it for the 215 children, for all the children that we are losing every third day in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from the NDP for his impassionate and yet disturbing reveal of the realities of our history. As he knows, we will be supporting this motion. It's long overdue that we provide an opportunity for Indigenous people to be respected and treated like every other person in this country is expected to be treated. I would ask my friend, given the actions that our leader and our party has asked for of this government, what are some things, one or two things that he thinks are a priority that we can start to deal with the actions, not just words, but actions, that are priorities that we need to focus on immediately to start not only giving the impression, but actually doing something concrete to make a difference in the lives of the Indigenous peoples in this country?
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague, and I thank the support that we will be receiving from his party. The Prime Minister has ordered his lawyers to be in court in 10 days. The simplest thing is they can say to the lawyers, enough with the fighting. Let's sit down and negotiate. That would be step one. I think in terms of the mass graves that we know are across the country, I think what we need to see is that there is expertise. Internationally, Canada has shown expertise to say to the First Nation communities, we will be there. If there are mass graves in Saskatchewan or Alberta or in Treaty 9 or anywhere, that the government is ready to work with the communities to do this right. Because I'll tell you, we tried to find the bodies at St. Anne's, but the police came, they had rakes. They didn't have the tools. If we had the forensic tools, and once we identify those bodies, then we can bring those children home. And that's what the communities are wanting. So thank you.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and also for having used this opposition day to talk about this important issue. You know, as a Canadian and a Quebecer, I'm ashamed. And as a mother, it's so painful to think about this. But in 2015, the leader of the government said that he was willing to work in partnership with Indigenous people. This is following the report. So why is it that 5.5 years later, this is still sitting on the table? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I thank my colleague for that question. Our Prime Minister said that this was the #1 relationship. And I believed him. I remember him at the Truth and Reconciliation talking to the elders, and he wept, and I wept with him. I thought he would do the right thing. The very first conversation I had with the Minister of Crown Affairs when she was made the minister was about the survivors of St. Anne's. I said, let's sit down and fix this. And since then, they've gone to the lawyers, they've gone to the courts. The days of happy Liberal talk are over. We need action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and for his passion on this issue. I wanted to ask him if he was aware that the federal government actually did provide funding to the community in Kamloops so that they were able to do the work that they wanted to do. And I think all of us are saddened and outraged by what was found. But I'm just wondering, he mentioned that the federal government should provide funding, and I'm just wondering if he was aware that we did fund the search at Kamloops, and we have told communities that we will work with them. I know near me, Six Nations has reached out to the federal government asking for support, that the federal government will in fact be there for communities who want to do these searches in their communities.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I asked my honourable colleague if she's aware that her government has spent over $9 million fighting Cindy Blackstock in court, or spent over $3 million going after the survivors of St. Anne's. I would think that that would be money much better spent on reconciliation and building a better nation rather than being spent on lawyers and destroying the reputation of this Prime Minister, because these actions are corrosive. So I'd ask my honourable colleague, are the Liberals going to support us? And will she be asking her Prime Minister to insist, no matter what, that they stop the legal battle that's coming in the coming weeks, that they call the lawyers off and they sit down? And what is the value of a child's life? The government says $40,000 they're not willing to pay. They destroyed the lives of these children. What are they going to pay?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tansi, Boshu, bonjour and hello. First of all, I want to say I'm speaking to you from my office in St. Boniface, St. Vital, homeland of the Métis Nation, Treaty 1 territory, in a city that's now home to many Inuit. Je partagerai mon temps.
I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Oakville, Burlington North, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
2 days ago in this House, we all came together as parliamentarians to express our devastation, our heartbreak, and our outrage at the location of the remains of 215 children who were killed while attending the Kamloops Indian residential schools. Canadians are rightfully outraged by the finding of this burial site, but this was not shocking to Indigenous people and Indigenous nations. We have long known of the lost burial sites of loved ones. It is a reminder of the consequences of colonialism for Indigenous people and our communities. Yesterday, I, along with my colleagues, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, the Minister of Indigenous Services, announced that $27 million of funding would be distributed on an urgent basis. Our department has been engaging directly with Indigenous communities across Canada on how best to support them in finding our lost children, including on how to access support from the federal government to do this. We continue to listen to survivors. We continue to listen to families. We know that these communities want this to be Indigenous-led, based on their priorities, based on healing. This is what reconciliation is all about.
And while this discovery has reignited the conversation about reconciliation in this country, let me be very, very clear. From the very beginning, our government has continued to work towards reconciliation, and in a meaningful and respectful way. Correcting the mistakes of the past takes time, and it can be extremely difficult. But it is the right thing to do, and our government will continue to work on it. Reconciliation is a complex and important process, and one in which every Canadian has a role to play. Reconciliation begins with respect, listening, and working together in partnership. We must respect each other's distinct cultures, languages, traditions, and identities in order to move forward. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is at the very heart of today's debate. In 2015, the Prime Minister committed to the full implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action in partnership with Indigenous communities, provinces, and territories. We remain committed to doing that and doing it the right way.
80% of the calls to action under federal or shared responsibility are either completed or underway. And not all the calls to action will be easy to implement. We must not treat these calls to action as simply a checklist, but rather a true pathway to reconciliation. We must also recognize that some calls to action are outside of the jurisdiction of the federal government. And that's why it is so important that we work in partnership with all orders of government, while always taking the lead of Indigenous communities, while always taking the lead of Indigenous nations in this work. It is absolutely essential, vital, to take a survivor-oriented approach to healing. We need to listen to survivors and their families when making decisions about reconciliation. The abuse and forced assimilation have led to intergenerational trauma, which is the lasting legacy of the residential school system. By removing children from their traditional family structures and subjecting them to violence, to abuse, and forced assimilation into Euro-Canadian values, a cycle of abuse was created, which still affects Indigenous families and communities today. It continues to affect my community. It continues to affect my friends. The abuse of the children faced in residential schools is undeniable. It is shockingly cruel. These young First Nation, Inuit, and Métis children deserve far more from our government. They deserved far more from Canada. As a government, we are working to revitalize Indigenous culture by empowering communities, by providing the necessary tools to Indigenous people to learn about their own culture, language, and traditional spiritual beliefs. Canada will provide the needed resources to support Indigenous nations on their healing journey. In the coming months, our government will be working with survivors, their families, their communities, and other partners to locate, to identify, to memorialize the missing children and their burial places. As previously mentioned, we have provided $33.8 million to implement the TRC calls to action 72 to 76. We have funded the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation to develop and maintain the National Residential School Student Death Registry and to establish and maintain online registry of residential school cemeteries. We are engaging with First Nation, Indigenous communities, and will continue to do this work. But it must be led by the communities themselves. And the communities must go at their pace. We as a government will be there to support these communities in their efforts through funding, but not only through funding, through survivor and family mental health support. Mr. Speaker, the mistreatment of Indigenous children in all residential schools, including those who attended St. Anne's Indian Residential School, was tragic. It was horrific. In order to restore confidence, rebuild trust, and maintain the integrity of the process, the court has, at the request of the government, ordered an independent third-party review be conducted. 96% of all claimants from the St. Anne's Residential School have received compensation and are working collaboratively with the parties to obtain clarity from the courts on this matter. This third-party review will determine the additional compensation owed to survivors.
Throughout this process, Canada will be funding additional resources for survivors. And we are in discussions about how to best provide support. And we will be in contact with these St. Anne's survivor organizations, including Pitabec, Kiwe, Kikewin, to discuss needed supports. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to reconciliation, justice, and healing for former students of St. Anne's and of all residential schools.
Mr. Speaker, I will just finish by acknowledging this week has been an extremely, extremely difficult time for many people, for Canadians, myself included. I've appreciated hearing from other members of this House over the last number of days of the need to work together, to work collaboratively, to move forward on the shared path of reconciliation. It is important we continue to hear the stories of survivors, the families, and remember those that were torn away and never returned home. Miigwech, merci, thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his contribution to the debate today. You know, when I first was interacting with my constituents about the discovery at Kamloops Residential School, the overwhelming response I received from my constituents was a sense of impatience. People 100% are now desiring action over words. They're tired of the lofty rhetoric. They're tired of the commitments, the commitments to stand in solidarity with Indigenous peoples. They want to see the action. So, Mr. Speaker, my direct question to the minister is, he has read the terms of our motion. Can he commit to the House today that he will, in fact, be voting in favor of this motion? Because specifically, the end of the motion requires that the government table a report in this House detailing how it will comply with the terms of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. It's an important question. At the heart of everything our government has done since 2015 is a commitment to reconciliation. It is explicitly written in the mandate letter of all of our ministers. We have been working with communities. We have been consulting with communities. We have been ensuring that communities lead the process. And we must move at the speed of survivors and their families. It's important to work with communities to assure that they are able to access the funding that are there, and not all nations have the same objectives. Some want to memorialize sites collectively. Others would want to identify every single individual. Our government is already committed to reconciliation, to making sure that we identify the burial sites. It is something that
we'll have to get on to the next question. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important debate today. I will just respectfully note that the Minister didn't answer the question from my NDP colleague, and maybe he wants to take the opportunity to to answer the question that was asked about how he intends to vote on this motion. But I wanted to ask him something else. Part of what this motion touches on is the government's approach to certain litigation. And we've had in recent days many questions raised about the approach of the Minister of Justice. And we had the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs tell a committee that he has deep mistrust in the legal advice that comes out of the Justice Department. He said that in the context of document disclosure. So we've had a number of issues in this House where the legal advice that has come up is that something is charter compliant when that advice is highly suspect, or when the legal advice is the government doesn't have to disclose documents when in fact it does. And it raises big questions for me about whether we have a wider problem here. So could the Minister speak to whether he agrees with the Foreign Affairs Parliamentary Secretary in his own government about the need to be skeptical about Justice Department advice, or whether he has confidence in the Justice Department approach in this case?
Member for Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on the question of reconciliation, we've been clear. The overrepresentation of Indigenous kids in care is a sad and dark part of our shared history that we must address. Now, let me be very clear. Our government will provide comprehensive, fair, and equitable compensation to all those impacted by the historic inequities in First Nations and Indigenous child welfare.
Let me be very clear. Our government will offer full, fair, and equitable compensation to all those that were affected by historical inequities in children and Indigenous services. We will try one last question. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse-La-Matane. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. I was somewhat troubled earlier to hear the Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Affairs say that the federal government funded research that was done in Kamloops. But Toronto Star revealed earlier this week that it was the provinces that funded the research that led to that discovery. So I was wondering why, in his opinion, should the federal government not do more of its share to fund such research? The Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs. I can reassure everyone that the federal government funded $40 million of the research that was done in Kamloops. Perhaps there were other partnerships that could have been the case. The BC government may also have funded some of it, but this is a commitment that we did make several years ago, and there's almost $30 million in other research for First Nations communities and Métis communities who want to move forward and do their own research. But what's important in all this is that we are working in partnership with communities because they're not all the same.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to begin, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, from my home in the riding of Oakville, North Burlington. 1 week ago today, I was shocked and saddened to learn of the discovery of the remains of 215 children at the former Kamloops Residential School. And I was outraged that these children were stolen and never able to return home to the families and communities that loved them. The tragedy of Canada's residential school system was born from colonialism and systemic racism. We acknowledge the lasting and damaging impact of residential schools. It's very important to learn about and remember the past. The history of residential schools was not taught when I was a student. Reflecting on this, it is because Canada didn't think we were doing anything wrong. 150,000 Indigenous children ripped from their parents' arms and sent to residential schools. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission documented the deaths of more than 6,000 Indigenous children as a result of residential schools, but the true figure could be much higher, and Canada didn't think we were doing anything wrong. In the case of the Kamloops Residential School, I want to share with you some of the details so that we know and remember the truth of this wicked institution. It opened on May 19, 1890. It was situated at the Kamloops Reserve No. 1, close to town. In the late 1940s and 1950s, the school was thought to be the largest residential school in Canada. The Kamloops School was one of at least 22 residential schools in British Columbia that were mandated by the federal government and run by various religious orders. Attendance at the school became mandatory for Indigenous children in the 1920s, but many parents resisted the laws and tried to hide their children from Indian agents. Children at the school came from all over British Columbia. On Tuesday, my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Services, read the names of some of the children known to have died at the Kamloops Residential School out loud in the House so that they would not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, it is of the utmost importance that we learn more details about what happened to the children at the Kamloops School. It is something that we owe to the families, as learning the truth of this tragedy is necessary for closure and to further healing and reconciliation. Families deserve to lay their children to rest. We need truth before reconciliation, and there is still much work on this shared road. Every single person in Canada has an obligation to work towards reconciliation and decolonizing Canada. We must do this together. Our government is committed to continuing to take action to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance reconciliation across Canada. This government is committed to supporting survivors, their families, as well as communities to locate and memorialize children who tragically died because of residential schools. The policy of forcing children to these types of schools was meant to break family and community bonds. Children who attended the schools were not allowed to speak their Indigenous languages or express their culture. In fact, the system was designed to erase Indigenous culture, and the impact has lasted for generations, leading to a breakdown of Indigenous communities and families and alienating younger generations from cultural traditions, resulting in deep pain and intergenerational trauma. We have offered our support in collaboration with the BC First Nations Health Authority to respond to needs over the coming weeks and months. We also know that communities across the country will need supports, and we are committed to working with Indigenous leaders to be there in partnership with them. To all survivors and to family members, I invite and urge them to call the National Indian Residential School Crisis Line if they need support. This line has been set up to provide emotional and crisis referral services to former residential school students. It's available 24 hours a day at 1-866-925-4419. And all Indigenous peoples can access the Hope for Wellness helpline. They can chat with a counselor on their website at www.hopeforwellness.ca or by phoning 1-855-242-3310. The Indian Residential Schools Resolution Health Support Program offers access to elders, traditional healers, and other community-based cultural supports. It also offers emotional supports, professional mental health counseling, and help with the cost of transportation to access services. These services are available to eligible individuals regardless of their Indigenous status or where they live. We recognize that there will be ongoing need for access to mental wellness supports and services relating to childhood and intergenerational trauma. Former students of Indian residential schools and their family members can also count on the support of more than 60 mental wellness community-led teams that provide culturally safe mental health services and clinical supports to 344 First Nations and Inuit communities. We are working in close partnership with the government of Nunavut and Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated to respond to the mental wellness needs of Inuit in the territory. Through this partnership, the government is contributing $224.5 million over 10 years through the Nunavut Wellness Agreement for Community Wellness Initiatives. In 2020-21, $19.9 million in funding is being allocated to the government of Nunavut and community organizations for mental wellness teams and other mental wellness services. And in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, the government of Canada is providing additional support so Indigenous communities can adapt and expand mental wellness services. We recently proposed to provide $597.6 million over 3 years for a distinctions-based mental health and wellness strategy with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation that includes continuing supports for former residential school students and their families. This will build on existing strengths, help address gaps, and be responsive to current emerging and future needs. Mr. Speaker, wellness is not just about our mental and physical health. It is also about the vitality of our communities. To this end, we're working with Indigenous leadership and communities on the implementation of the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, which affirms and recognizes Indigenous peoples' jurisdiction over child and family services to reduce the number of Indigenous children in care. This will put in place what Indigenous peoples across this country have been asking of governments for decades, that their jurisdiction over child and family services be affirmed so that they can decide what is best for their children and their families. It also establishes national principles such as the best interests of the child, cultural continuity, and substantive equality. As of last month, there are 29 Indigenous governing bodies who represent 67 Indigenous groups and communities that have given notice to Indigenous Services Canada that they will exercise their inherent right to jurisdiction under the Act. Through my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services, I've participated in discussions with some of these Indigenous communities who are engaged in coordination agreement tables. Each table is unique and may require a different plan of action, including capacity building, new programming, or whatever the community decides is needed. We're also working with provincial and territorial leadership to ensure smooth transition. These conversations have demonstrated to me the essential nature of this work. Our government is committed to continuing this process, which is why Budget 2021 proposes to provide $73.6 million over 4 years to support the implementation of the Act. This funding will allow us to recognize our shared goal of increasing the number of communities exercising jurisdiction in relation to child and family services and decreasing the number of children in care. In addition to our commitment to mental health and child and family services, we are not wavering from our pledge to provide fair and equitable compensation for First Nations children who were removed from their homes, families, and communities. We will compensate survivors, Mr. Speaker, and will work to ensure that no child ever has to go through this treatment again. We are committed to providing Indigenous children with access to necessary supports and services at home, in their communities, with their families. Mr. Speaker, I will close by saying the tragic discovery in Kamloops is a reminder why the work, truth, and reconciliation is vital for our country. Thank you, merci, miigwech, kuyanamik.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Oakville, North Burlington, for her remarks. This motion deals specifically with 2 court cases in which the Government of Canada is currently in court fighting Indigenous kids harmed by Canada's child welfare system and fighting the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School. Does she agree that the government should not be spending millions of dollars on lawyers to fight survivors and Indigenous children harmed by our systems and should drop those cases immediately, as this motion calls for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government is committed to providing comprehensive, full, fair, equitable compensation to First Nations children. We are committed to addressing the long-standing unmet needs of First Nations children. We have implemented Bill C-92 and are working to ensure that children can stay in their communities. And I thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me pose a question to the Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary. But first of all, let me thank the New Democratic Party, my colleagues in the New Democratic Party, for bringing forward this motion in a week when so many of us here in Ottawa have been gutted by what we see. And I really thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, for bringing forward all the information and his personal experiences, especially around mass graves. 215 bodies in mass graves in Canada. Who would have thought that? Well, it's a part of our history now, Mr. Speaker, and it is something we do need to address. But really, what we're talking about here is the legal cases that this government continues to kick down the road. My experience
with legalists in government as they continue to delay justice. Now, when are we going to get to the point where we recognize that the settlement is a settlement at the end and justice delayed is justice denied? When will this Parliamentary Secretary's government allow these people to have that justice?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member talked about, as we all have, the shock of the discovery of these 215 wee souls at Kamloops. But I would remind the honourable member that it was the Conservative government who refused to provide $1.5 million to the Truth and Reconciliation to carry out this work. And when I speak to my colleagues who are Indigenous, they're not surprised by this discovery at all. This is something that they've known about for a very long time. So this government is committed to working with Indigenous communities and Indigenous peoples and ensuring that we are able to identify and memorialize the children in a process led by these communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-Beauport.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à notre collègue pour sa présentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the presentation.
Dans ce dossier, par exemple, les recherches ont été financées par la Colombie-Britannique et non par le gouvernement
Mr.
fédéral.
Speaker, I'm not getting translation. Point of order.
Nous allons essayer.
We will try again. That the interpretation is working. I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary if everything is working well now.
La députée de Beauport, Côte-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-Beaupré, l'Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Please go ahead. I'd like to thank my colleague. Now, what concerns us in Quebec and in Canada is that the government is not directly did not directly fund the efforts to find the remains of these 215 children. Instead, it was BC that started the search. So we're wondering if the government does have the intention of funding the provinces in Quebec in subsequent efforts.
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's actually incorrect. The federal government did provide funding to Kamloops for the search for these bodies, these children. And we have $27 million available to distribute to communities if they wish to carry out a similar process. As I mentioned earlier in the House, near my community of Oakville, North Burlington, 6 nations of the Grand River have already asked the federal government for support, and we are absolutely committed to supporting communities in the process that they wish to move forward on. But it is incorrect. The federal government actually did provide the funding to Kamloops for the search for the graves.
We lost a little bit of time there, so we're going to just take one more short question. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. And she mentioned that residential schools were designed in large part to erase Indigenous cultures. And I would argue they were also designed to erase Indigenous peoples themselves. And I point to Dr. Peter Bryce's infamous report, A National Crime. So when I think about justice, I think about the fact that we have survivors who are still alive, that there will be perpetrators who are also still alive. What is this government doing to bring those people to justice? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to quote a survivor of residential schools, the member for Northwest Territory, when he said, "There is a lot of work to be done. I've been waiting for a long time to get this going. We have some momentum now, and I want to see it keep going." I know the honourable member, I think we're all want to see where we move forward. I will leave it to authorities. Any kinds of charges that would be laid would be done by the provincial government, not by the federal government. And I think the honourable member probably knows that, but it's up to provincial governments to lay charges in cases like this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my speech, I'd like to inform you that I'd be sharing my time with the Member of Parliament for Chilliwack Hope. And I would first like to take a moment to share a few words on behalf of the citizens of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. We are collectively shocked, saddened, and outraged at the discovery of an unmarked gravesite for 215 children at the former Indigenous residential school in Kamloops. This discovery is difficult to put into words, and I would ask that we all think of the Tk'emlúp First Nation who made this deeply disturbing discovery. I'd also like to ask that we think of the many families in Indigenous communities throughout our region who had children at the Kamloops residential school, many of whom did not return. And I'd also like to take a moment to read into the record some of the comments from Indigenous chiefs in British Columbia. I believe their comments must be heard. From my own region, Mr. Speaker, from the Upper Nicola Band Chief Harvey McLeod, who I've made some brief remarks at the Take Note debate on. I'd like to read it in full. From Chief McLeod, we always knew that this was happening there, but it was in our own minds. We had no proof other than our own experience. We hear really horrific stories about what happened and dealing with our people that passed on and what they were forced to do, to bury them. And it wasn't the grown-ups, it was the babies. So much hurt and pain came out in a matter of seconds. Just felt for our families that all went there. We had a large number of people from this community, Upper Nicola, that went to school there. We all had different experiences, but a lot of hurt and pain and shame and anger leaving there. I went back to the 2 years that I attended. I know there were incidents happening there because I went through a lot of experiences myself. I know people that just disappeared, and we assumed that they ran away and got away and are at home somewhere. We never did see them again. We as communities and leadership will find the best ways of doing this and taking care of our people. We want to all be on the same page when it comes to having the ceremony to bring our people home. It's going to take a lot of strength to walk with our people while they remember the hurt and pain from that school. And it will be so much better when we're all united, working together to ensure we're there for our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention some words from Alice Ross, now an MLA for Skeena, and also a former chief counselor for the Haisla Nation. Here it goes. Normally I'd do a live video, but I doubt I could hold it together for this topic. The kids found buried at the Kamloops Residential School. This is reliving the trauma for the survivors, and it is shocking to see for their family members and non-Aboriginals alike. I like to say that you will come to terms with it, or that the feeling goes away, but it doesn't. But now anyway, mainly because this is still fresh in the minds of survivors, it hasn't gone away for me when I came to understand it in 2004. To be clear, I was sad and angry when I learned the truth because my parents wouldn't talk about it, just in bits and pieces. I learned to live with it and used it for motivation to build a better future and break the cycle, well-known term with First Nations. 17 years ago, I understood what happened overall. I decided to help fix issues of today instead of my revenge ideas. This Kamloops school story brought it all back to the day I sat in our archives and broke down. Repatriation will be traumatizing, but needed. Those are powerful words, Mr. Speaker. I was deeply moved to hear them, as I am certain many members in this place also. So many of local Indigenous communities were impacted and traumatized by these institutions because that's what they were. They were not school like you and I went to. I cannot think of a parent, a worse situation, your children being taken away from you only to never return home. Did they run away? I cannot imagine how it would feel to not know for so many years. Until one day, your worst nightmare comes along when you hear about these graves. And learning of these graves alone only raises more questions. And they are troubling questions. And in this place, we must do everything we can to help find answers to those questions and to help bring accountability to Indigenous families, including those who attended the schools. I say attended, but in reality, it was more like they were incarcerated in those schools. Today's opposition motion from the NDP is but our first steps in helping to provide some answers, and what I expect will be a long journey. I think it's important we must also consider that reconciliation will mean different things to different people. We must also recognize this because we must not allow the usual Ottawa one-size-fits-all approach to finding true reconciliation. It is not First Nation. It is First Nations. Each nation is unique, is special, and it is time Ottawa started to recognize that. It is not unlike the institutions in Kamloops. It and others like it were first created as a one-size-fits-all approach from Ottawa. Let us finally take a new approach that works in partnership with our Indigenous communities. And on that note, I will now comment on this Opposition Day motion. I think we must be careful in this place to avoid making the mistakes of the past. And I appreciate how this motion is well-intentioned. However, at least for many First Nations in my community members are still in shock. Many are holding meetings, and there are great many discussions underway. My point being is that I have not been directly contacted by one of the First Nations in my riding for guidance on this, and I highly doubt that many other members have either. Yet here we are with a motion deciding what we think is we must do to help our Indigenous communities after such a traumatic and horrific discovery. Again, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the motivation of the opposition. I believe that the NDP is sincere here, but it has to be pointed out we are moving on a motion without proper direction from those we are trying to help. Some would rightfully call this a Ottawa knows best approach. In my view, at some point, we must recognize this approach has not served our country well over the years. I do not often agree with our Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, but recently he made a comment that I believe we should all be mindful of. And his comment was, and I quote, "If it were only done by ministers, if it were only done by Ottawa to solve these challenges, it might have been done long ago, but it would have been done wrong," said our Prime Minister. He continued, "You cannot move forward on true reconciliation unless it's done in partnership with Indigenous communities, leaders, and individuals." Now, it would be very easy, Mr. Speaker, to play politics with this issue. It would be said that the current government has had 5 years to take action, and that the ministers responsible have failed. And that the current government could say, but what about the former government failed in 2009? Mr. Speaker, we could go on and on and on, and eventually we'd go back to 1969 when this institution in Kamloops was first taken over by the federal government of the day, and ask why they didn't close it then. Why was it not closed until 1978? Politicizing this issue will not provide the leadership that we as parliamentarians need to provide. I believe I've made my point that we should all be concerned when we're here passing a motion without direction from Indigenous communities, precisely as we're doing here. I would also add that I've heard the Prime Minister explain the reasons why his government believes court action that this Opposition Day motion proposes to cease is necessary. Now, the Prime Minister's argued that he believes it will ultimately produce a fair outcome for the victims and their families. I don't know if the Prime Minister will continue to make that same argument, Mr. Chair. Often we rely on the courts to provide fair and equitable outcomes for challenging cases, more so when politics may interfere with that process. However, I will also note it's easy to dismiss the court actions as being belligerent and litigious approach to justice, as it says in the motion, precisely as the fourth party has done here. As I recall, it took the Prime Minister several minutes to explain why his government supported the court action and why they believed, at least at the time, it would provide a fair outcome. In politics, it's often says, when you're explaining, you are losing. As I have stated, I believe the intention of the fourth party is to be sincere here. They mean well, and in balance, I am keenly aware that Canada, we've literally created an Indigenous law legal industry. It's been going on for decades. The lawyers certainly will profit from it. Many of the Indigenous communities in my riding, Mr. Chair, at least, have not. Ultimately, it's about the people, the victims, the survivors, their family, and that is who I'm focused on. So I'm prepared to support this Opposition Day motion. There are some cautions that I have and I've shared, but in balance against inaction we must act. And this Opposition Day motion takes steps in that direction. I will be supporting it as a result. Thank you for hearing my comments today, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. When the Truth and Reconciliation Commission requested $1.5 million for research for mass burial sites, it was a Conservative government that denied the request. This member was given an opportunity to vote in favor of UNDRIP just days ago, and neither this member nor his Conservative colleagues voted in favor of the legislation. And just this week, Conservative Premier Kenney made such a despicable statement that Grand Chief Watchmaker reconfirmed the decision to dissolve the protocol that was made between the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and the Government of Alberta. How can we believe the member's comments when provincial and federal Conservatives have so clearly shown us where they stand on reconciliation?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan's Milkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear here yet again that it is not just one simple people. They are First Nations. There is over 660 First Nations bands in this country, and each is unique. And we as parliamentarians need to listen to them. We need to help provide supports and to partner on ways that we can move forward in reconciliation. And reconciliation will mean, to some, will mean something to someone else. So, Mr. Chair, I would simply say that all governments dating back to the birth of this great country have failed in many cases to protect individual rights and to respect our commitments to First Nations dating back to the Royal Proclamation. More needs to be done. We need to act, but we also need to listen, and to listen well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech, and I believe he's quite sincere and genuine in the comments that he made, and I want to start by saying I appreciate what he has said in the House today. But just a few short months ago, the leader of the Conservative Party to a group of Ryerson students said that, and I quote, that residential schools were meant to try and provide education, which denies their true intent, Mr. Speaker, of colonialism, a tool of colonialism to break down Indigenous culture and language. And if I remember, the intent was to take the Indian out of the child. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can explain those comments from the Leader of the Opposition that he made just recently.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan's Milkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that the member said some very positive things, I think that we should not try to make this process here today or in the government's relation with First Nations or with Canadians. Every Canadian, I think, Mr. Speaker, needs to know more about what has happened. And we need, as a people, as we need to work with First Nations on reconciliation. So I'm not going to taint this conversation by pointing fingers, because as I said, we will go back to the very history of this country, and that will do nothing for the people that are grieving right now in my riding. Let us focus on the people who are hurting right now. Let us focus on the process that we can move together. I would like to see many things of this government change, but I'm also willing, Mr. Speaker, to change and to listen. And I hope that this member would take these words as genuine and sincere and take them to heart.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his sensitivity in the face of this tragedy. As a mother and a grandmother, I can imagine just how terribly painful this is for the parents of these children. I want to offer my sincere condolences to all of the nations affected, to the Indigenous people of Quebec and Canada. The Bloc will be supporting this NDP motion. So here's my question. Does my colleague believe that Canada should be leading fights in the courts against Indigenous children, and should it apply Jordan's principle? The honourable member.
Yes, so first of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that the bloc member and her party will be supporting, again, the fourth party's motion today, because I do believe the motivations are good. When it comes to the individual cases, Mr. Speaker, I would say that quasi-judicial bodies like tribunals are made for specific purposes. I was quite surprised to see that it originally ruled that it would hear this case. That being said, it is independent, but like all independent quasi-judicial tribunals, there is an appeal process. And from what I've heard from this government, is it's their intention to compensate. Now, if the process is taking too long, and I believe it is, then we must ask those questions. But Mr. Chair, we need to compensate people fairly and equitably, and so I hope that this government will take this opportunity of today's motion to make it clear on how it will proceed moving forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will begin today by acknowledging that I am speaking from the traditional Stalo territory, and on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Hope, I want to acknowledge the suffering and trauma that the discovery of the remains of 215 children at the residential school in Kamloops has brought to residential school survivors in our community. We stand with you during this difficult time and are committed to doing the hard work necessary to bring about true reconciliation in our community and across the country. And I want to thank Stalo communities and their leaders for being so willing to partner with people in Chilliwack and Hope and the surrounding areas to build towards true reconciliation. They truly are leaders in our country in this regard. I want to speak about the motion today and what I appreciate about it. There are parts of it, as has been referenced by some of my colleagues, that I'm less enthusiastic about than others, but overall, this is a rather comprehensive call to action. And I think that is exactly what my constituents are demanding in light of the revelation from Kamloops. They want action. They don't want any more words. They don't want any more commitments. They want to see us move forward together. And that is what this motion calls for, and that's why we will be supporting it. I have been, I think some of the language, we don't know what to say. So we say things like we are shocked or, and quite frankly, as parliamentarians, we shouldn't be. There's an entire volume of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, Volume 4, entitled Missing Children and Burial Information. It's 266 pages long. And the release of that volume itself should have shocked Canadians when it was tabled in 2015. The exceedingly high number of student deaths relative to the non-Indigenous population, the lack of notification to families when a student passed away, the purposeful decision to refuse to send bodies home to their families due to the cost that would have borne on the federal government, the desire for Christian burial rites to be performed on deceased children over traditional Indigenous burial rites. All of this was documented and reported on, and it's been in our in public in media reports for 100 years. But Canadians didn't want to hear it, and they didn't want to believe it. And thanks to these revelations from Kamloops, Canadians believe it now, and they're demanding action. Residential school survivors told us that this had happened. Families who never saw their children again after they were abducted and taken to residential school told us this had happened. We heard, but we did not listen. And we believe them now. I think this is a watershed moment for Canada. It's a moment where the knowledge has moved from a fact of our history to a feeling that compels us to act. But we've had this feeling before, and we can't let this moment slip through our fingers again. Momentum for change and for action was lost between the historic apology that took place on the floor of the House of Commons in 2008 and the issuing of the final Truth and Reconciliation Commission report in 2015. More momentum has been lost since the issuing of that report and now. We cannot let this moment pass without seizing upon it and taking real and meaningful and immediate action. For many Canadians, this is the first time that they have meaningfully engaged on this issue. They may have heard about it briefly in school, but maybe it didn't resonate with them at that time. They didn't have their own kids at that time. They couldn't relate to it. They weren't shocked by it. It was simply something that happened to a past generation. But as we've seen this week, that has changed. And when change happens to an individual, when they go from knowing a fact to having something touch their heart, it can have a profound and positive impact. And for me, the moment that I began to grasp what had happened in the residential school system and the multi-generational impact it had on Indigenous people that lived in and around my own community of Chilliwack came when I bought a copy of a book written by a respected local Indigenous leader, Ernie Cray. His book is entitled Stolen from Our Embrace: The Abduction of First Nations Children and the Restoration of Aboriginal Communities. It was first published in 1997 and predates the historic apology to former students of Indian residential schools by more than 10 years. I read it in the time period between the apology and the report of the TRC, and it completely changed the way I thought about Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. It opened my eyes and my heart to the fact that this had not only impacted the survivors, but their children and their children's children. It made me understand intergenerational trauma, which has devastating impacts to this day. The book had a profound impact on my personal and professional life, and I think that many Canadians for the first time have had a similar experience with the news of the bodies in graves in Kamloops, where we have finally seen and we have finally heard, and we now know that we need to act. So how do we respond? I want to say that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission did not issue recommendations. They issued calls to action, not calls to talking about taking action at some time in the future. And I think, quite frankly, government is designed to fail on this, not the Liberal government, not a Conservative government. And I'm disappointed, quite frankly, that some of the questions I've heard so far have tried to score some old political points and say, well, you should have done better there, or it's not our fault. Who cares? Today, who cares? We're talking about 215 bodies that have been discovered in unmarked graves, and some people want to score cheap political points. I say shame on them. I say we need to work together, and we need to recognize that government, that the system is designed to fail. It's designed to protect the status quo. And in big ways and small, the system of government abhors change, and successive governments have failed to make significant progress in breaking down these barriers. So it's good to have accountability. It's good to take stock of where we've come from and where we need to go, but it's necessary right now to take real, meaningful, and immediate action to take advantage of the spirit of reconciliation that is sweeping across the country. To that end, we have put forward as Conservatives a list of meaningful actions that we believe can assist families and Indigenous communities during this time. We're calling on the government to develop a comprehensive plan to implement TRC calls to action 71 through 76 on missing children and burial information by July 1st. The motion we're talking about today says in 10 days. That sounds good too. Fund the investigation at all former residential schools in Canada where unmarked graves may exist, including the site where 215 children have already been discovered. Ensure that proper resources are allocated for communities to reinter, commemorate, and honor any individuals discovered through the investigation according to the wishes of their next of kin, and develop a detailed and thorough set of resources to educate Canadians of all ages on the tragic history of residential schools in Canada. Now, in addition to that that volume 4 on missing children and unmarked burials, there's another volume 6 on reconciliation. It's 288 pages long, and the TRC provided us a roadmap in that as well. And in it, they say to the Commission, reconciliation is about establishing and maintaining a mutually respectful relationship between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal peoples in this country. For that to happen, there has to be awareness of the past, acknowledgement of the harm that has been inflicted, atonement for the causes, and action to change behavior. So who needs to take action, Mr. Speaker? The government does need to take action, and we need to work together to give them direction, which this motion does. But we also need to take individual action. We need to be compelled to learn more, to understand more, to build key relationships, to understand how important keeping your word is when dealing with Indigenous peoples and Indigenous leaders. We need to open our hearts and we need to believe survivors, as they told us in this case, about these missing children in unmarked graves. So, Mr. Speaker, we all acknowledge the deep sorrow and mourning that all Indigenous peoples and survivors of residential schools are experiencing at this time. The legacy of residential schools is a national shame that has had a profound, lasting, and damaging impact on Indigenous people, culture, heritage, and language. And this discovery is a somber reminder that so much more work needs to be done to address the devastating and harmful effects that residential schools had and still have on many survivors and their communities today. We must work together to ensure we bring our dark history to light, acknowledge it, learn from it, and ensure nothing like it ever happens again. This must be done both collectively through government action and individually, through our own personal decisions to learn more, educate ourselves and our children.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time. We'll have to get on to the questions and comment period. We'll go to questions and comments. Firstly, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my fellow British Columbian, the member for Chilliwack Hope, for his speech. Today's speech has just made me think of all the times over the past number of decades that Canada has stood on the world stage lecturing other countries about their human rights record while we have been so willfully ignorant of what has gone on in our own backyard. And I appreciate that the member devoted a lot of time about, how we move forward. When I speak to the elders in my community, a lot of them have made mention of the fact that they will never be fully a part of Canada while the Indian Act remains, our most prominent colonial statute. I know he doesn't have a lot of time to answer this, but in how we get rid of that offensive piece of legislation, does he have any thoughts on how we begin that process? Because governments have shown how quickly they can move when the times demand of it through this pandemic. Does he have any opening thoughts on how we can start that process?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have been thinking about that over the last number of days as well. And I think what we tried to do when we were in government is to give communities, give First Nations themselves the opportunity to opt out of large sections of the Indian Act. It's very difficult at this time without recognizing the different size, the different regions, the different opportunities that exist for the different over 600 First Nations to simply eliminate the Indian Act. I think it needs to be done in a careful way and it needs to be First Nations led. But I think what we can do in the immediate term is to provide ways out from underneath the Indian Act through things like First Nations Land Management Act, through things like the Elections Act, opt-in legislation that allows First Nations themselves to decide that they want out from underneath certain sections of the Indian Act. I think we have to let them lead and partner with them to make sure that we get out from underneath that Indian Act as soon as we possibly can.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and his description of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that they're not recommendation, that they're calls to action and require action. As he knows, in the last Parliament, we passed a private member's bill to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, one of those calls to action in the report, and it was held up by Conservative senators and never got passed. So our government in this Parliament introduced Bill C-15, which would implement UNDRIP, as it's called, and it passed in the House of Commons without Conservative support at all. So the Conservatives did not support it. Now it's gone to the Senate. And I'm just wondering how the honourable member can reconcile that the Conservative Party seems to support some of the calls to action, but not all of them. And I'm also wondering if he will commit to helping in the Senate with those Conservative senators to get this bill passed in the Senate to finally implement this call to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, it was a Conservative government that first recognized the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as an aspirational document. We do have some concerns with how the free, prior, and informed consent provisions of UNDRIP, how they mesh with, quite frankly, the Canadian Constitution, Section 35, and the duty to consult and accommodate, which has been honed over years in the courts and through negotiation. That is, the Canadian approach has been that duty to consult and accommodate. So that was our concern with UNDRIP. It was with the free, prior, and informed consent provisions and how that interacts with our own Constitution, which does specifically acknowledge Indigenous rights, and through our own court system, which has specifically endorsed a duty to consult and accommodate where necessary. So that is the reason why we have raised our concerns. The Senate, as the member knows, will take its own decisions as it always has. And I am sure there will be robust debate in that chamber, which is controlled, quite frankly, right now with the majority of appointees by this Prime Minister.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to note that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, it is with great emotion that I speak today. First, I would like to present my deepest and sincerest condolences to the First Nations involved. As we know, the bodies of the 250 children were found in Kamloops, and all my thoughts go out to the people that were abused. And this tragedy has a direct impact on the lives of these people. Often, people look aside from the economic interest, but there was a desire to civilize these individuals. And it is absolutely repugnant. It's called cultural genocide. Such atrocities should never happen again. But unfortunately, we must fear that these discoveries are only just beginning. There may be an entire long list of such discoveries. And condolences are essential. It's our duty as politicians, but they don't go far enough. We have to take action. Other bodies may be found, not only in this very same residential school, which is possible, because not all areas of that school were examined, but elsewhere in the country as well. We fear that this may just be the tip of the iceberg and that many other sites will be discovered while the Truth and Reconciliation Commission said there were many deaths. Mr. Rankin feels that this figure may even be higher, even up to 15,000 children may have died in residential schools. And of course, this is just a figure that is not a detailed one, but we have the duty to remember them. Roughly 1/3 of the children who died, we don't know what their names were or their cause of death. And that is also very serious. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report recommended that we establish monuments to commemorate this in Ottawa and other capital cities to honor the memory of the survivors of residential schools and also the children who lost their families. So those who were lucky to live, also those who were not able to survive. Ms. de Zabruzen, who is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage, confirmed that in December 2020, no subsidies have been granted for the construction of national monuments in Canada. And if we look at other recommendations, they haven't achieved any better results. And that is why we are in favor of the NDP's motion today. It is absolutely urgent and necessary to speed up the implementation of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, particularly by immediately funding more detailed investigations into the disappearances of these children. And the Commission report clearly says that we have to help families discover what happened to the children that went missing. They have to be located, and the cemeteries have to be commemorated. And this is essential to healing and to reconciliation. In other words, the first thing we have to do is to find out and to understand and to verify and investigate. And it's even growingly urgent because time is running out and the traces in these cemeteries are fading, and many survivors fear that they may not be able to find the traces of their loved ones because everyone will die and the traces will fade without knowing the truth. So we finally have to be able to heal these wounds, and these investigations have to be funded. And it really takes funding from it took funding from BC to make this discovery and little funding from the federal government. In 2019, we saw $33.8 million over 3 years to fund various actions from the Commission. But if you look at things more closely, and I'm based on Global News that said that it was $33.8 million, $27 million wasn't spent. So almost all of the funds. 27 out of 33 million. Ottawa spent almost as much since 2013, roughly 3.2 million to fight a group of Northern Indigenous peoples in court. And as you know, Madam Speaker, when you have funding set out in a budget, it's an announced intention, but it's not spent yet. So the 2019 budget of the current government under the previous parliament set aside $33.8 million over 3 years. But by looking at the accounts for 2019, we realize that the Truth and Reconciliation funding, well, we don't see any actually traces of spending on the calls to action. In the main estimates for 2019, 2022, and also for 2021, 2022, the amounts set out in the 2019 budget were not carried forward. How come these funds were not made available? We need explanations. Was it something that was forgotten or something that was cut? I think our brothers and sisters from the First Nations have the right to know. And more recently, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services and the Prime Minister said again that they're going to do everything to implement all of the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. They said that there were $33.8 million set out in the budget, $33.8 million in the 2019 budget. So it's nice that they reminded everyone that the money was announced, but they really have to implement it now. So we want to speed up the implementation of the calls to action. And my Bloc colleagues and myself are really pressing the government to act quickly. It was recently declared that it is essential for Canada to accomplish this work, and now we have to give ourselves the means to do so, and that is fundamental. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It is very well documented, and he has a real knowledge and sensitivity to this very serious issue that has all shook us this week. But I have several important points. The calls to action of the TRCC and the necessary funds for research. Well, I'd like to ask him, does he not also think that we should stop spending public funds to pay for lawsuits that challenge human rights for Indigenous children? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte. Obviously, when we look at this, well, first I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, when we look at this, we realize that there's a great contradiction here. They're putting money into this, and it's almost the same as what they really spent on reconciliation. It seems rather troubling. So I agree with what the member for Rosemont has said. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, I'm getting really frustrated by the members of the bloc who continue to repeat in the House that the federal government did not provide funding to the search that was done in Kamloops. The fact is that the community applied for and received a heritage grant of $40,000 to conduct this search. So I'm wondering if the honourable member and his party will acknowledge this funding and stop accusing the federal government of not providing funds to be able to conduct the important search that was done.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte. What I find frustrating, Madam Speaker, is that there's so much denial. As also members of the Huron-Wendat Nation have said, this heritage is very important, and the more I look at things, the more I realize that there is historical injustice and inequity. So when I hear that denial in terms of the $40,000 that would have gone towards allowing these discoveries, but $33.8 million was budgeted over 3 years, $33.8 million versus $40,000. Well, I'll stop there. Questions and comments.
Report Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. At the heart of what happened with residential schools was this principle of colonialism, of an external power trying to control Indigenous communities and deny families, communities, individuals the autonomy that they should have had. And in contrast to that, many people in this House try to stand up for the principle of subsidiarity, that families, that individual communities, that cultural groups should have a measure of autonomy and control over their own affairs. But there are many colonial structures that perhaps more well-intentioned today, but there are many colonial structures that still exist in terms of federal control over what happens in Indigenous communities. I wonder if the member can share a bit more about just how we can put this principle of subsidiarity, of autonomy, of local control for these communities into practice to a greater extent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte. I imagine that I have the floor once again, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and of course, the precise way that we look at autonomy will have to be taken into account based on what that nation's desire is. We don't have the perfect solution. We have to have dialogue, and we have to do this by supporting these First Nations. But I'm convinced that we can find a way to move forward that could be better than the current system. And of course, my colleague mentioned the legislation in question, the famous act that we can say is racist, and it is unacceptable, that has to be completely overhauled. I'll allow a brief question. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and my colleague as well for his statement. He briefly mentioned that history is important when you're in a healing and reconciliation process. And right now, there are infrastructure projects that may damage these sites. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about the urgency of taking action to protect these sites so that the past can be revealed. A brief answer, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Absolutely. Of course, well, I realize my colleagues' involvement in the environment, and awful these projects are bad for the environment and also the history as well. So I think we can look at these issues and make sure that we have infrastructure projects that do not damage these sites. And I want the First Nations to know that they will find allies in protecting their heritage and memory. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the public hearings into the tragic death of Ms. Joyce Echequan on September 28th ended, and we're anxiously awaiting the coroner's report. Yesterday, thousands of people gathered in Trois-Rivières to demand justice so that this never happens again. Acte from Manawan, Obijan, and other First Nations, all white, all together, said never again. The chief of Atikamekw community of Manawan, Mr. Paul Emile, recalled that without this video taken by Joyce, this death would never have been counted. It would have been just one death amongst many. She died because people wanted her to die and because people were mean to her, but justice will be done. It will be rendered. That was his quote. Ms. Echequan's spouse, Mr. Dubé, said that this is just the beginning. I want to see change, and I'm hopeful. As politicians, we have a duty to show solidarity and an obligation to achieve results. At yesterday's gathering, the chief of the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador, Mr. Ghislain Picard, said that many people believe things aren't happening fast enough and the government is really pushing things forward, and that's unfortunately the case. And I think that today's rally, which coincides with the end of the coroner's hearings, is an opportunity to remind ourselves of that. Madam Speaker, we have an obligation to achieve results. Yes, we have to recognize injustice and denounce it, but above all, we need to take concrete action, such as adopting policies to make things stop and so things change. That is what we have to do, and that is our obligation to obtain results. It starts with changing the old racist Indian Act, and even the title is racist. We have to truly implement the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. The discovery of the remains of 215 children at the Kamloops Residential School leaves me speechless. It tells a story of horror, and it's such a sadness that I don't have the words to describe it. And I would humbly share the pain of the grieving families. And I humbly offer my deepest condolences to the Swept-Match Nation and to all Indigenous peoples of Quebec and Canada who join in their grief and suffering. Like many, I also fear that the discovery of these 250 victims is only just the beginning of a long series of unspeakable tragedies. New tragedies that remind us of Canada's sad history, namely that of residential schools, which took place over a century from 1892 to 1996. The cornerstone of the assimilation system that was imposed on First Nations. More than 150 children were taken away from their families, their friends, and their communities, and they were forced to attend these institutions. And to make them forget their language, their culture, their identity, and to make them ashamed of who they are. In anthropology, we call this ethnocide, to make them disappear as peoples. It is called cultural genocide. The ultimate goal was to kill the Indian and the child, not to mention all the acts of violence committed against these children once they were taken and made vulnerable, not to mention all the sexual assaults against these children, not to mention all the murders. How many murders were there? Gratuitous, criminal, and unpunished murders in these residential schools. Canada has a duty to remember. Canada's history is a dark and sad one. It is a history inspired by imperialism and colonialism, the legacy of the British Empire. the very father of Confederation, Sir John A. Macdonald, has his hands stained by injustice and racism, driven by the logic of trade, profit, and capitalism. The British Empire crushed First Peoples and their rights to grab their lands and resources. It is in this spirit that the residential schools were set up. And it is logical that Canada has come to relegate First Peoples as a subclass of humans. They've trivialized their misery and were racist towards them. I was just thinking about the trivialization of the abductions and the murders of all these Indigenous women, girls, and children. And I'm also thinking about the story of a member of the Atacamic community of Manawan, which was told to me. For a long time, the community's superintendent was a retired military office who imposed a climate of terror. For example, when Atacamic refused to authorize the cutting of wood on his family territory by an American forester, the superintendent falsely diagnosed him with tuberculosis and forced him into exile for 2 years in a sanatorium. And when he returned, his land was razed and he had contracted the disease. Too many traumas have left their mark and created mistrust. So Canada has reduced First Nations to a subclass of humans and has made this abuse even more acceptable. With the complicity of the church, of course, I'm particularly ashamed. They carried hatred, horror, and sadness by being complicit in this imperialistic logic, and it's disgusting. But all of this horror, unfortunately, is not unique. It was the way that empires have operated across the planet in Africa, Asia, Oceania, and the Americas. They've destroyed minority peoples and cultures to extend their hegemony. Every empire has its own way of doing so. And Canada is no exception. The history of Canada could have been a history of respect, cooperation, and sharing between different peoples, but instead, it was a history of struggle between peoples, with the First Nations as the first victims. They were subject to incredible prejudice. The situation of First Nations is no different.
I'm thinking of all of these communities where there is still not access to drinking water, where there is still lower quality services for Indigenous people than others. There is still injustice. Unfortunately, it's still being trivialized because this idea of a subclass has been so ingrained that it still exists. We need to end this unacceptable prejudice. We need things to change. The path of reconciliation will be very long and laborious. But as politicians, we have a crucial role. We must act. This has to change. It's been 6 years since the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission presented its recommendations, but things are still delaying. Ottawa managed to act very quickly when it comes to making speeches, but it's advancing at a snail's pace when it comes to really changing the situation. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that I very humbly share the pain of the grieving families, and I would offer my most sincere condolences. My party is in favor of each part of the motion. Ottawa must end its legal proceedings against Indigenous children and apply the Jordan Principle in its entirety. This is a reasonable principle in order to reach a settlement. It is horrifying that the government is spending millions of dollars in legal fees in order to avoid compensating the victims of the St. Anne residential school. My party wishes the government to act as quickly as possible in order to realize specifically calls to actions 71 to 78. As the Commission said in its report, helping families find out what happened to children who died in the residential schools, finding anonymous tombs, and maintaining and protecting residential school cemeteries is essential to healing and reconciliation. As the Commission said, it is becoming increasingly urgent that we carry out these calls to action, because with the passage of time, the traces of the cemeteries are disappearing, and the survivors who can offer statements about their experience are aging, and they can't find their brothers, sisters, or parents. In addition, the UN High Commission for Human Rights has reminded us once again yesterday that it is essential that Canada carry this out. Clearly, victims, survivors, families, and communities need to have the necessary resources to help them to overcome the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental, and cultural trauma caused by the residential schools. It is imperative that appropriate follow-up be done quickly in order to move forward the Commission's calls to action for real justice, for an end to discrimination, so that Joyce Echaquan can find justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Joliette for his excellent speech. Now, I'd like to ask him whether he hopes that this revelation that has shocked us all this week will enable things to speed up a little bit. He talked about the contradiction of the fact that the government is continuing to pursue legal proceedings in court against victims of residential schools who want compensation. And he talked about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. Does he think that this event at Kamloops will mark a turning point? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Well, in my opinion, this has to be a turning point. Things can't continue the way they were. As we've seen over the past 6 years since the report was published, what we've seen is that this government is very good at making fancy speeches, but ultimately, in terms of concrete action, it's still pursuing legal proceedings against these Indigenous children. We need to do something now. When you think about these 215 small victims, these victims of a nameless horror, we can't simply let things continue the way they were. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his remarks and acknowledging that the treatment of Indigenous peoples in this country has been based on colonialism and racism. The death of Joyce Echaquan highlights the systemic racism that continues to exist in this country and in our healthcare system in particular. My question for the honourable member is if he and his party will accept that systemic racism continues to exist in Canada and in our institutions and work with our government to implement Joyce's principle.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her question. Now, since the beginning of this debate, the Bloc Québécois has recognized systemic racism, as I stated in my speech. The Indian Act is a racist law. It needs to be rehauled entirely. In fact, the title of it is racist. It needs to change. As an elected official here in Ottawa, I closely read about Joyce's principle and the recommendations that have been made to this government and this parliament. I support them entirely. Entirely. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the member spoke at the end of his speech a bit about the urgency. I know my colleague from Chilliwack, HoC, talked about not losing the momentum. And there are many reasons on which this issue cannot wait. One of them, of course, is that we want to be able to identify those points of reconciliation for people while they're still alive so that they can find that reconciliation, that closure for these victims before some of them pass on. So I wonder if the member could just speak further to the urgency of action and to the importance of not losing the momentum we have now given this moment of awareness and of a desire for response.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Oui, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I agree with him. It's urgent. We must act. We must act now. This horrible revelation, the remains of 215 Indigenous children, it's horrifying. This House has been debating the matter. Public opinion is behind us. We need to seize this momentum. We need to change things. And Indigenous children Indigenous people who are children in the residential schools are now aging. We need to seize the moment now. We need to listen to them. We need to benefit from their experience. We need to listen, and we need to implement what they are asking us. We need to very humbly listen to them and take action so we can really change things and to avoid having two classes of citizens in Canada, Indigenous people and others. Unfortunately, that is still persisting today. So this is the time to act. Let us act at once. It's all very well to make speeches, but we need concrete action. We need to review the Racist Indian Act. We need to apply the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. He will be able to give us his perspective on this important motion. About this horrible story, this horrible tragedy, which we've seen the latest chapter of with the horrible discovery in Kamloops near the former residential school. The remains of 215 boys and girls who were torn from their lives, who disappeared, and whose remains were only found this week. Like everyone else, I was deeply affected by this. Like all Canadians and also people elsewhere in the world who have read about this tragic news. Some of our fellow citizens went to bring children's shoes, little shoes, and set them on the stairs of some public institutions. Beyond the numbers, 215 children, it really helped us focus in on the fact that we're talking about human beings, individuals who were torn from their lives. This is more than a matter of statistics. These are children who suffered terrible injustice, and their families are still suffering today. And in addition, they're suffering due to the secrecy around these so-called disappearances. Now, coming back to the principle, the foundational principle of the residential schools. I don't think we learn enough about this in our schools. It hasn't been discussed enough. Some may still have an idealized vision of our relationship with First Nations, trade. We all heard about that. But the residential schools and the Catholic Church's management of these schools, it seems that we have often turned away from these issues and we prefer to leave it in silence and not talk about it, instead of looking back at the history of the harm that was done. Kamloops was only one of 139 residential schools that existed in Canada for a century. As my colleague said earlier, about 150,000 children were torn from their families, and they were immured in these residential schools. I can't even imagine living in a neighborhood, a village, and suddenly white people, religious officials arrive, priests arrive, and they simply kidnap, they steal the children. It's a mass kidnapping. It's a cultural genocide. It's a proof of deep racism and colonialism. For someone to just arrive and take my children or take my neighbor's children, imagine a village that's emptied of its children. From one day to the next, the children are gone. And why? Well, as we all know, it was to kill the Indian and the child. To take the child away from their culture, their roots, their traditions, their spirituality, and try to turn them into copy-pasted versions of the Christian colonizers. It is truly horrifying. And as much as it's terrible to think about, Kamloops may only be the tip of the iceberg. We all need to work together very quickly in order to cast light on this, so we can see what happened, and so we can help these families turn the page, so we can help them mourn. I mentioned that this issue has attracted global attention, and the UN High Commission on Human Rights asked all provincial and territorial and the federal government to quickly pull together the resources to do the necessary search and investigation, and that the governments have to protect documentation, because if the documents are destroyed rather, or if they disappear, then it will become impossible to cast light on these tragedies of the past. I think that everyone here agrees today that beyond words, we need to do something. We need to do something real. Too long, the federal government has done nothing on this issue, or has delayed. And we've seen a lot of that in the last few years. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, wrapped up its work 6 years ago. And out of all the recommendations of the Commission, only 10 have been applied. There's still a great deal to do, a great deal of work. Out of those 94 calls to action, so few have been applied. And as a progressive and as a New Democrat, I find it extremely shocking and tragic to see that on the one hand, the federal government keeps saying how sorry it is, how it's apologizing, lots of nice speeches. Sure, that's all very well as a first step. But then, out of the other side of their mouth, they're paying federal court lawyers to challenge the Human Rights Tribunal ruling. And they're challenging the rights and the compensation to victims of the residential schools. They say one thing and then they do the exact opposite. And we're not talking about small sums. When you look at all of the legal challenges that the federal government is involved in, we're looking at $9.4 million that the federal government has spent on challenging these rights regarding the underfunding of services for Indigenous children or compensation that should be given to victims of residential schools in those two files. Just for the matter of the St. Anne's residential school, the federal government has already managed to spend $3 million on legal fees in order to challenge the rights of residential school victims. This needs to change. That's what our party believes. This systemic racism and colonialism that we're seeing again here with the discovery of the 215 bodies of children buried without anyone's knowledge there. All of that shows us that there has been a process to dehumanize Indigenous children, Indigenous people, and that has gone on and on. We have a duty, all of us together. We need to work toward reconciliation so that we can set up a situation of mutual understanding. As the member for Joliette mentioned a few moments ago, the tragic decease of Joyce Echaquan in hospital shows us that there is still racism, systemic racism, institutional racism, and that sometimes people pay for it with their lives. It's not just misunderstandings. No, it's much more than that. It affects people's health care and in some cases their lives. We need to be consistent. We need to take concrete action. Canadian colonialism has led us to ignore First Nations and harm them, create a cultural genocide, and in some cases try to put them on reserve so that they could be ignored by the government. Now, in some areas there's been progress, but still today, there are still many communities where there seem to be two parallel universes where people don't pay any attention to each other. There's still a great deal of ignorance, a great deal of misunderstanding about the realities that face First Nations. Even though they were the ones who were here before colonizers arrived, They are neighbors, but we don't know them in many cases. And I think we need to do that, Madam Speaker. As we saw in the newspaper this week, this isn't really news, what we heard about Kamloops, sadly. We had already heard from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that many children had died in residential schools. It was not at all news. A long time ago, there was a tuberculosis epidemic in the schools. And there was a residential school where the mortality rate was 76%. That's higher than a concentration camp in World War II. And tuberculosis rates were extremely high throughout the residential schools. So this is not really news to us. I greatly fear that we will find other cemeteries like this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
To the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his comments today. Part D of the motion talks about providing survivors, their families, and communities with appropriate resources to assist with emotional, physical, spiritual, mental, and cultural trauma resulting from supports resulting from residential schools. And that's part of the motion I actually completely agree with. I'm wondering if he could explain to the House his understanding of spiritual trauma and why this support is important as we move forward.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Well, in this vast operation of all of these residential schools and the kidnapping of all these children, this was essentially a genocide. It was a way to cut people off from their vision of the world, their way of living with each other and nature, to cut them off from their Indigenous spirituality. And the attempt was to replace that with, religious norms from Europe. I think that those harms, those injuries, take a very long time to heal. And collectively, we have to invest in this and work with communities to see what the best way of doing that will be. But at the very least, we need to have those financial resources available to heal those wounds. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. As the colleagues from the Bloc said earlier, we will be voting in favor of this extremely important motion. The Bloc agrees with every single point of the motion. And given what happened at Kamloops, people are calling to have more searches like this all across the country. So in my colleague's opinion, what should the federal government's role be in those searches? Not just financially, but also in terms of fostering compassion and reconciliation. The Honourable Member. Well, the federal government's responsibility is very broad. I want to thank my colleague for her question. The federal government imposed the Indian Act, which is a racist act. In fact, it's even racist if you just look at its title, as her colleague said. So yes, there is a financial responsibility. The money that was set aside 2 years ago for these searches has hardly been spent at all. So we really need to accelerate that process before it's too late and before the survivors are too late or before the proof is no longer there. So we do need both types of support. Questions and comments?
Gina Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his excellent remarks. I've noted throughout the course of this debate that we've yet to hear from any of our Liberal colleagues that they intend to support this motion. And I wonder if my colleague could remark on what message he feels that sends during such an important week, and whether he is hopeful that at the end of this debate, we, all of us in this place, will stand together in unity and send a clear message to Indigenous people across this country that we stand with them.
The Honourable Member. I want to thank my colleague. This is an excellent question. Of course, given the tragic circumstances in Kamloops, I would expect every single one of the members in this House to vote in favor of this motion that we're debating today, because it's consistent, it's common sense, and it really shows concrete things that we can do to move toward reconciliation. It really reaches out a hand to Indigenous communities, and I think will start a very important dialogue. I think it's important that I think it's regrettable that for technical or financial reasons, the members of the governing party don't seem to want to vote in favor of this motion. I think that would send a very bad message.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really struggled with trying to find the words to say during today's speech. So, maybe I'll just start with an acknowledgement of this moment, this opportunity that is before the House and its members, an acknowledgement also of the trauma that is being relived right now by survivors and their families from the news over this week. I also want to acknowledge that I'm privileged to represent a riding that encompasses the territories of many Indigenous people. It includes the Stamanis, the Penelakut, the Halalt, Liaxin, the Cowichan, the Malahat, Dididat, Pachidat, and the Kwangdan-speaking Coast Salish people. And I know many of them are survivors, and I want to send my thoughts out to them and to the difficult journey that they have in trying to deal with this trauma. Madam Speaker, the discovery of unmarked and undocumented graves of 215 children at the Kamloops Residential School has reopened so many wounds that have never healed. It has reignited a discussion about the federal government's continued failure to properly address this shameful episode of our country's history, and it has highlighted its continued hypocrisy. And as Justice Murray Sinclair mentioned when the TRC report was presented, it is a sure thing that more unmarked graves will be found in the future. I can remember back in February 2015, I took a trip up Vancouver Island to Alert Bay, which is about 4 hours away from where I live. And I went there because I was attending a healing and cleansing ceremony for the St. Michael's Residential School at Alert Bay, which is on the traditional territory of the Namgis First Nation. And I think up until that point, because it was never mentioned during my time in school, I had never really fully grasped the history of the horrors of the residential school system in Canada. But, when I was there after the healing and cleansing ceremony ended, and I saw survivors of St. Michael's approach that building, they were screaming in rage and anguish as they hurled bricks through its windows. And I saw them just collapse in tears at the end after that huge emotional release. And I think it's then when I finally grasped just what survivors have gone through, to see that emotional torrent come out standing in front of a now empty building, but just what that building represented to them. And that was a very powerful moment for me, and it's one that has stuck with me all these years. I think as members of Parliament, we still often get comments from people about, why residential schools still matters. Like, why can't Indigenous people just get over this episode? Why can't we move on? But the thing is, Madam Speaker, this was forced assimilation, and it was a genocide that was inflicted upon an entire people. Indigenous people didn't send their children to these schools. Children were forcibly ripped away from their families. They were forced to forget their culture, their language, their history. They were neglected. They were abused, both sexually and physically, and they died, often with no notice given to their families. And the undocumented and unmarked graves were often a final resting place. And that is a testament to how little value was placed on these children's lives by both the federal government and the Catholic Church that ran the schools. It's evidence, complete evidence of a system that just didn't care. It was a system that was seeking to hide the results, the brutal results of how it operated. You know, the creation of Canada's residential school system was the result of colonial laws, of policies and practices that failed to recognize and implement basic human rights. And you know, I try to imagine, I'm a parent, I have three beautiful girls, and you know, trying to comprehend if the state just arrived on my doorstep one day and forcibly removed them, and I would never be able to see them again. And to have that happen, I mean, that is a parent's worst nightmare. So you don't just get over that. And for the survivors that did return, the intergenerational trauma that has affected entire communities, there is no Indigenous person in Canada that is not in some way affected by this brutal and traumatic event of our history. Let's make that extremely clear from the get-go. And so, you know, I with respect to my Liberal colleagues, I know there are good intentions on the government's side, and they have made repeated promises about that they would finally do this work, but it has not been fulfilled. We continue to see platitudes and symbolism in response when it is quite clear we are well past the time for action. I mean, this is a government that has only implemented a fraction of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, which I will remind my honorable colleagues are not recommendations. They are called calls to action for a reason. It's a government that continues to fight a Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling on the systemic discrimination against Indigenous children, and which continues to spend millions of dollars fighting residential school survivors in court. I mean, as a particular example of this, Madam Speaker, you know, the federal government is heading towards trial on a class action lawsuit that is seeking reparations for the devastation that residential schools inflicted on First Nation cultures, language, and communities. But the federal government in its court filings is denying any legal responsibility. It's saying that the loss of language and culture was an unavoidable implication of children being taught in English or in the Christian doctrine. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, that is just so beyond the reality of what happened. What was avoidable was the policy of forcibly sending these children to schools where they were completely disconnected from their language, their culture, and their history. So, you know, we have this continued policy where federal government lawyers are completely at odds with where we need to be as a nation if we're to move forward. And, you know, today's debate has just made me also think of all the times that Canada has stood on the world stage over the last number of decades where we've lectured other countries on their human rights record while remaining willfully ignorant of the rampant abuses in our own backyard. If that is not the most damning example of hypocrisy, I don't know what is. And I think other countries around the world, because this news is now international, they have every right to call us out on that rampant hypocrisy. I mean, mass graves of children, undocumented, unaccounted for. I mean, words fail me. We're going to find more of these. That's an unavoidable fact. And so, you know, when I speak to my constituents about this, the overwhelming response from them has been a very real sense of frustration. They're tired of the lofty rhetoric, the continued commitments, and the constant repetition that, you know, no relationship is more important than that with Indigenous peoples. Well, it's time to act like it is. They want to see action. And, you know, this pandemic has demonstrated just how quickly governments can move in times of crisis, both in changing policy and in delivering assistance. And if this is not a time of crisis, if this is not a watershed moment for us to look at ourselves in the mirror and find out where we actually want to be, I don't know what is. But I mean, I keep waiting. When are we going to reach that moment where the straw finally breaks the camel's back and we actually see that movement? So, Madam Speaker, I know I have limited time left, you know, and it brings me to today's motion, which I think sets out not everything we can do, but it's an initial couple of steps. You know, there are a limited number of options we have as members of the opposition. And one of those tools we have is enforcing House debate on a motion of our choosing and getting an eventual vote on it. And I just ask members of the government, because I've heard members of other opposition parties indicate they are supporting this motion, but I have yet to hear a single Liberal MP indicate that they are. And I think it would be a very powerful message if this motion could be passed with the unanimous consent of the House. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would just ask that members of the government vote in favor of this motion. I know it's non-binding, but at least signal you understand the action that needs to be taken. And hopefully this will lead us to a moment where we are on the road to the systemic change we absolutely must see. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll conclude there, and I look forward to any questions from my honourable colleagues.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his very heartfelt speech today. The other night during debate, the member for Northwest Territories said, and I quote, "It's time to move forward. It's time to take action. We have to start moving and get all of the TRC recommendations done." And I think we all agree with that. The member mentioned it in his speech. The TRC had a full section on child welfare, and I know the honourable member was part of Parliament the last Parliament when we passed Bill C-92. In 2020, the government allocated $542 million for capacity building and agreement tables to implement C-92. There was additional funding in Budget 2021, and I just wonder what the honourable member's thoughts are on the importance of implementing Bill C-92 so that we don't have children being taken out of their communities and away from their families, and returning the inherent right to Indigenous communities to look after their own children and provide.
I do have to allow other questions. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, look, Madam Speaker, and yes, I was in the previous Parliament when we did debate that legislation, and I will admit that some of the measures announced in previous budgets were beneficial things. But if you were to talk to Dr. Cindy Blackstock about those measures, I think you'll see that she did welcome them, but she still says that they don't go far enough. And when we still have a case where the government has not yet fully complied with the orders of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, that's a real problem. So I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to again build upon what has been done already, realize much more is needed to be done, and I hope she will find it in her heart that when this motion comes to a vote, she will be joining members of the opposition and presenting a unanimous voice of the House on this particular day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis, Madame Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Yesterday, in QP, the Prime Minister said that his government had invested $33.8 million for calls to action 72 to 78. But when you actually look at the public accounts and the main estimates, you can see that there are only $3.2 million that were actually budgeted. So it's as though $30 million just disappeared. The government says it wants to take action, but they're not investing the money that they actually promised. So why does my honourable colleague think that is? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, and Madam Speaker, we have seen this often in the past where Liberal promises of specific funding amounts don't actually match up with what was actually spent at the end of the day. And I think it underlines, first of all, why having the Public Accounts Committee is so incredibly important. But again, it goes to the earlier part of my speech where I talked about how quickly government can move in times of crisis. I mean, the government was prepared to offer over $700 billion in liquidity supports to our financial institutions, a gargantuan sum of money. So, the government has the ability to absolutely meet the financial requirements for us to get to the place that we need to be. And again, I implore my Liberal colleagues to find it in their hearts to join with us so we can make this a unanimous vote on this particular motion. Thank you.
And comments. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his heartfelt speech. And of course, we're neighbours, so we share some of the territory that our ridings fall into for Liaxon and Staminas. And I've heard from constituents who are very upset and re-traumatized by this discovery, which of course was not surprising to those of us who have been listening all along. I did a video for the Cowichan District Hospital where I interviewed elders who talked about their treatment in residential schools and in the healthcare system. And I'd just like to ask my honorable colleague if he could comment about the legacy of the Indian hospitals that were also across this country, including in Nanaimo.
A brief answer from the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I guess briefly, I'll echo what I've also heard, and it follows very much what the member said. I have spoken with elders who can go nowhere near a train because that was the vehicle that sent them to residential school. And with respect to the hospital system, we still have policies that were in place in our hospitals where, First Nations women were forcibly separated from their newborn babies by members of the government and by agents of the government. And that is a shameful policy that we also have to address on our path to reconciliation. I appreciate the question from my neighbor. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Vancouver Centre. Kwe unusakut, tanse, hello, bonjour. I do want to acknowledge first that I'm speaking to you here today from the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Indigenous communities, families, and friends are hurting. Emotions are high and the pain is real. For Indigenous people, the events this week may not be a surprise. It doesn't make it less of a shock or less painful. There is not a single community that isn't grieving today. The news that came from Kamloops last week has opened up wounds that were not closed even if people thought they were closing. And our thoughts at this time and actions must support the communities and families in recovering the truth so that they can continue to heal. You can't heal without the truth, as painful as it is. It's on the hearts and minds of all Canadians, and frankly, if it isn't, it should be. Over the past week, people have shared stories with me, piercing and atrocious anecdotes that really show what kind of place those facilities were, and indeed the testimonial today from members in the House certainly reinforced that, and I thank them for their testimonials. I was reminded by a faith healer friend that I rely heavily on that the Mohawk Institute, for example, in Six Nations had an orchard and had apples, but the kids couldn't eat them. They were punished if they were. They had chickens, but they couldn't take the eggs because they were sent to market. The only time they would get one was at Easter. Calling those schools is a euphemism. They were labor camps, and people starved. I know people are eager to get answers as to what the federal government will do, what we will do nationally, and what Canada will do. Let me say this clearly. We will be there for Indigenous communities that want to continue the search for the truth. The reality is that this is something that will be dictated to us by the communities that are affected, as set forth, notably in Calls to Action 76 and in the body of the Truth and Reconciliation Report. And we will be there for communities. We do have to respect the privacy, the space, the mourning period of those communities that are collecting their thoughts, putting together their protocols as to how to honor these children. They've asked us specifically for that, and we will. Canadians must respect that. Yesterday, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Services announced $27 million in funding to support the ongoing NCTR and to implement Calls to Action 74 to 76. This will fund support for survivors, their families, and communities across Canada to locate and memorialize children who died or went missing while attending residential schools.
We also have to face this reality and look each other in the eye. The general public is somewhat ignorant about this story, And this history is very painful, particularly for the Indigenous communities affected and the people who are reliving very difficult and painful experiences, their family, their aunts and uncles. So as political leaders in this House, we also have to contribute to this education and educate ourselves. And based on what we've seen this week, we have to recognize that there is still much to do. And we have to explain things. Often these explanations come from Indigenous peoples themselves. They've taken the responsibility on their shoulders. Now our children are learning about school, this at school, and it's a very difficult reality. This burden on the shoulders of Indigenous peoples is not, it shouldn't be there. However, we will be there for Indigenous peoples and families. We will support the search for truth, and we will be supporting calls to action 72 to 76 with a first investment of $70 million. And it will be distributed based on priorities of the communities themselves. Our role as a government is to support the communities in their grieving and healing process, which is still very difficult, by offering financial support. They will tell us, these communities, if they will be doing more invasive searches. In the Kamloops case, we spoke directly with the leaders to offer them mental health supports. There's a deal of emotion there, but we're going to respect their space, the space that they have asked for. Obviously, it's painful for the families that may not have had uncles and aunts and cousins that have disappeared. And the Canadian government will be there to support them with financially for those who will need support.
And things being highlighted and underscored this week is that in the midst of the heartache in Kamloops is that Indigenous children belong with their families and communities. Kids belong at home where they can be with their relatives and elders, where they can learn their nation's culture, language, and traditions, and where they can give back all that was taken from them, their parents and grandparents. C92 affirms this inherent right. I would note that this basic right is one that the rest of us take for granted. All of us share this responsibility to ensure this happens. The number of Indigenous children who have been taken away in care in recent years far exceeds the number who attended residential schools. That should set in. In 2016, more than 52% of children in foster care in Canada were Indigenous, and they account for 7% of the child population. And the truth is, for each child taken away from their community, their connections to their cultures and traditions were impacted too. Fixing a broken system requires long-term reforms. The Government of Canada is determined to eliminate and continues to eliminate these discriminatory policies and practices against Indigenous children, and we're doing it hand in hand with Indigenous partners. The Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, which responds to calls to action, is a new way forward. Indigenous governments and communities have always been empowered to decide what is best for their children, their families, their communities, and the Act is providing a path for them to fully exercise and lift up that jurisdiction. As a result of this work led by Indigenous communities, 2 Indigenous laws are now enforced, the Wabsumung-Independent Nations Law in Ontario and the Mio-Pimatis-Tisawin Act of Cowessess First Nation in Saskatchewan. In each of these communities, children will have greater opportunity to grow up and immersed in their culture and surrounded by loved ones. They will be welcomed home. We are moving closer to achieving our shared ultimate goal of reducing the number of Indigenous children in care. Systemic reform of the child and family services system is one important step. Compensation for past harms is another. Since the CHRT Tribunal issued its first order for Canada to cease its discriminatory practices in 2016, we've been working with First Nations leaders and partners to implement the Tribunal's orders. We have the same goal, fair and equitable compensation. And let me be clear, no First Nations child will be denied fair and equitable compensation. No child should be denied the products or services they need because governments can't agree on who will pay for them. It's why, via Jordan's Principle, we've funded approximately $2 billion in services, speech therapy, educational supports, medical equipment, mental health services, and so much more. This is transformative and the right thing to do. The government is not questioning or challenging the notion that First Nations children who are removed from their homes, families, and communities should be compensated. We're committed to providing First Nations children with an access to necessary supports and services, but it's important to obtain clarity on certain limited issues, which is why we brought the judicial review forward. We need to focus on what's really important, ensuring fair and equitable compensation of First Nations children affected by Child and Family Services Program, and making sure First Nations children have access to the supports they need when they needed them. I would remind the House that there are also two competing class actions that deal essentially with the same group of children. We're nevertheless in discussions with the parties to the various cases, but those discussions must remain confidential out of respect. I would say finally that no court case can achieve the transformative change that we need to achieve as a country.
As we said recently, every support in children in this country should have the support he or she needs to survive. Foster care should be the absolute last choice. We have to change the system to make sure everyone is treated fairly, without prejudice or injustice, but in respect and dignity. That is our responsibility as a government, as Canadians. We have to make Canada a better place for all. We cannot change the past, but we can learn from it and find ways to right these wrongs and do everything we can to ensure a better future.
Merci, Cho. Thank you et merci.
Questions and comments?
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his intervention, but I have to say, I've been trying to, as a father and grandfather, put myself in the same place as this disastrous affair that we're going through and how I would react. And I certainly wouldn't want, I mean, it's nice, very nice to be symbolic and saying we're going to put the flag at half-mast for if I was in the same place for my children, or say sorry, but I would want full justice. And so I'm asking the Minister, would he not expect the same if this happened to him? And will he support the bill that is in front of us today to make sure that this goes into a speedy way?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for his question. I can't put myself in the place of an Indigenous person from this happened. It would be wrong. I certainly know how viscerally I would react if someone, no matter how well-intentioned, decided they wanted to survey a plot where my ancestors were buried, where I knew how they died. I certainly know and understand some reactions that people want to have across the country to get to the truth, to proceed to searches, but I think we have to respect those Indigenous voices and give the space they have and need to express to the country how they truly feel. We'll be there for them, and my present thoughts, the work of Indigenous Services Canada is to support these communities as they go through this process, decide their protocols, and move on. Symbolic acts are important for a reason, but we must go past that. We must move forward and continue to be there and move along this path that, yes, is slow, and we can ask ourselves, has reconciliation gone too slowly? And I think that is a legitimate question, but we need to move forward with the truth, and that is so important for healing.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question through you to the Minister, and considering his military background, I think he'll appreciate it. I'd like to quote the late Nawash Chief Wilmer Najawan from his book, Not Wolf Nor Dog. The effects of going to the Spanish residential school were worse than the post-traumatic effects of a soldier on the battlefield. I know, I was there and soldiered as an infantryman for most of the Italian campaign in World War II. When I returned to Canada, I brought some of the battlefield demons with me, and they were hard to chase from my mind, but I was eventually able to forget them. Not so when it came to the residential school. The life I had for the most of the 6 years in the Spanish residential school cannot be erased. What I experienced there from early spring 1930 to 35 cannot be erased. This is a burden in so many ways for the full extent of my life. So my question, Minister, or Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, is the Minister going to support the motion today?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, there are some uneasy parallels to people that have served that have had post-traumatic stress. The residential school system has broken people, broken languages, culture. My colleague from the Northwest Territories, who I sat with on a bench for a year in Parliament, has certainly given quite poignant testimonies as to those effects. We'll be continuing to support Indigenous communities, the communities around Kamloops, as they navigate this very, very difficult path. We'll provide the supports necessary, and we'll continue to reform the child and family services that we need to do to make this country at the height of what people expect it to be.
We have time for one quick question. The honourable member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement, and I can hear the sincerity in his voice. And I asked a colleague earlier, and I think the Minister could provide me a better answer. In 2019, there was $33.8 million in the budget for the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but only $3.2 million was spent. Could he speak to this? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister has a brief response, please.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. In this moment of national grief, I really can't provide a context for the amounts that were spent. It was tabled in the 2019 budget to reply to these calls for action. Perhaps they won't go far enough, but we will continue to work with the communities, and we will work with communities across Canada for searches. And thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I actually want to thank the New Democratic Party for bringing forward this on their opposition day, because I think this is the kind of thing we need to do. We need to discuss this. We need to talk about it. We need to clarify it. We need to get to the truth of everything. And so, you know, when I heard of those children, and I know that my colleague, Minister Miller, just said that he cannot put himself in the place of those families and those children. But I do think always, when I think of the residential school, of what it would be like for my 3 boys to have been taken away from me when they were 5 years old or 6 years old, to be told I was a bad parent, to never see me again, to be made certain that their upbringing and everything that they believed in within their family with their parents was a lie and was untrue, to feel ashamed of who they were, to perhaps never see me again, to perhaps even know what it is to have the love of a parent, and to live in an institution where they were abused, etc. That always makes me tear up, because I think of how horrid that is. And when I think of those children who are buried in the mass grave in Kamloops, I have to think about how they perhaps long to see their parents, how they perhaps long to be home, how they felt about being ashamed every single day, about being Indian and being and therefore having to change who they are. And I'm not just thinking about that, but I must tell you that in 2010 and 2011, I was chairing the Status of Women Committee, and we looked at the issue of violence against Indigenous women in society, on reserve and off reserve. And we went across the country, all different political parties, and we sat and we listened to the testimony of the women, the grandmothers, the women, the grandmothers, and the elders. And I was telling you that every single political party, every single member of that committee did not have a single day in which they didn't sit there with tears unabashedly streaming down their cheeks to what they heard, about the injustice of it all. Some of them came in saying things that we hear from other Canadians, oh, look at me, I came here with no money in my pockets and look at how I survived. Why are these people not able to do this? And they stopped saying that after the second meeting because they couldn't bear to listen to that truth. Now, I wanted to also note that while we are that committee traveling across the country, I don't think we ever had more than 2 people in the room who were non-Indigenous. Canadians didn't care. They didn't want to come. They didn't want to listen. This was not an important thing for them to hear. And so when I hear people saying that when they're in school, they weren't taught, they didn't know, etc., I think that is that collective responsibility that we bear for not caring, for pretending we didn't know, or for not wanting to know. And so I think that is an important thing that I want to park there. The fact that most Canadians don't know, the fact that most Canadians contribute to societal discrimination against Indigenous people, calling them names, thinking that they are, in fact, unworthy of the help or of anything that they don't understand the intergenerational trauma. And I must say that, I have to look at South Africa. South Africa began apartheid because they came here, they saw what we were doing, they saw the carding system to be an Indian, they saw the residential schools, they saw the reserves, and they went back and did that in South Africa. They borrowed that for the way that the Afrikaners treated the majority Black community. And I think that when we look at the parallels between South Africa, they learned apartheid from us, but we learned something from them. We learned about truth and reconciliation from them. And we're now talking about truth and reconciliation here. We've been talking about it for a long time. And when the people, the survivors went and spoke, they mostly spoke to an Indigenous commission. There still weren't Canadians there listening, learning, and being heartbroken by what they heard, because I don't believe there's a Canadian that wouldn't be heartbroken by those stories. And so I want to talk a little bit about truth. We've talked about reconciliation. And I want to make sure that as we use this opportunity to speak together as a parliament, that we resist the tendency to want to have a quick and dirty fix. Then we can go about our business feeling, oh, look at us, we just did all the right things. We can just feel non-guilty. We can assuage all of the feelings that we have. I don't think we should do that, and I don't think we should use this horrible, tragic, painful findings of the bodies of children in Kamloops to take it and become partisan and political. I think we would actually be desecrating the bodies of those children if we build partisanship out of this, if we make political gain out of this. I would love to hear us talk about this. And I would love to hear us not say, and this is what you must do, because aren't we then doing what the colonial and churches and everything did, told everybody what to do? Do you not think we've told Indigenous people what to do for long enough? Do you not think that reconciliation is a long journey? We learned that from South Africa. They still have not finished that journey. They're still on that journey in South Africa. I think the point I'm trying to make here is that we have to be very careful about how we use this tragedy to impose and to continue to pretend that we know best for Indigenous people. Reconciliation is taking a long time because we have to work and for the first time, listen, respect what Indigenous communities want. Indigenous communities across this country have different journeys right now. Some of them are ready for reconciliation and self-government. Some of them have a long way to go. And so we need to be patient and to work with them in respect. And I know as government, we love to say, oh, let's get this done tomorrow. Let's get this bill passed. This is not what this is about. This is about a journey. And I wanted to talk a little bit about all the tears and the flowers and the outpouring of grief by Canadians. And this is good. This is cathartic for everybody. But at the same time, We know that the next tragedy that comes, everybody will move on to a different site and put flowers, and that grief will be just as great for that new thing as it is for this thing. This is not simply an incident that we must grieve over. This has been going on for a long time. The intergenerational pain, the intergenerational grief, the fact that we as Canadians never mentioned government or institutions, but as Canadians, every day we judge Indigenous people. We are responsible as Canadians for that systemic discrimination, that, oh, look at that person, they're probably drunk. I heard in these witnesses that I heard from in that committee, how they would take somebody to hospital and the hospital would say, and the person would be in pain. And they talked about an incident where a young man had an abscessed tooth, and he was in such pain that he was just crying all the time. And the nurses and the doctor said, "Oh, bring him back when he's sober." We are responsible for that. This is not just about what a government did, and this is about what churches did. This is about what everybody did because they thought we knew best. I don't want us to do that. I don't want us to always know best. I want us to heed, as we are already doing, what the path to reconciliation is, and take the patience to walk with Indigenous people, to listen to Indigenous people, to heed what they're telling us, not just to listen, but to heed it, to go at the pace that they are ready to go at. And in the interim, to support and to heal and to make sure that we build together a new society. And I want to talk about the truth part. We've talked a lot about reconciliation. You know, in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, the truth was told. The truth was told in public fora. The truth was told about the reality of what witnesses came to say what they had suffered under that horrible regime. And everybody heard. The Afrikaners heard, the white population heard, everybody heard. It was broadcast on television. Everybody heard that truth. And what we need to do is now go back to the schools, teach that truth. But what we need today, other than teddy bears and flowers and quick fixes that we're trying to talk about, we, all of us, every single Canadian in this country needs to own that truth. We need to own that shame. We need to own that guilt. We need to say to Indigenous people, we have continued, we did and have continued. We are sorry. We're not just sorry, but we want to take the burden of guilt onto us. We want to take that shame and carry it with you, because that's how it should go. And, you know, I just want to read something from
Members' time is up. I'm going to go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the remarks from the member for Vancouver Centre. And some of what she said concerned me. Because I believe she was suggesting that it is inappropriate for Parliament to call on the government to take immediate and substantial action in this moment. She said at one point that we should heed what Indigenous people are telling us. The Indigenous people that are speaking to me are telling me that the progress on implementing the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action has been far too slow, that the actions of this government have not measured up to what is required. And my question to her is whether she will support this motion, which I believe very closely reflects the calls we are hearing from Indigenous people, that this government should not be fighting Indigenous kids in court, that they should be investing far more and taking far more dramatic actions to implement the calls to action. Will she support this motion?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I think it's interesting that we just talked about listening and heeding what people were saying. I didn't say that. That is not what I said. I didn't say that the Parliament should not have a say in moving forward. I do think we've taken a long time. But we have taken the time that we were asked to take as we moved along with every single First Nations community as they were ready to move forward. We have said that we would do that, and we've been doing it. What I wanted to talk a little bit about, let's not run off and say we have to do it now, we must do it within a certain period of time, because that means that we're not listening. We're not listening to what Indigenous people are telling us about some of the things they need to do. And the honourable member knows that no one is taking Indigenous kids to court. We know that the Human Rights Tribunal made some recommendations that were outside of their scope. That's why we're having a judicial inquiry into this.
We do have to move on to other questions. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Vancouver Centre for her heartfelt speech. Here in Trois-Rivières, there was an event to underscore what's happened in Joliette, for what happened with Joyce Echaquan. And we can see that the community cares a lot about what's happening with Indigenous people. Does my colleague believe that Indigenous people should be consulted and be stakeholders in future cases that are similar to what happened in Kamloops?
Absolutely. I think we need to give the assistance that's needed monetarily and in other ways, or mental health, healing, support systems for families, to be able to go across the country and find where there are other similar graves with lost children who never went home. We need to move forward to help. That's a thing we can do now. But I'm speaking of some of the things within the reconciliation package and in this motion that has asking for things to do that would mean that we will be imposing things on Indigenous communities that are not ready. The Indigenous peoples of Canada are not one amorphous mass of people. They are made up of different communities who have different First Nations groups, who have different paces by which they are ready to move forward. Bigger griefs, smaller griefs, they have a lot of things. We have to listen and work with them. That's what I'm trying to say, Madam Speaker. And I really would like you to know that there is somebody called Getswatu Slahut. You know him as Chief Dan George. And I will always remember what he had to say. He said, "Many have been shamed of their Indian ways by scorn and ridicule. My culture is like a wounded deer that has crawled away into the forest to bleed and die alone. The only thing that can help us is genuine love. A love that forgives the terrible sufferings your culture has imposed on us when it swept over us like a wave on a beach. But a love that forgets and lifts up its head and sees in your eyes, you Canadians, in your eyes, an answering love of trust and acceptance." I think that's what I was trying to talk about here. It is not about quick fixes, immediate things. It's not about us all grieving at this one moment and forgetting about it as we move on to something new. It's about that steady moving forward, and it's about Canadians taking the guilt and the blame and the shame and saying, all of us, even if we were only born 10 years ago, have to carry that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm joining you today from the unceded lands of the Wet'suwet'en people, and it's an honor today to be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg Centre. Canadians are shocked, Madam Speaker. They're shocked to learn the truth that Indigenous people have been telling us for a long time. The validation of 215 unmarked burial sites near Kamloops has brought intense grief, despair, and pain to Indigenous people right across this country. And my heart is with them today, especially the survivors of the residential schools that once stood in Northwest BC, at Lejac, at Kitimat, at Port Simpson, and at Lower Post. My heart is with them and with their families. I say once stood, but in the case of Lower Post, a small village of Deludene just south of the BC-Yukon border, the residential school still stands. In fact, Madam Speaker, since the 1970s, this community has been forced to use the former residential school as its band office. I went there 2 winters ago and I heard stories of how elders who suffered abuse in that building were forced to walk through its doors again and again to access basic services. Survivor Fred Lutz, who was the deputy chief at the time, took me to the basement and showed me the dark place behind the stairs, an image that will stay with me forever. The Delu Dene have been calling for the demolition and replacement of that building for years. And it was good to hear just recently that in a few short weeks, it will finally be demolished. And that is thanks to the leadership of people like Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling and former Deputy Chief Fred Lutz and their councils and others in their community. A new building will finally be built for the Delu Dene. It's a long overdue step in the healing process, and we have to ask ourselves, why did it take us so long? I know a lot of non-Indigenous people are feeling sad at the tragic discovery near Kamloops, but what I hear from Indigenous people is that having us indulge in our sadness does not make the situation they face any better. What they want us to do, especially those of us in positions of power and influence, is to fight like hell in this moment when people care about something they should have cared about a long time ago, to fight like hell for real action. That's where this motion comes from, Madam Speaker. We must act now. How is it that 6 years later, so little progress has been made on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action? I remember when they came out in 2015, the very year this Liberal government took power with a majority. How is it that by last year, 2020, there had been only significant action, significant progress on a quarter of the calls to action? How is it that so few of those calls have actually been completed? A portion of this motion requires the government to accelerate implementation of the TRC calls to action related to investigating the deaths and disappearances of children at residential schools, and we've heard much about this in this debate. The Indigenous people I've spoken to over the past week overwhelmingly want the truth. They want to know where the other burial sites are and how many children are there. They want to know where their loved ones are. I was infuriated to learn that in 2009, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission asked the Harper government for $1.5 million to search residential school properties. $1.5 million. Shamefully, those funds were denied. What would Indigenous communities know today had that money been granted 12 years ago? The call to find all the lost children echoes what I've heard from the families of the women and girls who've gone missing and been murdered along the Highway of Tears in Northwest BC, where I live. And I've been honored to work alongside Brenda and Matilda Wilson, whose beloved Ramona was found murdered along Highway 16 near Smithers in 1996. We worked together to get better public transit along that highway. But what they want more than anything is to know the truth about what happened to Ramona. And 25 years later, they keep encouraging the RCMP's EPANA division to continue its investigation and to not stop until they finally know what happened. The families whose children were taken from them and who never came home want and deserve the truth too, which is why investing resources and expertise in the residential school investigations is so vital. Truth comes before reconciliation for a reason, Madam Speaker. The other parts of this motion are important ones and deserve mention too. St. Anne's Residential School is a long way from where I live in Northwest BC, Madam Speaker, but its story illustrates so clearly the contrast between this government's carefully scripted performative gestures and its relentless denial of basic justice. I won't pretend to know the details of the St. Anne's issue like my colleague, the member for Timmins, James Bay, does, but reading about the government's fight against survivors is nothing short of enraging. How can the federal government explain its department's withholding key person of interest documents that would have helped justly resolve survivors' claims? And how is it, Madam Speaker, that this government continues to spend millions of dollars in its effort to minimize its responsibilities as a result of the Human Rights Tribunal ruling on Indigenous kids in care? The tribunal was crystal clear in its 2016 ruling that services for Indigenous children were being underfunded and that as a result, more kids were being taken away from their families. But the government is fighting that ruling in court, arguing that since the discrimination was systemic, individuals harmed should not be entitled to compensation. The system that facilitated these harms was designed by people, and those people work for our government. It's both astounding and infuriating, and if this motion passes, I hope the government will obey the will of Parliament and call off its lawyers. The people affected by this discrimination deserve no less. And what both the St. Anne's case and the case involving Indigenous child welfare show is that Canada's shameful treatment of Indigenous people continues today. As one person said, it's not a chapter in our history, it's the entire plot of the book. And the people in this place have the power to change it if we have the courage. Last weekend, my friend Dolores told me that people were gathering at Le Jac. It's located west of Prince George near Fraser Lake, about 2 hours from where I live. And so I hopped in my vehicle and I drove out. Le Jac, of course, is the site of the former Le Jac residential school to which so many Indigenous kids from communities stretching from Prince George to Hazelton were taken. The former school site is situated on a hill overlooking Fraser Lake, part of the territory of the Notley people. On New Year's Day in 1937, 4 Notley boys between 8 and 9 years old, Alan Willie, Andrew Paul, Maurice Justin, and Johnny Michael escaped from the Le Jac school, setting out to walk 7 miles to their Notley home. They were found frozen to death on the ice of the lake, just a mile short of their destination. It's just one of the hundreds of stories of heartbreaking loss stemming from that place. As I drove up to the site of the former school last weekend, I was struck by how many people had traveled on short notice to be there together that day, to share in their collective grief, to drum and to dance and to honor the survivors still among them, and to stand in solidarity with the families of the children whose remains were found only a few days earlier. I was struck by their resilience and their strength. And most of all, I'll remember Laitle Tene singer Kim Gucci calling all the children present into the center of the circle. And she taught them the actions for a kid's song that she wrote. As she sang, they followed along, touching their toes and reaching for the sky and singing out the words. And the instructions got faster and faster, and the children's laughter rose. Dozens of Indigenous kids laughing and dancing on the exact same ground where that horrible school once stood. It was an expression of joy in a week with so much pain. I'll remember that hopeful sight for a long time, Madam Speaker, and it makes me more determined than ever to fight for the justice that this motion before us represents. I urge every member in this place to vote for this. And after the flags go back up and the news media moves on, let us show Indigenous people that we still hear them and are willing to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've had the opportunity to listen to many members on all sides of the House talk about this very important issue. I know in the north end of Winnipeg that, whether it's this issue or the murdered and missing women and children over the last many years, and there's these daily reminders that are out there. I'm thinking of red ribbons in the North End, or now the hearts with the 215 on windows. This has really touched Canadians in a very traumatic way. For me, it is a time in which we might want to reflect and renew our commitments to move as quick as we can on the issue of reconciliation. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to how important it is that we depoliticize in favor of trying to unify and move forward in a constructive, positive reconciliation fashion.
Honourable Member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
The imperative, Madam Speaker, is that we act now. Those of us in this place, we shouldn't have to take the next 2 weeks to reflect. We should know the truth that is represented in the calls to justice, the calls for action. And right now we have a moment when the country is asking for immediate action. When Indigenous people are asking for immediate action, in putting forward this motion, our party is attempting to bring focus to those calls. These are things that people have been calling for a long time, and I implore the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to vote for this motion alongside us. That is what depoliticizing this issue looks like. It looks like unity and sending that message to Indigenous people across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll let the member know that I will be supporting the motion today. I'd like to highlight, because I think there's a lot more tragic news that we're likely going to discover as we continue to investigate this. And I'd quote Duncan Campbell Scott, the 1909 appointed superintendent of Indian education, back in 1909. I can safely, or 1912, I believe, 1910. I can safely say that barely half of the children in our Indian schools survive to take advantage of the education we are offering them. The children catch the disease in a building burdened with tuberculosis. So, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, I think we're going to find more tragic situations in the coming days and weeks, and we need to get to the bottom of this and do what we can to help in the healing process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with the member's comments, and I thank him for his support for this motion. The quote he read mentioned the educational aspect of these schools, but as so many other members have mentioned, these were not places of education. The Lejac residential school that I mentioned in my speech had the students digging potatoes, clearing the land. It was forced labor, Madam Speaker, and we need to very accurately portray the intention behind these schools and the horrible things that happened, and not give any more credence to the suggestion that these were places of education.
We have time for a brief question, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the moving speech. Yesterday, I visited the Centennial Flame on Parliament Hill, where people had left teddy bears, children's shoes, messages of support, and someone there told me how much she had suffered during her life. She had lost members of her family and friends as well, and that the loss of those 215 children was what had hurt her the most. So what will the government say to people like this? And not only with words, but also with actions. What actions should the government take?
Answer from the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the honourable member for her comments and for her question. She ended with the question, what actions should the government take? And we have such a clear roadmap before us in the 94 calls to action. Not just the 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but also the calls to justice in the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, pardon me. And so we need to ensure the full implementation of all of those calls to action and all of those calls to justice. And this motion, I believe, is a first step. It's something we can do in this moment when the eyes of the country are turned to this issue, and when there is a chance that we can make real progress, that we can have the government call off its lawyers, and that we can see real resources and a concerted focus placed on finding the other unmarked burial sites across Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his beautiful, beautiful speech. I just want to start out again today by sending my sincere solidarity to all the survivors and families and communities that were shaken once again, particularly the nation, to Kamloops, to Sequepim about the Kamloops residential school. I lift you up today and every day. The TRC reported that at least 40 to 60% of all children who attended the schools died. And sometimes, as I indicated yesterday by Mary Ellen Clown, as a result of purposefully exposing children to infections such as TB, spreading the disease throughout the school population. And Murray Sinclair who chaired the TRC, has indicated that he believes that the death count could be much higher due to the school's poor burial records, as many as 25,000. Burial grounds that we have known about, Madam Speaker, but this government failed to act to bring our loved ones home. Calls to action, 71 to 76 of the TRC report, where former lead commissioner Murray Sinclair has indicated there has been no action. Once again, left up to Indigenous peoples to find our own loved ones. Findings that have left shockwaves throughout Indigenous nations throughout the country. Trauma, grief, hurt, betrayal as a result of the violent genocide that was perpetrated on Indigenous children and families simply for being who they were, for no other reason than to advance the government's economic agenda, behaviors that continue on today. Violent acts rooted in the violent dispossession of lands by eradicating our cultures and leaving us sometimes sheltered on our very own lands. This included attempting to assimilate our children, to get us out of the way. And as we are finding out, resulting in the deaths of thousands of children, genocide. And here we are today again, fighting to get immediate resources and support from the government to at the very least, provide families with closure as a result of their genocide, fighting with the federal government to stop fighting First Nations kids in court, fighting with the federal government to stop fighting St. Anne's residential school survivors, a government who won't even acknowledge that what they committed and continue to commit against Indigenous peoples in Canada is genocide, where hopes of achieving some sort of justice and some sort of closure is waning. As shared by former Commissioner Murray Sinclair, who stated in quotes, "I can hear not only the pain and anguish, but also the anger that no one believed the stories they had told. I can also hear their sense that they have lost some hope that maybe those children that hadn't returned might still be found. They know that may not happen. Sacred lives, children exposed to acts of genocide who never returned home, a violent violation of human rights. And let's not forget parents. As I have spoken about before in this House, countless stories from parents. Heartache each September when our children were robbed once again and taken away to residential schools. There was no more laughter, play, joy. And can you imagine how the heartache grew when their children never returned home? Never returning home. Never to hear echoes of laughter and play, never to have closure, wondering where their babies were. Cruel, violent acts of genocide. Something that this government refuses to acknowledge, continuing to leave whether Indigenous peoples experience genocide or not in residential schools up for debate. In fact, there's a class action lawsuit involving 101 First Nations seeking reparations from the federal government for the impact of residential schools, and the federal government continues to deny any legal responsibility. In court filings, the government admits the schools were meant to, in quotes, assimilate Indigenous people, but denies the federal governments of that era, in quotes, sought to destroy the ability to speak their Indigenous language or lose their customs or tradition of their culture. A government that has made genocide denial a norm. The truth needs to be honored. The experience of parents needs to be honored and lifted up. I wish to honor all parents and families today who lost loved ones as a result of genocide. We will fight to bring your children home, your siblings, your cousins, your aunties, your uncles, your sisters, your brothers. And the number of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls in Two Spirits reported as a genocide in the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. Genocide continues with no action from the federal government, and an announcement today of releasing an action plan, but that in quotes implementation plan is still to come with no release date in sight. Something that Chief Judy Wilson, Secretary Treasurer of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, has called, in quotes, another delay a tactic, and also delaying the funding resources that families of survivors need now. We have people today going missing and murdered. Things have got to change now. She went on to state that, in quotes, Canada's genocidal legacy is going to continue because there is no change, real leadership, and real commitment. We just get these flowery reconciliation speeches that fall short in action. Or what Pam Palmatter, professor from Ryerson University, stated, in quotes, a code for we didn't come up with a plan. Further noting that a plan that doesn't have concrete actions, clear timelines, and measurable outcomes is not acceptable, she said. And a growing distrust from Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit across this country, including NWAC, who has lost their faith in the federal government, and it's done with its, in quotes, toxic, dysfunctional process. Instead, NWAC is planning to release its own national action plan, with President Lorraine Whittam said, one that puts, in quotes, families, not politics first. And let's not forget the Millennium Scoop and the fact that this government continues to break the law, failing to uphold the Human Rights Tribunal ruling to immediately stop racially discriminating against First Nations children on reserve, where Canadian hero Cindy Blackstock has affirmed in the Tyee that the federal government, in quotes, has repeatedly failed to adequately compensate 165,000 First Nations children and families whose childhoods and lives were stolen through government neglect, she says, adding that, in quotes, what we know from the tribunal's uncontested legal finding is that Canada's non-compliance has been linked to the deaths of some children, harms to other children, and unnecessary family separations of thousands of others. So it is not unlike the types of things that children in residential schools faced. Canada is continuing that behavior. She went on to further note that, in quotes, it reinforces the responsibility that I and everyone else have to make sure that the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action are actually implemented, and that the federal government stops fighting against equity of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children today, and stops fighting residential survivors in courts. Residential schools, 60 Scoop, the Millennial Scoop, MMIWG, ongoing genocide, a continuation, as Murray Sinclair stated in the Globe and Mail in 2008. We would have apprehended, in quotes, by the child welfare system if it hadn't been organized today. So I'm asking all members of the House to support this motion to listen to calls coming from indigenous peoples across this country and act now. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments after the question period. Order. Last Tuesday, I committed to come back to the House following a point of order raised by the member for Kingston and the Islands. In his remarks, the member indicated that the member for New Brunswick Southwest, in a preamble to a question, was impugning motive upon another member of this House. I reviewed the debates, and I am of the view that the remarks in question did not meet the threshold needed to be considered as a personal attack or unparliamentary language. As indicated in my initial ruling, the question raised is one of debate and not a contravention to our rules. That being said, I can only repeat myself and invite members to remain respectful and ensure that the language used not be construed as being derogatory toward another member. Remarks that are overly provocative can often create disorder and quickly fall in the category of unparliamentary language. I thank the honourable members for their attention. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government's so-called Climate Accountability Act is climate action theatre. I've heard MPs say this piece of legislation is better than nothing, patting themselves on the back for making meaningless changes. The Canada Energy Regulator has reported that Canada will miss its Paris Agreement targets because of the oil and gas sector. Billions of taxpayer dollars continue to flow into the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. Subsidies for fracking and frack gas continue to increase. Yesterday, to mark Environment Week, I put forward motion M90, calling for a national ban on gas fracking in Canada. Fracking is a climate killer. Continuing to support and expand the fracked gas industry is incompatible with combating climate change, protecting fresh water, maintaining a healthy environment, and respecting Indigenous sovereignty, rights, and title. Canada needs to stop engaging in climate action theatre and implement a national ban on fracking.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Madam Speaker, June is ALS Awareness Month, a time when the ALS Society of Canada raises awareness and funds for research and support to those who suffer from this tragic disease. About 3,000 Canadians are at any one time living with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. This rapidly progressive neurological disorder can strike anyone, young or old, regardless of age and regardless of socioeconomic status. As the disease progresses, cost of care and equipment becomes exorbitant and is often borne by family members. The need for research and support to families is critical. In memory of our late colleague Maureen Belanger, whose sudden and rapid demise from ALS affected this House profoundly, let us vow to increase resources dedicated to the disease. But first, join the virtual walk to end ALS on June 19th.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Madam Speaker, over the past 18 months, our economy has been struggling due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now we have another looming crisis that threatens to drastically affect our economy and even shut down many Canadian production facilities. There is a global shortage of precious and important semiconductors. I have recently spoken with many local car dealerships that are having problems receiving new inventory due to this shortage. I've also been in discussion with Napoleon Fireplaces and Barbecues that is headquartered and manufactures in Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte. Napoleon's shortage is so dire that in approximately 7 days, they will be out of inventory, therefore no longer able to manufacture product and could potentially be forced to lay off hardworking Canadians. This semiconductor shortage has the potential to affect tens of thousands of supply chain, manufacturing, and distribution jobs across Canada. Madam Speaker, I have brought this serious and imminent matter up to the Liberal government. Now we all need to cross party lines to work together and avert this looming crisis and keep hard-working Canadians producing great Canadian products.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Madam Speaker, on June 4th, in front of Surrey City Hall, the South Asian community will hold a candlelight vigil to remember the 215 Indigenous children whose remains were found in Kamloops on the grounds of Canada's largest former residential school. The vigil, which is one of hundreds happening across this country, is to show solidarity with all Indigenous communities in Canada. This terrible tragedy has touched us all, regardless of race, religion, geography, or cultural background. We are all mourning these innocent souls who were subjected to appalling abuse under the residential school system. Madam Speaker, Canadians are standing united in support of different future for Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Madam Speaker, June is Indigenous History Month. This year the theme is obvious. It goes straight to the heart. It's about children. Children like the 215 who were found buried anonymously at the Kamloops residential school without respect and without humanity. Children like all the others who've disappeared and who've may suffered the same fate, torn from their families, their culture, and their land. Children who've had their identity, their pride, and their dignity taken away from them. Children who had residential schools imposed on them over almost 2 centuries of racism and whose consequences are still being felt today. Children like the missing and murdered Indigenous girls who are still owed justice 2 years to the day after the report of the National Inquiry. We owe it to these kids that this Indigenous History Month be not just a commemoration. We owe them respect, justice, equality, and reconciliation, nation to nation. It's our duty, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a woman, I couldn't keep quiet about what happened yesterday in the House. 80 members of the official opposition voted for a bill that restricts a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. That's most of the members in the official opposition. Madam Speaker, this debate is over and we can't go back in time. Women have suffered enough to win their rights. This bill overrides women's fundamental rights. It's absurd. How can we again and again have to question women's rights? For all the women who advocated, who demonstrated, and those who follow us, including my daughter in her 20s, we need to put a stop to this irresponsible threat to a woman's right to choice. As a member of a progressive and feminist party, I would like to tell all women that this government will always defend their right to choice and their right to control their own bodies. Thank you.
Hudson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege today to recognize Medicine Hat, Alberta in its historic national achievement in reaching functional zero chronic homelessness. For Medicine Hat, functional zero means there were 3 or less individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in the community over 3 consecutive months. Medicine Hat achieved this dynamic milestone by developing an effective data collection strategy, by creating strong community partnerships, and by designing systems with engagement from people with lived experience. They continuously conduct reviews in order to improve systems and enjoy support from a very engaged community. Speaker, ending homelessness does not mean that people will never again be homeless. It means that systems are in place to ensure that any experience of homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. It's time we stop managing homelessness and begin ending it. Let Medicine Hat be a living example that broken systems can be fixed and homelessness can be solved. To Robin, Jamie, and the team from Medicine Hat Community Housing, and everyone who's been part of making this a reality, well done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Like most Canadians, I found it really tough to stay physically active over the last 15 months. Sport, physical activity, and recreation are super important for our physical and mental health, but it also builds communities, helps maintain our connections and our friendships. Being active is an essential part of Canadian life, but it's been especially hard for kids and families. That's why I was so excited to see $80 million over the next 2 years for Canada's active recovery in Budget 2021. These investments will remove barriers to participation, increase enrollment, and help kickstart organized sports programs that are accessible to every Canadian. This Saturday, June 5th, is also National Health and Fitness Day. It's a great chance to set some goals for the summer or try some new activities with your family. It's a great time for a healthy new habit. So I'm challenging all of my MP colleagues, do something active this weekend and encourage your communities to get moving as well. Post it on social media with Show Us Your Moves or hashtag NHFD 2021, et en français, Bouge avec nous. If you need a few ideas, check out activeforlife.com and have a healthy and active weekend.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York. I believe you're on mute. We'll start the clock over and you can start from the top.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about a community in my riding locally known as AP. It's often called Alex Park, but its proper name is Alexandra Park. While Alex Park's roots run deep, its branches reach the sky. The community boasts that it sends more of its kids per capita to post-secondary school than any other public housing project in Canada. A few years back, it turned itself into a co-op housing community. The co-op is named for the man who had this vision of self-determination, Sonny Atkinson. Even during the pandemic, Alex Park is rebuilding itself, adding new homes and new hope to the neighborhood. The community center, which is at the heart of AP, and during COVID, it's seen its young leaders rise to the challenge. They've built a bigger kitchen, turned spare rooms into a food bank, and delivered groceries to families in need while delivering home-cooked meals to hundreds and hundreds of seniors every day, every week, every month. Resilient, remarkable, beautiful and bold, caring and full of characters. It's an honor to be their MP, and it's an honor to share their story with Canada through Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, on March 25th, Seth Notley, a 10-year-old boy from Port Lambton, suffered cardiac arrest on a playground. Seth suffers from a rare heart condition, and he has been in hospital and treatment and recovery since his health emergency. Even in the middle of lockdown, people and businesses in Wallaceburg stepped up to raise money to offset the expenses incurred by his family while in treatment. Several $1,000s were raised by the community. Riverport Restaurant donated 50 cents from every breakfast and $1 from every dinner they served on April 8th. Big Chief Drive-In donated the proceeds from cheeseburgers sold on April 27th. Supported by other Wallaceburg businesses, the Sombra Township Optimist held an online auction to raise money. And students launched a Rice Krispie Square fundraiser at Christ the King School. On behalf of the community, I add my hopes and prayers for a speedy path to Seth's full recovery. Let's celebrate Wallaceburg people and businesses who stepped up even in lockdown. They truly understand, do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young people are inspiring in my riding. I'd like to highlight a 12-year-old from my riding who decided to go into business, Malik Duguay, with his own business called HoC. He makes and sells magic wands inspired by Harry Potter. The business has grown. He now has made over 200 wands. Everything's handmade. He carves the wood, paints it, and adds copper or metal according to the different models. You can see it all on his website or his Facebook. His business is going well, and because he shows a lot of perseverance and creativity, he will be rewarded. On June 9th, he will receive a Leader of Tomorrow award. With a bit of magic in this pandemic, you can get your own wand by visiting his website or Facebook page. Best of luck in this adventure.
Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, I want everyone in this House to imagine being a child who is going through something traumatic and just wants to feel loved. Picture this child being approached by an older individual on Instagram who promises gifts and love. Now imagine this child being violated, groomed, and sold into human trafficking by that same predator. According to cybertip.ca, they saw an 81% increase from April to June 2020 of reports of youth who had been sexually exploited. Last week, I introduced Bill C-304 to enforce harsher punishments for child grooming and exploitation. I have 2 young daughters, and I want to see them and the rest of our youth grow up in a safe environment, free from child groomers and predators. I ask everyone in this House to support Bill C-304 so we can put a stop to this evil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, since 2016, I've had the pleasure of presenting high school graduates with certificates to mark such an important milestone in their lives. In this time when graduations are being changed or cancelled, we owe it to these young people to still recognize their accomplishment. I'm particularly pleased I was able to continue this initiative by hand-signing 810 certificates this year with the following message. Graduating from high school is an important milestone. In this special year, you have developed unique skills that will serve you throughout your life. I want to congratulate you on your resilience, adaptability, and perseverance. Follow your dreams, and the future is yours. These certificates will be presented to the graduates of the following Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier high schools: Dollard-des-Ormeaux, Louis-Jobin, Saint-Marc, Mont-Saint-Sacrement, Séminaire Saint-François, Donnacona, and Pionnier-Pavier-Lourdes-Gaudreau. Congratulations to all of you and have a great summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Mutna, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that the remains of 215 children are from a dark and shameful chapter of our country's history. But Indigenous peoples know that colonization is not just in the past, it is an ongoing reality. More than 50% of children in foster care are Indigenous, but account for less than 8% of child population. More than 30% of inmates in prison are Indigenous, and Inuit in Nunavut die by suicide at 9 times the rate as non-Indigenous Canadians. Mr. Speaker, colonization is not a dark chapter in Canadian history. It's a book that the federal institution continues to write. We are tired of living in someone else's story and refuse to continue to have it written for us. We have and will continue to write new chapters and will not ask for permission to live lives full of dignity and respect. We will demand it. Mutna, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. In this Environment Week, I'd like to shine a light on the hypocrisy of the government that celebrated Clean Air Day yesterday. They say they want to recognize the importance of good air quality for health, the environment, and the economy. Well, let's go, Mr. Speaker. On health, Health Canada estimates that air pollution contributes annually to 15,300 premature deaths, 4,000 of which are in Quebec, and that's not counting the non-fatal health effects. That's 2.7 million days with asthma symptoms and 35 million days with acute respiratory symptoms. The economy now. The economic cost of the health impacts of air pollution for the year 2016 was $120 billion, or 6% of Canada's GDP. That's no small amount. And now the environment. This government continues to happily subsidize the oil and gas industry, which, let's not forget, is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases, even ahead of transportation. Can anyone tell me what there is to celebrate? Smoke and mirrors?
Conservatives have a clear vision for securing Canada's future. But unlike the Liberals, we believe that our country's success lies in the Canadian people, not government. Canadians are the problem solvers, the solution makers, the wealth creators. They have and will continue to make Canada great. Instead of liberating Canadians to succeed without obscene interventions, this government is set on picking winners and losers based on a liberal value system. Whether it be through excessive taxation, meddling with internet algorithms to promote some Canadian creators over others, over-regulating industries that they don't like so that other industries that they do like can succeed, or telling Canadians what they can or cannot say, the current government is obsessed with engineering a future of their making rather than let Canadians determine their own fortune. It's dictatorial, it's destructive, and it's altogether wrong. A Conservative government will secure Canada's future by unleashing the power of Canadians right across the country. Canada's Conservatives will let the people design their future.
Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, weeks before the discovery of the graves of Indigenous children at the Kamloops Residential School, our weekly webcast of Fleetwood Port Kells featured two stories that illustrated Canada's systematic racism toward Indigenous people. Jennifer Greening, President and CEO of the BC Women's Health Foundation, told how Indigenous women still dress in their best clothes to go to the emergency room. Why? Because still, today, it's too often suspected or assumed that they're drunk or high. And if they take their kids in for care, well, there's always the fear that those kids will be apprehended. Keenan McCarthy told us of how he only discovered his heritage shortly before his grandmother passed away, when she told him about her service in England during World War II, only to come home and be denied her demobilization package because she was Métis. Mr. Speaker, much harm has been done by past governments, but we are the government now. Canadians look to us to act on truth and reconciliation, and we will do it.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Empty shoes are being left at memorials across the country. Flags are at half-mast. Canadian families are grieving the loss of children, but what they haven't seen yet is swift action. We've been asking the government for a new plan and new resources to respond to calls to action 71 to 76 in the Truth and Reconciliation Report, and to do this by Canada Day. Will the government commit to delivering the plan so that families can begin the process of healing?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are all heartbroken by the discovery of the remains of children at the Kamloops residential schools. Our thoughts obviously are with the Kamloops Secwepemc First Nation and surrounding communities that had children stolen to that institution. Presently, we are working with those communities who have asked for space to help them with their mental health supports, to help the community members, to help Indigenous peoples across country who are hurting, and accompanying them in that search for truth. We've invested $27 million. We will continue to do so in helping those communities establish their protocols and give them the space to speak so that we can help them learn the truth and then heal.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Des chaussures vides.
Empty shoes, flags at half-staff. Canadians want action. I asked the government for a plan and new resources to respond to calls for action 71 to 76 of the Truth and Reconciliation Report by Canada Day. Will the government commit to having a plan to help these families heal? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a healing process for all those Indigenous communities in mourning, and particularly Kamloops, whose children were stolen to that institution, and some of them who died in the residential school in Kamloops. We are here to react and provide help for them. They've asked us for space, but we will accompany them in their mental health needs, and along the rest of the road, we will find the truth and go through this healing process, which is so important. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, last night a Liberal spokesperson suggested the government would refuse to turn over documents to the House regarding the security breach at Canada's highest security laboratory in Winnipeg. So far, what the government has released has been heavily redacted, and significant correspondence from the Wuhan Institute of Virology has been blacked out. Has the government had any communication with the Chinese government about making this information public?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we have been repeatedly clear on this side of the House, of course we are committed to sharing information in a manner that will not compromise national security. There is a committee, as the member opposite knows, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that is well situated to review these documents. This is an opportunity for the House to participate in this review. And as the member opposite knows, we will never jeopardize national security, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This security breach shows the minister has already jeopardized Canadian security. We know from the first media inquiries on these scientists that the lab directly involves security services and the Privy Council office. The Prime Minister, that minister, they knew they had a security breach on their hands from the start. And they know it's this Parliament's job to hold them to account for it. Are Canadians going to get the truth from this minister, or is she at the origins of yet another Liberal cover-up?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the researchers are no longer with the National Microbiology Lab. As I have said, this government takes national security extremely seriously. In fact, as the member opposite knows, we have been repeatedly committed to providing the House with the documentation. There isn't a committee that is appropriate in this House to review that documentation. And I will just say this, we will not play games, Mr. Speaker, with national security, unlike the member opposite.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, a Liberal spokesperson suggested that the government would refuse to provide the House with the documents concerning the breach at the Winnipeg lab. The documents provided by the government are redacted, including important correspondence with the Wuhan Institute. Has the government had contact with the Chinese government to make this information public? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've repeatedly said in this House, the government is prepared to turn over the documents while protecting national security. And the member opposite knows that there is an appropriate committee of the House that can look at these documents. It is important that the member not play games with Canadian safety and security.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly passed unanimous resolutions demanding that Bill 101 apply to federally regulated workplaces. That is why the Government of Quebec introduced Bill 96, which seeks to apply Bill 101. But in its document announcing linguistic reform, the federal government is not proposing that Bill 101 apply to protect French. Rather, it's proposing to apply the Official Languages Act to protect bilingualism. Why not do what Quebec wants unanimously by applying Bill 101? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, we want to ensure that the right to work in French, the right to be served in French, and not discriminate because we're Francophone in federally regulated workplaces in Quebec and in regions with high Francophone communities be protected. That's our commitment. That's what we'll do, and I'm pleased to work with my colleague on the issue. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I understand my colleague's will to protect French in Quebec, and I'm holding my hand out. What the federal government can do is to ensure that federally regulated workplaces are places where people's language of work is French, and that's only what Bill 101 can guarantee. That's why the Bloc tabled, or introduced rather, a Bill C-254 to ensure that Bill 101 could apply to federally regulated workplaces. My colleague says she wants to protect French. Well, I'm holding my hand out. Will they support our bill? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, as I mentioned, and as has been repeated by my colleague, that the Government of Canada wants to protect French because French is declining in Quebec and across the country. We will do it. We're the first government in our history to do so, and that is why we will ensure that we table a legislation on the Official Languages Act to ensure that this is the case. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has ruled that Canada discriminated against Indigenous children's rights. Despite that, the Prime Minister continues to take Indigenous children to court. Will the Prime Minister support our motion and stop taking Indigenous children to court? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government and our Prime Minister has been clear. Our goal is full compensation, full fair compensation to promote the healing of those infected by the historic inequities when it comes to child services. We support and continue to support the fact that there are unresolved fundamental issues regarding the jurisdiction. We continue to work to ensure that all First Nations children will have fair, full compensation. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found that Canada discriminated Indigenous children and found that they did so willfully and recklessly. Despite that, the Prime Minister continues to fight Indigenous kids in court. Indigenous survivors of residential schools are demanding justice, but the Prime Minister is fighting them in court as well. How can people take this Prime Minister's commitment to reconciliation seriously when he continues to fight Indigenous children and residential school survivors in court?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear with the member opposite and with all Canadians. Every First Nations child that suffered discrimination at the hands of the Child and Family Services system that is broken will receive just, fair, and equitable compensation. We maintain that there are substantive unresolved questions on the CHRT jurisdiction. On the other court cases that are outstanding in class actions, we are in discussions with the parties, but those discussions do remain confidential out of respect for the process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, our relationship with the Chinese Communist regime is currently strained. The situation of the two Michaels, as well as the genocide of the Uyghurs, are just more reasons poisoning our relationship. Our National Microbiology Lab has an international reputation for scientific excellence. Can the government ensure that no scientists with ties to the communist regime or the Chinese People's Liberation Army are currently working in our labs? The Honourable Minister.
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Apology, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by saying what a crown jewel we have in the National Microbiology Lab. This is a lab that has provided amazing service to Canadians through this pandemic and indeed before. In fact, this lab is well known around the world for its efforts to understand pathologies and support Canadians. As I have said, it is important as well that Canada collaborate in research and science. In fact, attending the G7 virtually, collaboration has been raised a number of times today as an important principle to not only managing COVID-19, but also dealing with pandemics in the future. We'll continue.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. 2 scientists have already been terminated after sending samples of highly contagious pathogens to the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China. Among them, samples of Ebola and Henipa viruses. This security breach is extremely concerning. Why is the government refusing to take actions that would not ensure that the Chinese government could not do whatever it wanted without any repercussions? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, again, we see the Conservatives trying to sow fear in the work that the National Microbiology Lab conducts. I will say this, as he knows, the scientists and researchers in question are no longer with the lab. The lab is a secure facility. Everybody working and visiting at the National Lab must undergo security clearance and screening and adhere to strict protocols and policies. We'll never put the health and safety of Canadians at risk, Mr. Speaker, but we will continue to research and support research and science on this side of the House.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Last week, I asked the Finance Minister how much her government has invested in the China-controlled Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. She refused to say. I asked her how much more taxpayers' money she planned to throw away on this foreign bank. She wouldn't say. I asked her whether she had made the funding of this China-led bank conditional upon China releasing the 2 Michaels. She refused to say. Why won't the minister place the welfare of 2 innocent Canadians over her fascination with appeasing China?
The Honourable Minister.
With great respect, Mr. Speaker, for the honourable member, it is deeply disappointing for him to suggest that any member of this House, regardless of party, would put the appeasement of a foreign power ahead of the well-being of two Canadians who've been in arbitrary captivity for such a long period of time. It remains our top priority to secure the release of the two Michaels, and we have a number of other outstanding matters with the Chinese government, such as the treatment of Uyghurs within their borders or the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. With respect on our side of the House, and I expect for all parliamentarians, the well-being of Canadians comes first.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, the Liberal record speaks for itself. Time after time, the minister has refused to say how much she has spent on the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, but government documents show that she's spending hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars on this China-led bank. She won't even tell us whether she made the return of the two Michaels a condition of her investment with the Chinese communist regime. Mr. Speaker, the two Michaels deserve better than that. Why is the minister pouring money into this foreign bank when China won't release two innocent Canadians who are languishing in prison?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to engage with other developed economies on matters of global concern. But with respect, I want to reassert that our top priority when it comes to our relations with China is securing the release of the two Michaels. We remain focused on ensuring the fair and equitable treatment of the Uyghur population, and we are focused on the well-being of Canadians in Hong Kong. I do not take kindly to the suggestion that we are putting the appeasement of a foreign power ahead of the well-being of Canadians whatsoever.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, in 6 years, only 12 of the 94 calls to action on the Truth and Reconciliation Report have been completed. At that rate, it will be 2057 before we address them all. There are 231 calls to justice in the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Report. With this government's track record, we are looking at 115 years to respond to these recommendations. The Prime Minister promised action. So when will the government provide action, attention, urgency, and resources to these important recommendations and reports?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the member that these calls are for all of Canada, and particularly non-Indigenous Canadians. The federal government has a very large role to play in this, and there are a number of calls to action that we have moved on quite quickly. I would note the implementation, passage, and royal assent of C91 on Indigenous languages, C92 on child and family services. These are all transformative documents to fill the inequities that have characterized our relationship as a country. We will continue to move on. Today's pathway, announced by Minister Bennett, is one that is equally transformative with respect to missing and murdered Indigenous women, and I would point to the over $2 billion in the budget dedicated to implementing that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, let me quote the Native Women's Association of Canada, who could no longer partner to the toxic, dysfunctional MMIWG action plan process. They said they experienced lateral violence and more red tape, and that the government didn't seem to have a plan that was concrete with initiatives and incentives measured and costed out, and that the process has been purely bureaucratic approach to this issue of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. Speaker, when will the minister take seriously the criticism being directed at their government and act rather than releasing another plan for another plan?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, contributing partners from across Canada came together to release the National Action Plan and the federal pathway to finally end this ongoing tragedy. The federal pathway is a key contribution in the National Action Plan that will lead real, lasting, and widespread changes. We provided funding to Indigenous women's organizations, including NWAC, to engage with their membership on their priorities to be included in the National Action Plan. We're greatly appreciative of NWAC's work. From past engagement efforts, value their input to date, respect their position, and will continue to work with them through the Canada-NWAC Accord. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is sleeping at the wheel when it comes to temporary foreign workers, and those aren't my words, they're the words of the Minister of Labour of Quebec. He's sick of the fact that every year farmers and business people are unable to get their workers on time. Administrative delays are endless. Workers are stuck in the chaos at the Canadian border, and businesses are paying a fortune to bring over workers that never come. What will it take for the federal government to get busy so we can stop wasting our time, our money, and our crops? The Honourable Minister.
Our government recognizes the importance of temporary foreign workers for our producers and our food processors. We're working tirelessly to ensure that temporary foreign workers can arrive safely in Canada by supporting employers with additional costs incurred to accommodate the isolation period. All federal departments involved in this program have worked together to simplify processes. I have worked hand in hand with my counterpart in Quebec, Monsieur Boulay, and we are working very hard together, and we understand the importance of these workers to our food security, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has actually asked the minister to transfer the program if he can't take care of it himself. This means that the time for discussions are over, long over. In fact, 1 out of 2 small businesses are turning down contracts due to a labor shortage. We need to accelerate the files processing. We need to relax the 10% threshold to allow people to get hired, and we need to ensure that workers can get to Quebec. Is the minister going to start taking care of the program, or will he transfer it to Quebec as Quebec is asking? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure everyone in this House and all Canadians that we respect and understand the role that temporary foreign workers have played in ensuring our food security during this pandemic, and they deserve to be safe. We're ensuring employers are preparing to safely welcome and quarantine workers. We're ensuring employers meet quarantine program obligations. We're improving the tip line to provide services in multiple languages. We're providing direct assistance to workers, and we're responding quickly to emerging issues. Mr. Speaker, this is an example of a program where we're working hand in hand with Quebec to ensure that employers, and in particular agriculture employers, get the workers they need in Quebec. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, our farmers pay dearly for their temporary foreign workers. They pay for labour market studies required by the federal government. They pay for quarantine facilities. And the chaos in terms of the border management means that the workers never get here, but they pay anyway. When a farmer has to pay immigration consultants to be able to harvest asparagus, the problem is really serious. When will the minister simplify and accelerate the program? And if he doesn't want to take care of it, transfer it to Quebec. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've made many important changes to this program over the past year to ensure that employers across the country get the temporary foreign workers that they need to ensure our food security here in Canada. We've also made sure workers are better protected during this time of crisis and work very closely with both employers and source countries to ensure the safety of all citizens, of every single worker here in Canada, including our temporary foreign workers. As I've said, I have a great working relationship with my Quebec counterpart. We meet and speak regularly, and that's because we know we have a common interest in keeping our workers safe and our employers have the labor they need to deliver for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's appalling the Prime Minister's disregard for the lowest earning households in this country. The government's pandemic aid was focused on the top 20% of income earners who received $6,700, while those who are working to make ends meet got $4,100. It's apparent that the programs were ill-designed, especially for those in dire need. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister agree today that a review of the efficiency and effectiveness of these programs will be completed immediately?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we've delivered our emergency and recovery benefits to Canadians, we've absolutely reviewed them. We've made changes as we've course corrected as the pandemic threw different balls into our court. Mr. Speaker, 8 million Canadians got access to the CERB, 700,000 students the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, 1.9 million Canadians on the CRB, 582,000 Canadians on the CRSB, the sickness benefit, Mr. Speaker, and another 500,000 Canadians on the caregiving benefits. Never mind all the people, almost 1 million applications for EI that's been received. That's almost 12 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who have benefited from our emergency and recovery and our changes to EI.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister irresponsibly financed our country with hundreds of billions of dollars of new debt, and he did it on the backs of those struggling most.
Of the $95.2 billion in direct government transfers related to COVID-19 last year, the bottom 20% of earners in this country got just 14%. Mr. Speaker, Canadians needed help, but due to poorly directed programs, those who need it most were left behind. Will the Prime Minister fix this mess through calculated actions, or will he just continue to blindly make decisions, hoping things will just work out?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's line of questioning suffers from deficits of both fact and principle. On the facts where he says it's been irresponsible, I'd point him to the AAA credit rating reaffirmed this week by Moody's, which has also been upheld by other major credit rating agencies. The fact is we are on a sustainable path. As a matter of principle, he suggests these programs are flawed when from the very beginning the Conservatives literally held a press conference so they could oppose the big fat government programs that have actually kept 9 million Canadians with the ability to put food on the table and a roof over their heads. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, as you will well know, we will be there for Canadians as long as it takes, no matter what it takes.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, while federal public service retirees are impatiently waiting their compensation for Phoenix issues, we learn that the government has sent over $9 million to people who have died. While it's preparing to create a two-tiered system for seniors, it has no qualms about giving more help to wealthier Canadians during the pandemic. Why did wealthier families get an average of $2,600 more than the neediest families? How can the Prime Minister explain that paying deceased individuals or wealthier individuals helped Canadians in need during the pandemic? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have taken a disability inclusive approach to our pandemic response since the beginning. We created a one-time payment that 1.7 million Canadians got. No one had to apply for this payment, Mr. Speaker. It was based on eligibility for federal disability supports. And yes, Mr. Speaker, there was a group of Canadians who received this money that the government had not been advised yet that they had deceased, and we're working on this. But Mr. Speaker, we created this one-time payment. No one had to apply. Everybody was eligible for federal supports. That's how it worked, and it worked for 1.7 million Canadians.
L'honorable député de Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals just promised $5 million for Laurentian University, but the university needs $100 million. Does the minister know that this is far too little? Does she really expect Ontario to provide the missing $95 million? When will the minister show leadership? And finally, protect the French fact across the country. When will the minister introduce a bill to modernize the Official Languages Act with binding language clauses?
L'honorable ministre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, what's happening at Laurentian University is unacceptable. Essentially, a Francophone university, any university in the country, should not have to use the Creditor Protection Act in order to solve its underfunding by the province. So what are we doing? We're working on solutions. We're investing $5 million to ensure that the community can develop a project by and for Francophones in Northern Ontario to finally have an institution for Francophones who want to conduct post-secondary studies. Of course, we're also working on the Official Languages Act. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Veterans Ombudsperson's report released yesterday says VAC has been telling survivors of military sexual trauma to get help somewhere else. For too long, this government has been blocking the voices of women in the military. Women veterans who experienced this trauma have been asking for VAC to fund a peer support program for years to share their stories in a safe place and begin to heal. Veterans should not have to keep settling for less. Will the minister step up and implement a peer support program for survivors?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the Veterans Ombuds for her report and agree with her recommendations. We know how important peer support can be for survivors, and in Budget 2021, we committed to implementing a dedicated program for veterans and members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It's our responsibility to be there for those who are harmed in the service of our country, and we will continue to work to ensure that survivors of military sexual trauma receive the support they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 years ago today, the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls released 231 calls for justice and called for the federal, provincial, territorial, and Indigenous governments to work together to build a national action plan to end the ongoing national tragedy and shame of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited LGBTQIA+ people. They all have the right to live and be respected and valued in their communities. And Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Indigenous Services please update the House on our government's progress on co-developing
the Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her advocacy and deep personal commitment to these matters. Earlier today, contributing partners from across Canada came together to release the National Action Plan and the federal pathway to address the ongoing tragedy. The federal pathway is a key contribution to the National Action Plan that will lead to real, lasting, and widespread change. And by working with over 100 Indigenous women, 2SL, LGBTQIA+ people, including Indigenous, provincial, and territorial partners, we now have a comprehensive plan to put into place concrete measures and the accountability framework that will truly keep Indigenous women, girls, and 2SL, LGBTQIA people plus safe.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
In spite of repeated requests, the Liberals have never produced evidence to show that their hotel quarantine program stops the spread of COVID over other measures. However, there is evidence of COVID-19 outbreaks at these facilities, and there's also evidence of sexual assaults occurring there. Now the government's own expert panel of scientists has called on the Liberals to scrap the program, but instead today the Liberals are inexplicably doubling down on it. Will the Liberals let the hotel quarantine program expire on June 21st?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying a huge thank you to the immunizers and Canadians from coast to coast to coast, because in fact today, Canada is leading the G7 in the number of vaccines administered. This is a good news story for Canada, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is a story of Team Canada. And I want to say that we will make sure that whatever we do next on the border will be through the lens of science and evidence and in full partnership with provinces and territories.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
But was this health minister in early 2020 that didn't listen to science and said that border measures didn't work and subsequently refused to close the border when it really, really mattered? She's continuing the trend of not making science-based decisions today, and that's really unfortunate. The government's own expert panel of scientists, with a report full of science, are calling on the government to immediately scrap the hotel quarantine program in favor of other measures. Will this minister finally listen to science and let the hotel quarantine program expire on June 21st?
The Honourable Minister.
Yet again, Mr. Speaker, we see the member opposite fail to recognize that science evolves and that it is a new virus and it is a global pandemic, the likes of which we have not seen in 100 years. And in fact, that's exactly what we've been doing, Mr. Speaker. We've been following the advice of public health scientists and researchers. That's why, Mr. Speaker, that we're in the position that we are today. In fact, I want to say thank you to all of the immunizers across the country and Canadians who have stepped up in historic ways to get vaccinated. We're leading the G7, Mr. Speaker. Over 28.6 million vaccines have been delivered to provinces and territories. We can see the finish line, Mr. Speaker.
I'll just wait till the conversation ends. We only have so much time. I just want to remind you. I just want to remind the honourable members that if they want to cross over one way or the other and talk to each other, that's okay. But shouting across just doesn't work. The honourable order. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for doing a great job. The Prime Minister wondered how a young family could afford a home. Yet the Liberals' only solution to this appears to be slapping a 1% tax on foreign home ownership. I would like to point out that in my home of Richmond, in the past year during pandemic travel ban, benchmark house prices shot up by over 22%, edging close to $2 million. Will the government put aside their sound bites and red herrings and detail a meaningful solution to the housing crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. And as the numbers show in the National Housing Strategy report tabled this week, we have helped over 200,000 families get the housing that they need through building new homes, repairing existing ones, and providing affordability support. And since 2015, our government has supported the creation of over 100,000 new units and repaired over 300,000 more across the country. It is very rich for the party opposite to talk about affordable housing when they didn't do anything in their almost 9 years of power.
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians are struggling to afford a home. The first-time home buyers benefit. It's inadequate, and publicly, the Prime Minister ignorantly underestimates the housing costs in the Greater Vancouver area. Perhaps that's why Budget 2021 proposes nothing useful for young families. Will the government finally admit how out of touch they are with Canadian needs and detail an effective solution to the housing crisis immediately?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is very rich for the party opposite to talk about this issue. They provided no leadership and no serious investments in housing. We introduced the National Housing Strategy because we believe every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. As part of that strategy, we introduced the first-time home buyer incentive, which will help many middle-class families achieve the dream of home ownership. We're also expanding the first-time homebuyer incentive to enhance eligibility in Toronto, Vancouver, Victoria, and the greater regions in that area by raising the qualifying income threshold from $120,000 to $150,000 household income. The party opposite has simply no credibility when it comes to affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. They can run, but they can't hide.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The judicial appointment process is broken. Everyone knows that the Liberals are screening candidates to find the ones who are good donors. The Prime Minister's office, ministers, MPs, the entire Liberal family consult with each other to ensure that judges chosen are Liberals. But I'm sure that even they would say that it's dangerous to mix partisanship and our justice system. Will the government agree to create a committee to study the judicial appointment process to ensure that it is impartial?
L'honorable ministre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes that Canadians' trust in our justice system requires a transparent and responsible selection process. That process selects candidates that reflect Canada's diversity. Since 2016, we've appointed high-quality judges whose diversity reflects the face of Canada. I am proud of the nominations that we have made. I can assure my honourable colleague that the process is independent and aims for diversity and quality. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. We don't doubt that they're high-quality appointments. That's not the issue. All we're proposing is a committee study of the judicial appointment process, and the Liberals are already panicking. If their appointment process is so great, why are they afraid to have a committee study it? If the process is as independent as they say it is, what do they have to lose by having MPs and experts confirm it? If it's not true that they're setting up a system to make sure they appoint good Liberal friends as judges, what are they afraid of? We want an impartial system. Could we please have just justice? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a just and impartial system which was set up to deal with criticism that had been made of the process under the previous Conservative government. We have an advisory committee that's working very hard throughout Canada to analyze candidates, and half of those who apply don't pass this step. This step is completely independent from politics. We have set up a system in 2016 and it works very well. I'm very proud of its results.
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, the Agriculture Minister said that support for the 14-day quarantine
for foreign agriculture workers was, quote, an emergency program and not a compensation program. However, it expires August 31st, even though farm workers will continue to arrive in Canada for the fall harvest, and farmers will continue to incur expenses. Ending the program before quarantine restrictions are lifted is premature and completely unacceptable. So either the minister thinks the emergency is over, or the government just doesn't care about food sovereignty. Which is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Évidemment que notre...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, our government is highly committed to supporting our farmers and our agri-food businesses because our food security depends on it. We've implemented a host of measures to help them, whether it be to help lodge workers safely or to help them to welcome foreign workers. Our program absorbs part of the fee associated with quarantine. That program is coming to an end at the end of August. It was an emergency program and not a compensation program. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, summer's coming and so are seasonal jobs. Two companies in my riding, Groupe Verti and Émondage Pouliot, are already on the verge of losing valuable contracts due to a lack of staff. Their files have been sitting for quite some time in IRCC's office. Time's running out, deadlines are getting close. The Minister of Immigration has announced improvements to the processing of files for the next few years, but what about now? Are we telling these companies that they're going to lose their contracts or even their businesses? Is this really the message the minister wants to send? The Honourable Minister.
L'Honorable Ministre.
Monsieur le Président, nous sommes de bonne voie.
Mr. Speaker, we're well on our way to meet the targets set for 2021. Since September 1st, 2020, more than 60,000 temporary foreign workers have arrived in Canada to support the economy. In April, more than 11,500 temporary foreign workers arrived. More than 8,000 more are ready to travel, and over 3,000 more requests are being processed. We have surpassed our targets for 2021, and I will continue to work with my colleague on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, last month, the government released the details of its financial aid program for this country's struggling airports. The Regina International Airport will receive approximately $2.6 million. That's enough to keep them operational for about 2 months. Meanwhile, the government's bailout of Air Canada included $10 million for executive bonuses. Mr. Speaker, why are the executives of Air Canada more important to this government than the entire Regina International Airport?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question, but I want to take the moment to correct him. He's comparing apples and oranges. And let me repeat what the Prime Minister said yesterday. We were disappointed by the decision that Air Canada has taken to pay executive compensation prior to the signing of the agreement. Our agreement ensures that there's a limit on executive compensation. Secondly, I am really happy to announce to Canadians and to let them know that we are standing by airports and providing support at a time where we know the pandemic has had a significant impact on their operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Monsieur le Président, cette semaine est...
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Accessibility Week. It's an opportunity to celebrate the valuable contributions of Canadian men and women with disabilities and to recognize the efforts of individuals, communities, and organizations who are actively working to remove barriers to accessibility and inclusion. Can the Minister inform the House how Budget 2021 supports Canadians with disabilities and helps to build an inclusive Canada?
Honorable Ministre.
Je tiens à remercier le membre de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
I would like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her advocacy for people with disabilities. Yes, absolutely, this week is National Accessibility Week. We have done more than any other government on inclusion and accessibility. Budget 2021 builds on our groundbreaking work by continuing to implement our Nothing Without Us plan.
Inclusive childcare, students with disabilities, training opportunities, and job creation for Canadians with disabilities, and we're expanding eligibility for the disability tax credit. We're moving forward, Mr. Speaker, with the first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan to better support persons with disabilities.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that answer is just false. Since 2018, the Liberals have been trying to cut funding for Canadians with disabilities. Last winter, at the height of the pandemic, the Liberals tried to slip past a $4 million cut. But the disability community fought back. Libraries across Canada, including in Saskatoon and the city of Delta in the minister's own riding, fought and shamed the Liberals into reversing their cruel cuts. This is Accessibility Week, and so it would be a perfect time for the government to reverse course. When will this minister do the right thing and finally commit to a long-term funding solution?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where to begin. We have championed the fact that everyone should be able to access information and reading materials. That's why we developed the first ever and have been implementing a long-term strategy for the production of alternate format materials that includes support to the publishing sector, advancements in technology, and investment in nonprofits. In recognizing that the pandemic has affected the timeline of this transition and the ongoing need for alternate format materials, we are actually funding CELA and NELS with an additional $1 million in addition to the money we committed in the fall economic statement. This is keeping us on the path to accessible publishing and ensuring that persons with disabilities continue to have access, particularly during this unprecedented time.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley. I believe the Honourable Member's on mute. There you go. Perfect.
If I may start again. Mr. Speaker, this week is National Accessibility Week to raise awareness to promote a more accessible Canada. My private member's Bill C-256 waives the capital gains tax on an arm's length sale of private shares or real estate when the proceeds of the sale are donated to a charity. This will generate up to $200 million per year for charities, including those promoting accessibility and supporting Canadians living with disabilities. Will the government commit to supporting Canadians living with disabilities by voting yes on Bill C-256?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, we've done more to support Canadians with disabilities than any other government in the history of our country. We're working now on a very exciting disability inclusion action plan, which we laid out the parameters of in the fall economic statement. We're going to create a Canada Disability Benefit, an employment strategy. We're going to reform and modernize our eligibility processes for federal government disability supports and create a dignified approach to disability across this government. Mr. Speaker, when we put in place the Accessible Canada Act 2 years ago, we made the most historic advancement in disability rights since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982, and we're just getting started. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Monsieur le Président, on savait que les libéraux ont déjà...
Mr. Speaker, we knew that the Liberals wanted to give the dead a vote before, but this week we found out that they sent them checks as well. It's unprecedented. How can the Prime Minister justify sending $9.2 million in COVID assistance to people who have died? It's unbelievable. In this National Accessibility Week, will he claw back this irresponsibly distributed money, this incorrectly sent money, and direct it to people who actually need it?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, we delivered a $600 one-time payment during the pandemic to over 1.7 million Canadians who are eligible for federal disability support programs. Mr. Speaker, this was an automatic payment. No one had to apply for this. You got it if you were eligible for the Disability Tax Credit, Veterans Affairs Disability Support Programs, or the CPP disability. Mr. Speaker, there was a time lapse between the establishment of the list and when Canadians received their check. And of course, unfortunately, in that period, some Canadians had passed away and we hadn't been informed yet of their having passed away, and we're working to remedy this, Mr. Speaker. But let's be very clear, 1.7 million Canadians got $600 in their desperate time of need.
L'honorable député de Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know how crucial rail transportation is for communities across the country, including in my riding with Via Rail's Ocean Passenger Train, which links Halifax to Montreal and the rest of the country. With the pandemic, many passenger rail routes, including this one, have been suspended. Can the minister update this House on future plans to bring back this important and indispensable public transit system for our region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend, the member for Miramichi Grand Lake, for his question and advocacy. He and I, along with New Brunswick Liberal MPs, have had discussions on the current situation with transportation in their region. The pandemic has dramatically impacted the transport industry, and I want to assure him and his constituents that I will continue to work with him and our colleagues to have reliable transport options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, last October, this House passed a motion requiring the government to provide the Health Committee with important documents concerning the COVID crisis no later than December 7. Liberals bitterly fought against this move for accountability and transparency and admitted there were at least 1 million documents in their possession. As of today, 8 months later, they've disclosed fewer than 9,000. Will the Liberals admit that they are deliberately withholding documents, showing contempt for Parliament, and explain to Canadians what they are hiding?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, every step of the way, we've been transparent with Canadians. And in fact, I have appeared before the Health Committee multiple times, as have my officials. We are always available to speak to Canadians. We have supplied the documents in due course as requested by the House of Commons. We'll continue to work to get those documents to the Health Committee and to be there to answer the questions of the committee. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Grenville.
It is dangerously misleading for the government to suggest significant progress is being made on 80% of the TRC calls to action.
I'm just going to interrupt the Honourable Member. If she can move her microphone up just a touch, and it'll make it clear for all of us to hear and the interpreters as well. Sorry to interrupt. We'll let her start from the top. We'll start the clock at the top as well.
It is dangerously misleading for the government to suggest significant progress is being made on 80% of the TRC calls to action. Endless meetings and process is no substitute for substance. Leadership is required to change colonial laws, policies, and practices that perpetuate systemic racism and injustice. The Prime Minister knows that adjusting the ongoing colonial legacy requires comprehensive Indigenous rights recognition framework. How do I know this? The Prime Minister said it in this House on February the 14th, 2018.
I'm going to have to interrupt. I believe we have a problem with translation. There's an issue with the mic. It's very distorted and loud. We want to make sure we get the question. There we go. That sounds better already. Try that again.
Put it back down to where it was. Yeah.
Oh, maybe bring it down a little bit more. Maybe bring it down just a touch more. I'm thinking the volume or whatever you turn down. Okay, let's. Yeah, whatever you turn down, maybe turn down a little bit more. Just. Oh, okay, very good. Well, let's try it again. Maybe some of us have very long, loud voices, and we'll start right from the top again.
Thank you. It is dangerously misleading for the government to suggest significant progress is being made on 80% of the TRC calls.
We're still getting a hard time with I'm getting input that the level maybe on the microphone is too high.
It's perhaps the wrong mic selected, IT is saying. Perhaps the wrong...
Maybe the wrong mic is selected. I don't know. It's try. We can try until we hopefully get it right. Maybe try distancing the boom even further down, or let's try that right there. Try it. Okay, let's try that. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Grenville.
Thank you. It is dangerously misleading for the government to suggest significant progress is being made on the...
I'm sorry, we're still not getting any translation. It is... Any suggestions? We'll try one more time, and then we'll get IT to take care of things. The honourable member.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we'll go with that for now, and then we'll work with IT to get it going.
Okay.
Over Granville.
It is dangerously misleading for the government to suggest significant progress is being made on for substance. It's not working.
Okay, I'm going to suggest the honourable member. These are technical things that I'm sure the IT people will be able to fix. But I'll just check with the minister to see if he got enough of the question that he can answer. Okay, let's do it one more time. If not, we'll go to the minister. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville, take a deep breath. You're on.
It is dangerously misleading for the government to suggest significant progress is being made on 80% of the TRC calls to action. Endless meetings and process is no substitute for substance. Leadership.
I'm afraid we're still having trouble. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm sure we'll get it figured out. We're going to have to work with the IT. But I'm going to ask the minister to see if he... I'll see if they have enough to answer the question. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I do. I want to take this moment in front of the House to thank the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice for the work that she did to move these important issues forward in answering the TRC's calls to action and the MMIW's call for justice. The work that she did in making sure that Indigenous languages affirm their inherent rights to have a rightful place in this country, that the Child and Family Services that has betrayed Indigenous children and is broken in this country was reformed through C-92. It's a time to reflect, obviously, in this time of mourning, the speed at which reconciliation is going. But as we continue to search for the truth, I think it is also time to recognize the progress and the tens of billions of dollars this government has invested in reconciliation. And I want to thank the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice for the work that she has done in contributing to this.
Okay, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today, and we'll see if we can get that fixed. I just encourage all members, check out the microphones on. It's hard to predict, but sometimes by doing it ahead of time and doing a quick check, we could maybe resolve the issues. We have a point of order. The honourable member, I don't see any hands up. For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My virtual hand is up there in the corner. It's given the technical difficulties that the honourable member for Vancouver Granville just experienced, I return to the point that we should have more time within question period for members with a status such as herself, whose voice is so important in this country, and perhaps we could add one slot to next Wednesday so she can ask her question again. Thank you.
It's definitely something worth discussing about adding another slot somewhere for the repeat of that question. We'll discuss it, and I'll get back to the chamber with something on that. We'll do it if no other points of order. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, it's a motion for unanimous consent that I'd like to move. There have been consultations among the parties, and I think you'd find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that this House condemn the decision of senior management of Air Canada to pay themselves $20 million in executive bonuses when they've received $6 billion in public assistance. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
Okay, d'accord.
Okay, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte has a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is also a motion. There have been consultations among the parties, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that this House recognize that the U.S. economic policy, including the embargo on Cuba, should in no way prevent or hinder Canadian and Quebec companies from who are law-abiding in Canadian law from going about their international activities. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay. Okay. Did I hear a no? No, there's not unanimous consent. I'm sorry.
Okay, here's the statement. I'll just read it. Before continuing, I would like to draw the attention of the House that since I became Speaker in December 2019, I have had the remarkable good fortune to have by my side the Deputy Speaker, member for Simcoe North. De plus,
furthermore, I am the third Speaker who has been able to rely on his sage advice, his firm hand, and his unceasing commitment to Parliament. For 10 years, he has been serving this House, using his own experience as a member, his courtesy, and his many talents as chair occupant.
Years, I know he has always done so with a desire to uphold the finest tradition of this House. I, as well as my predecessors, member for Halifax West and member for Regina Capel, and in fact the entire House, owe him an important debt of gratitude, not only for his support, but for his important contributions in serving this House. On June 6th, the member for Simcoe North will mark his 10th anniversary as chair occupant, and in a few short weeks, he will become the longest-serving Deputy Speaker in the history of the House of Commons. And to show how wonderful this gentleman is I told him, I said, you know, I'm going to need you to come in a little bit early to cover for me. He didn't hesitate. He's right here waiting so that he can come up, not knowing what he's in for in the next couple of seconds, but he will be up here taking care of things. I know all members join me in congratulating him on these upcoming milestones. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This truly was a surprise. I had no indication of this, and I know that earlier today we heard that there would be an opportunity to properly bring thanks for the amazing years that I've had in this House with all of you and with many members who I've served with since 2006 who are no longer here. But it's been a tremendous honor and privilege to serve as a servant of the members of this House. It's been
a great honor for me, for my family, also to have the privilege to serve this House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see several members standing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was the first time in my time in this Parliament that I've seen you a little uncertain when you first rose from the chair. And I want to thank the Speaker and yourself, Mr. Speaker, for your tremendous contributions. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North, who in a few short weeks will become the longest-serving Deputy Speaker in the history of this Parliament. And I think that is a real achievement. But most importantly, every time you sat in that chair, you brought the level of decorum and debate in this House to a higher level. You presided with unmatched dignity, fairness, and professionalism. Il a présidé la Chambre.
He has presided over the
chamber with dignity and impartiality. I'm proud of my colleague, my friend, an extraordinary speaker.
See, Mr. Speaker, refer to other members as honorable, but few deserve that title as much as you, Mr. Speaker. The only regret with your retirement will be that you served as the longest deputy speaker and that we didn't get the chance to see you as the full speaker. One quick note, when I was elected in a by-election and gave my first speech in the House, I received a note from the chair occupant, a note congratulating me on my speech, commenting on the delivery, and it was from you, Mr. Speaker, a new rookie MP getting a note of encouragement from the chair occupant. I keep that note to this day because it embodies the professionalism and the high ethical standard you hold yourself in this House to. I want to wish you and Heather an incredible retirement. You've left Canada's Parliament in a wonderful place due to your honourable contribution. So on behalf of the opposition, the Conservative Party, your party, I want to say thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish to salute your 10 years of hard labour in that chair. It has been less long here for me, but I have been able to appreciate the work that you do, the courtesy that characterizes you, and the beautiful French language that you master with a slight accent that it's even warmer. And above all, we are very pleased when we come to the House and we see you here. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I cannot quarrel with you. You and the other Deputy Speaker are wonderful. We're always happy to see you. It's an honor to serve beside you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you. That's one of the things that I'd like to say in my speech, the ability and the opportunity to speak French and to learn French since 2006.
For Halifax West.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to join with the Speaker and with other colleagues in the House in congratulating and thanking you, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North, for a decade of excellent service as a chair occupant, including, of course, nearly 6 years as Deputy Speaker, soon to be the longest serving Deputy Speaker in Canada's history. Along with a deep knowledge of procedure and a great sense of this place, you have demonstrated grace, professionalism, and courage. On a personal level, Bruce, if I may, I've appreciated your wise counsel, your good humor, and your friendship. Kelly and I extend to you, Heather, your children and grandchildren, our very best wishes.
And I sure appreciated serving with the Honourable Member for Halifax West, and we continue to serve, as it turns out, in different ways, but thank you so much. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased on behalf of our leader, the member for Burnaby South, and all of my NDP caucus members to congratulate you on 10 years of extraordinary service in the House of Commons as chair occupant, and also to say thank you for all of these years that have been so efficient and effective in the work that you have done on a daily basis.
We can stretch the rules a little bit, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to say I think you are so effective because you operate under what I like to call the Stanton rules. First off, you understand the rules as good as anyone in the House of Commons. And that gives us all confidence, your knowledge of parliamentary procedure. The confidence that you give from that knowledge is something that helps us navigate what can sometimes be stormy waters when there are differences of opinion about the best way to proceed. Secondly, you treat all members of Parliament with the utmost respect, and we see that each and every day. You're the embodiment of a fine parliamentarian, and because you show such respect to every member of Parliament, regardless of the circumstances, I think it helps us show more respect to each other. You also bring a terrific personality with a great sense of humor, and you are unflappable. Goodness gracious, we have tried to knock you off and to confuse, make you hesitate a bit. It's never happened in the 10 years you've been Deputy Speaker. You are always concise, confident, unflappable in the House. With your great sense of humor, it contributes so much. Puis aussi, votre...
Also, your ability to speak our two official languages. I'm thinking of this, and the bloc member mentioned it as well. You are always ensuring that the two languages have equal status here in the House. That is extremely important. And all the work that you do is so effective.
Stand rules is you have treated members from across the political spectrum as friends. There is no one in this House that doesn't see you as a colleague and somebody who is trying to embody the very best in our Parliament. And so I say with some regret, knowing that you are stepping down, that I hope that we will have continued months before there's an election, and continued months, if not years, of your parliamentary wisdom, and so that we can continue the effective work that we should be doing every day on behalf of the people of Canada. You certainly, by the high standards that you set as a parliamentarian and as a Deputy Speaker, you have helped us so much to navigate those waters. So we wish you the very best, to you and Heather and your entire family. Thank you for 10 terrific years of service.
Thank the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, and all I can think of is that this is taking time away from the days of business here. We'll go to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an emotional moment for myself, and I believe as well for you. I must say that it's an honor to speak along with all my colleagues, to pay tribute and stress what the others have said. You're somebody extraordinary. I've worked with you not only in your capacity as Deputy Speaker, but also on various issues relating to your riding, and we have been able to work together. And there are other issues where we work together as well. You have an extraordinary record.
Switching back to English to say, I'm really impressed with your French. You know, I try my best, but you're, as other colleagues have mentioned, your role in the chair as Deputy Speaker is always a time that we have a steadier hand in choppy waters. Not comparing you to the other Deputy Speakers, they're all fantastic, but you will be missed. I will miss very much working with you. I will come visit in Simcoe North because you have a beautiful, beautiful riding, and I love visiting. And please, please, dear Lord, bless you and Heather and your family with the most wonderful of retirements, that you will never regret for 1 minute that you stepped down from this place, and you won't be wishing you came back. You'll be enjoying a retirement as full and as glorious as you uniquely deserve. Thank you.
First, I wish to thank the Speaker for taking this time to speak about the work of the past years. I want to thank my leader, the leader of the official opposition, for his wonderful words. He's a good friend and has been since 2013, I believe. The honourable member for La Prairie and all of the Bloc Québécois team for their continued attention to House of Commons affairs.
Mr. Burnaby and his party, who have been nothing but attentive to the work of this House each and every day. And to my good friend, the former Speaker from Halifax West. He and the current Speaker just about said his name, and I've worked for the Honourable Leader for the Speaker from the Regina Capel, each of whom and the team that we worked on, my fellow chair occupants, one who is here today, and I have to be careful with that because the Honourable Member for Kingston the Islands will call me out for reflecting on the absence or presence here momentarily. But the team that I work with, the Speaker, my two fellow chair occupants, it's nothing but a pleasure to serve with them. And I'm now very cognizant of the time that this is all taking. As a servant of this House, we're here first and foremost for you. We live that each and every moment that we're in service to you. And I say just what a privilege it is to do so. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we go back to work?
You can go back to work.
Okay.
Surprise.
We'll now go to the usual Thursday question, and the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and honestly, this is just a wonderful place to be in as we're honouring you today, sir. So on behalf of the official opposition, I would like to ask the House Leader what our schedule of business will be for the remainder of this week and next. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I may, I would like to join my voice to those of my colleagues in congratulating you and thanking you in everything that you've accomplished, and the fact that you've been here so long reflects a number of things, in particular your sense of ethics, your professionalism, your collegiality. Yet again, thank you and congratulations for everything you have done. The answer now to the question asked by my dear colleague is that this afternoon we will continue debate on the opposition motion put forward by the New Democratic Party this evening after the hour reserved for private members' business. There will be a round of speeches and the passage of Bill C-8, Call for Action 94, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada in third reading. Tomorrow we will begin in the morning with second reading of Bill C-21, firearms legislation, to move then to third reading of Bill C-6 on conversion therapy. That will occur in the afternoon on Monday. Next week, we will resume second reading of Bill C-21. Tuesday is a supply day. Wednesday, we will move to consideration of Bill C-30 on the budget. And this debate will continue on Thursday and Friday. Once again, congratulations, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question.
With that, we'll go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Singh regarding action towards reconciliation with Indigenous people.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations are in order from the sounds of things. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today and to say to all members of the House, Ulukut, and to say that I speak to you today in representing the Indigenous people of Labrador, of all Labradorians that live in the lands of the Innu and the Inuit of the region. Mr. Speaker, like many before me today, we've acknowledged that our parliament is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and established people. And I know, like many Canadians, are thankful for the freedom that we have to speak and for the opportunity to speak to what has been a sad legacy and a dark chapter of residential schools in Canada.
Today, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with my colleague and the member for Winnipeg North. The residential school system is a national tragedy. It was born of colonialism and it was propelled by systemic racism. That we can all agree on. And I think all of us are still very shocked and very profoundly upset with the news that we heard coming out of Kamloops First Nations in the last week. And unfortunately, they are not alone. And once again, this is the evidence of the pain that has been experienced by generations from the legacy of residential schools and the system they were entrapped in. And many continue to experience that pain today. I know this very well because I know my riding and I know the people that I serve. Many of them are victims of residential schools. The pain and hurt of that experience follows them to this day, and unfortunately will follow them and their families for generations to come. You know, our government is the first in history to actually step up and talk openly about reconciliation with Indigenous people as a Canadian government. We are the first government to establish that reconciliation with Indigenous people is a priority for us and for Canada. And Canadians supported this and they embraced it. I also want to outline that as a government, we are deeply committed to advancing reconciliation and to the healing of Indian residential school survivors and their families, and to providing supports depending on the wishes of those communities. And more specifically, we are deeply committed to supporting survivors, to supporting families and communities, and to help locate and memorialize through ceremony the children who died and went missing. You know, the first residential schools were opened towards the end of the 19th century, and they never ceased operation till nearly the close of the 20th century in 1996. That's only about 25 years ago. So it's not ancient history, and it's not without its impacts being felt as deeply as they are today. The darkness and the pain that came with learning the news is not going to cease today or tomorrow or in the days and years ahead. But I hope that someday in this country, we will have achieved reconciliation and healing for all of those who were deeply harmed and hurt. The legacy of residential schools continues to this day with Indigenous people, as I've said. And it's felt in many ways, through poverty, food insecurity, through mental illness, physical health, and more commonly and most known, through death by suicide. This is the sad outcomes and legacy that follows residential schools. For First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, while they live with this legacy, they also live with the post-traumatic stress and the intergenerational trauma that accompanies it. And what I do know is this: in the riding that I represent in Labrador, despite consistent lobbying and advocating, despite good investments that we have made and continue to make, there still needs to be more focus on mental health and on healing. There are still far too many people that are asking for help that they're not getting. There are still far too many people that are reaching out in words and actions to a dead end. that is something we need to focus on. If we are really to help in this healing process, it has to also start with mental health services. It has to start with providing the supports that people need to function in everyday life. It has to start with ending poverty and closing the gap that exists between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. It has to ensure there is food security, there is heat security, and that opportunities are equal to all kids. As we talk about the dark chapters and the sad legacy of residential schools, I also fear for the future yet of many Indigenous kids in this country, only because I see what transpires before our eyes each and every day in this country still, where far too many kids are still being removed from their communities, from their cultures, from their language, and from the people who love them. And while they may be removed to be safe, we need to find ways to keep Indigenous kids safe without having them lose everything else that provides value in their lives. I deal with issues almost on a daily basis in my riding of children that are being sent hundreds of kilometers away, thousands of kilometers away in some cases, to be fostered into families and homes that I'm sure in many cases are loving and supportive. But I also know that these children are losing things that are very valuable to them. They're losing the opportunity to grow up in their own culture, to learn their own language. They're losing the opportunity to visit with those that they've learned to love and know. And we need to find a better way. And we can only do that when we work with leadership within First Nations, Inuit, and Métis governments. This has to be a priority for everyone. Children, Indigenous children, has to be a priority for everyone. And while it's a priority in terms of when we speak, when we give that commitment, we need to ensure that it translates into real, substantial change on the ground that is going to ensure the safety of these children, but the health, the mental health, physical health, and the overall well-being of these children as well. When we talk about the legacy of residential schools, and we feel each and every day as we walk with those we know and love, we feel each and every day the serious consequences that it has left behind. And I know that many people have asked that history be erased in some ways. But you know, we should never erase history. And when it is so bad, so sad, so horrifying, we should never repeat it. And in order for that to happen, we need to fully understand it. So if we're to move towards meaningful reconciliation for Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people, together, moving forward, then we need to have that level of respect. We need to have transparency. We need to have accountability, but we also need to have understanding, a full understanding of our history.
So we'll need to leave it there. We're a little bit over time, and we'll now go to questions and comments. And we'll begin with the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would love to express my deep gratitude for your amazing work in this House. To the member through you, I would just like to ask a question. Yesterday, the minister, of course, re-announced the $27 million to help Indigenous communities bring their children home that came from the 2019 budget. When asked why the money was coming now, the minister indicated that the communities were not ready. But today in committee, we actually heard from the chair of the governing circle from the National Center of Truth and Reconciliation that this was simply not the case. She told the committee that survivors have been asking for funds for years, especially through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I'm just wondering if the member could speak to why that is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleague for her question and for her work on this issue and other issues related to Indigenous children in Canada. I think, first of all, she's well aware that we are committed to implementing the calls of action within the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And we are continuing the process of truth telling, as we've already seen, which is a part of the healing for Indigenous people that have been laid out by the Commission. But also, I want to reiterate the investments that we are making, and we are moving forward with these investments. And there are many cases of unmarked graves across the country as well. We've started the work towards locating them. And unfortunately, what we're discussing today is very tragically not an isolated case in this country. It's one glimpse of the dark reality, the grim reality of residential schools. So we have committed funding in previous budgets that is still being rolled out, and I'm sure there are many who wishes it could be moving much more quickly. But we also have a responsibility.
We'll get on to some additional questions. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I also would like to thank my colleague for a very powerful speech. This morning in INAN Committee, Indigenous Affairs Committee, we had an hour where we actually listened to the commissioners. We actually didn't ask questions, and we heard from the commissioners, and it was very, very powerful testimony. And there was a few things that bring me to some concern. And one was when Commissioner Wilson said, we have an act with attention, urgency, and the resources that are needed. Commissioner Littlechild talked about one of the calls to action being 81 and stuck, and they made it clear they really believe this shouldn't be a partisan issue, that there has been successive governments that have perhaps made mistakes and have done wrong. But today, can we hear, the NDP have put forward a motion. I think it's an important motion. It's not perfect, but it's their effort to move things forward. And, you know, I'd certainly like to hear my colleague indicate that she'll be happy to support this motion. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague, and I've shared on this committee with her in many different important topics related to Indigenous people in Canada, including this one. You know, decolonizing the process that have impacted Indigenous people in this country for many, many generations is not going as quickly as any of us would like. You know, like removing the Indian Act, like ensuring for the protection and safety of children, like closing the gaps that we currently have between Indigenous and non-Indigenous children in the country. Denouncing the colonial systems is a part of that. Reconciling historic wrongdoings is a part of that, but rebuilding our relationship with Indigenous people is also a critical piece to all of this. And in order for us to move forward, to do the investments that we currently have on the table and are prepared to invest to help support survivors and families and children, we can only do that in partnership with all of the Indigenous governments and organizations that are there. Do we want to fix this? Do we want to make sure that people have the healing and the supports that they need? Absolutely. I look at people every single day in my job, because it's my job to represent them, where I see the hurt and the pain of the experiences of residential schools. And I would like nothing more to take that away. just like every other member in this House. But it's a process that we have to work with them to make sure we do the right things. Investing in mental health, investing in closing the gaps, investing in Indigenous children and their families is the right thing to do. And I hope all governments, not just the government today, not just members in the House today, but I hope all governments in this country in the future will see that as well.
And we've gone a little bit over time there, so we'll go to resuming debate, and the honourable parliament.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River on a point of order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to extend the time for today's supply proceedings by 15 minutes.
Any members opposed to this extension? I hear the honourable members, if there's any opposed to the opposition. Député qui s'oppose à cette proposition?
Are there any MPs opposed to this motion?
Je n'entends quelques oppositions, alors c'est adopté. Merci beaucoup.
And it is carried. Thank you.
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I get to the matter at hand, I too just want to add a few thoughts in regards to this special day for you as a speaker. And I've always addressed you as a speaker. And in one sense, it's kind of like the way that I see you, you know, and listening to the NDP House Leader making comments in regards to you being unflappable. And when he was commenting on that, that's what it is I was thinking of. I thought that kind of encapsulated your basic understanding of doing what's right inside the chamber. And no matter what the temperament might have been inside the chamber, you always seemed to have things under control. And as someone that's been around the floor quite a bit over the last 10 years myself, I've always, without exception, respected your wise words, even at times when they went against me, and appreciated your many contributions to the House of Commons. And I hope there will come a day in your retirement where maybe we will get a chance to talk, because I know you are a passionate parliamentarian and you have a lot of good ideas to talk about, who knows, maybe rule changes or how it is the House of Commons could actually become more modernized. So just to say thank you for everything that you've done in, number one, representing your constituents, but for being such an outstanding parliamentarian. Great deal of respect for everything you have done. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I hope you'll give me an extra 5 minutes or so. I would like to add my thoughts on this very important issue, and if I may, Mr. Speaker, to indicate to members, because they might not necessarily be aware of, we hear of Winnipeg North and the demographics of Winnipeg North. I would suggest to you will answer the question as to why I feel very passionate about what has been taking place over the last couple of weeks, and it goes far beyond that. It goes back to the days in which me being in opposition many years ago, wanting to see inquiries on what I believe is a very important issue. For me, reconciliation is not an option. Reconciliation is something that we all need to work on, not only the national government, but all levels of government. It actually supersedes governments and should also be applicable to private sector, nonprofit groups, people as a whole. We should be looking at our educational systems, school boards, for example. The idea of reconciliation is absolutely essential. And it's not just for those that were directly impacted, but for all of society. If we are to hit our potential, we need to resolve and to work towards it. In listening to the comments earlier, there's a number of parliamentarians talked about taking the politics, the partisan politics out of this. There's no party inside the chamber that could escape the some of the damages that have been caused, whether it's different levels of government, political parties all have to take some sense of ownership. Governments need to take ownership. But I like the idea in terms of where do we go from here as opposed to passing blame. And, you know, every week I will be going over the Salter Bridge, and I will see red ribbons on that bridge. In fact, if you drive down Dufferin, you'll see a red dress in the window of a home. Earlier today, I saw hearts with the number 215 within those hearts. What's taken place and the discovery in Kamloops is absolutely horrific, and for the very first time for Canadians, for a vast majority of the Canadians, that it really has sunken in that it's actually taken place. But there are many in society, in our society, that were actually aware or have heard of. And we heard a number of MPs talk about that. This is something that we can't just let go by, that we need to ensure that we continue to move forward. And the one question I was afforded the opportunity to ask, the question was, for me personally, I reflect and I renew my commitment to do whatever I can to push for reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, a picture can say 1,000 words, and I know I'm not allowed to display things. I have a very good friend who often provides me some advice in regards to Indigenous matters. And she had sent me 3 pictures, and they're actually some stories. And I often say, you know, a picture, and we've heard the phrase, can say 1,000 words. And the pictures that she sent me were of an Indian burial on grounds. The city of Brandon should buy back land where residential school children are buried. We talked about Brandon, and Brandon is not alone. We found out about Kamloops, and we saw the reaction, the public reaction. It was immediate, and for most Canadians, it was shocking. But Kamloops is not the only community. It was not the only residential school. So there is a need that's there, that's real, that's tangible. And when you see this plaque embedded and you read this, it reinforces that. We need to look and support in whatever way we can collectively. In this particular article, they're saying that the city should buy back the grounds. And that's why I say it's not a government. It's all governments, stakeholders, even members of the public. You take a look at another story that was provided. Indigenous Manitobans call for empathy about residential schools after the remains of the 215. And the picture shows footwear of children. For me, you know, I thought of candles. I think of those lives that were never fully lived. And even when they were a child, it's hard to imagine how one could be taken away from a home or a family environment. These are the types of things and the imagery that is there. One of the more profound, and this is the third article that was sent to me, was one with regards to the Simone, the museum, and I should kind of click onto it, because I'd like to actually ensure that members know what it is that I'm referring to, because I'd like to quote from it. And it's come from the Smithsonian Magazine. And what it is imagine a picture with red dresses outside. And this is, and I'll take the quote from the magazine. On a still gray winter day, the red dresses each hung, flapping in the wind, along the plaza surrounding the Smithsonian National Museum of the American Indian. 35 of them in different shapes, sizes, and shades. They serve as stand-ins for the potential of thousands of natives, women who go missing or are murdered each year. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, it's that kind of imagery. And I just talked about driving down Dufferin. And I see my time's expired, and I'll continue it on in my first question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the honourable member for Vancouver East. Oh, just looks like the microphone may be on mute. We'll just give that a check.
Sorry.
There we are. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, the mute mic didn't click. The member said that he will do whatever he can on the path of reconciliation. Well, there's something that he can do. He can tell his own government to stop taking Indigenous kids to court. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found Canada's discrimination to be, quote, willful and reckless in a worst-case scenario, resulting in the unnecessary family separations for thousands of children, serious harm, and even the deaths of some children. The tribunal ordered Canada to pay $40,000 to each child. The Prime Minister wants to quash that order. Will the member tell the Prime Minister that he is wrong and join the NDP and tell the government to stop taking Indigenous children to court?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I like C and D in the resolution. I think there's a great deal of merit to it. I don't believe the NDP are doing a service to the issue by trying to politicize it to the degree in which they are. I was commenting, Mr. Speaker, about the red dress, which is on Dufferin, right by the Salter Bridge, hanging in a window. And to me, that is a reminder that I see quite often, as is the ribbons that are on, the red ribbons that are on Salter Bridge. As a community of close to 20,000 Indigenous people that live in Winnipeg's North End, a community in which I am often going through, where I have an actual office, Mr. Speaker. These are the reminders that are very real, and these are why it is so important for me personally to renew my commitment to do whatever I can in dealing and making sure that we continue to move forward on these important issues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. But perhaps just a reminder, does the member have a headset?
C'est là.
Voici, Monsieur le Président.
Here it is, Mr. Speaker. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about the headset. I was too wrapped up in the debate. It's such an interesting debate, so important and interesting. I forgot about my headset. But I do have a question. There's a lot of gray areas in this debate. It's unclear how many children died, in what areas, under what circumstances, and I'm just curious because the federal government is responsible for funding. When these children died at residential school in BC or Quebec or wherever, Didn't a priest send a note to the federal government to say, stop sending checks for that kid? Surely there was a bureaucrat somewhere who took note of how many children had died and where and under what circumstances. It's hard to imagine that there wasn't some sort of accounting, some sort of tracking, at least for the funding. And if not, that means that the religious communities were keeping the money. They were still receiving checks for each child, whether that child was still alive or not. And that would be scandalous if the religious communities were basically taking money that they shouldn't. I wonder if my colleague has any idea or a comment on that, the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, no, I don't know the specific answer, but I do want to emphasize one last point, and that is that if you want to get a sense, we hear about the calls, 94 calls to action that came through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We know that there's 231 individual calls for justice that were directed from the National Inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. If you want to get a sense of obligations and some of the stakeholders, I really liked in the National Inquiry, they have one aspect of the report where they highlight who has the responsibilities, and they highlight it in color, so it's very easy to see. And what you will see is it's not one level of government. The answer is going to take, and to have it resolved is going to take a while, but it's going to take people and agencies and governments working together in order to get it done right. And that's how I would conclude my remarks, Mr. Speaker. We all have to do something to work towards full reconciliation.
We'll go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, today I join you from Treaty 5 territory, the territory of the Nisqually Cree Nation, from my home in Thompson. I would like to share my time with my colleague from North Island, Powell River. Today, I rise along with my NDP colleagues to call for immediate action by Canada for justice in the memory of the 215 children found in a mass grave at the Kamloops Residential School on the Tk'emlúps-Teskweewup territory. In memory of the countless other Indigenous children who were victims of Canada's genocide against Indigenous peoples. The news of the shocking reality of the abuse, the murder of these 215 children has shaken our country to its core. People are in shock. People are mourning. People are asking how this could have happened, how such unspeakable cruelty, such horrific violence, such abuse and deliberate culpable negligence could have been part of an official state policy, a state policy of genocide. First Nations in our region have been grieving. Survivors, their children, their grandchildren have been reliving unspeakable trauma. They are sad. They are angry. A couple of days ago, I received a call from Eunice, a respected elder from Tataskwiak Cree Nation, a survivor. I asked her at the beginning how she was doing. She told me she was sad, that she was angry. But in residential school, quote, they taught us not to cry, unquote, she said. But she wanted to. And Eunice was clear. As a survivor, there must be action for current and future generations. Every single survivor I've heard from has been clear. Their children, their grandchildren have been clear. There must be action. Today, we in the NDP are standing in solidarity with First Nations survivors, intergenerational survivors, in calling for the truth, for action, for justice. Pimicikamak Cree Nation has called on the Prime Minister to fund the search of the site of the residential school imposed on them for decades. They are certain more bodies of children will be found. They want to bring them home. York Factory Cree Nation has called on the federal government to protect each of the sites for proper investigation, ceremony, and commemoration. Burial sites must be found. School records must be available. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls must be fulfilled, they've said. every single First Nation in our region is clear. There must be action, and there must be truth. There has not been truth for Indigenous peoples in Canada. The truth starts with making it clear that Canada's treatment of Indigenous peoples is genocide. The genocide of Indigenous people that was a deliberate state policy of colonialism, of ethnic cleansing, of genocide. Let's be clear that the government of Canada had an agenda to intentionally take over the lands of Indigenous peoples to exploit them for profit. This includes a policy of deliberately starving people off the land, killing their leaders, a policy that sees children to be taken away from their parents and their communities and placed in church-run institutions that were based on a policy that devalued their way of life, their culture, and their lives, period. The story of Canada is rooted in genocide. The discovery of a mass grave of 215 children is further confirmation of that genocide, a genocide that is ongoing. There must be truth. It starts with calling residential schools for what they were: detention centers, prisons, and all too often torture chambers. The physical, sexual, and emotional abuse perpetrated by staff, including clergy, the abuse sanctioned by the state, abuse that was known but too often covered up, and the deaths, 215 deaths at a school that had only 50 recorded. Hundreds, if not thousands, more children unaccounted for across this country. The victims as young as 3 years old, many of whom died with no official records of death, their remains not even treated with dignity, buried in unmarked, even mass graves, no consideration of returning them home to their loved ones. This wasn't in a faraway country. This is Canada. A system that was in place until the 1990s. And let's be clear, these weren't just unfortunate coincidences or incidences, the actions of a few. What occurred was part of deliberate state policy. It didn't just happen. It was a system designed this way. There must be action. But 2 days ago, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, we had a chance to talk about this, about the 215 children found at Kamloops Residential School. And instead of action from this government, we heard more words. The Prime Minister stated that Canada failed Indigenous peoples. The Minister of Indigenous Services told us to speak to our kids because they know what happened. Not acceptable. This is gaslighting. As if Canada isn't the one that's responsible. As though its current government does not have a direct responsibility for this genocide. To the Prime Minister, I say, this is a genocide against Indigenous peoples. And the irony, we, Canada, lectures the world on human rights, on peace, on justice, and we ignore the brutal history of colonialism and the vile racism and white supremacy at its root. We lecture the world while we gloss over, even deny the genocide against Indigenous peoples here at home. We talk about reconciliation, but we don't mean it. We ignore the truth. We still defend the people and the systems that upheld colonialism and genocide as state policy. And let's be clear, what happened to Indigenous children generation after generation was a policy rooted in colonialism that was administered with unspeakable cruelty and inhumanity. If you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. The world is watching. It is time for Canada to say the truth, to uncover the truth. It is time to state clearly that racism, colonialism, and genocide are part of our history and our current day-to-day reality. It is time to commit to nothing less than decolonization. It's time for actions, not words. It starts with justice for the children, working with Indigenous communities to uncover every single site that children were abducted to find these children, to bring them home. Let's treat this for what it was, crimes against children, crimes against Indigenous people that should and must include the laying of criminal charges. And let's stop using the court system to fight against Indigenous children and people. Let's ensure that this government pays its reparations for the incalculable damage, the horror that this genocide has caused. And let's also not forget the many dimensions of this colonial system, the historic legacy and current reality, that there are First Nations to this day that still do not have clean drinking water, adequate housing, live in abject poverty, have second-rate healthcare services, underfunded education, lack of social services, lack of recreation. And in 2021, we still have emergencies, states of emergency, because children are taking their own lives to suicide because they feel hopeless. Mr. Speaker, in the memory of these children, in the memory and in honoring all survivors, their children and grandchildren, there must be justice. As a mother of two 3-year-olds, the age of the youngest victim in Kamloops, I cannot imagine what their mothers went through, what those children went through. In their name, there must be justice. The colonialism, the genocide that has caused and continues to cause immense suffering for Indigenous peoples must stop. And we must hear them when they say that they are here, that they are not going everywhere and it is anywhere, and that the history of the colonizers and their view of the world is not what sticks. Colonialism is doomed to fail. Indigenous peoples deserve respect, deserve justice, deserve clear recognition of this being what it is, which is genocide. Mr. Speaker, every child matters. The 215 Indigenous children that died at the Kamloops Residential School mattered. The Indigenous children that died at residential schools across Canada mattered. We will not forget them. In their memory, we must and we will achieve justice, decolonization for Indigenous peoples for Canada. Thank you. Kinanaskomet now, Masi.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. First of all, I'd like to commend you and congratulate you. You're probably one of the first people in the House of Commons to have welcomed me and recognized me, and I appreciate your efforts with French. Now, coming back to my colleague's speech, I'd like to congratulate her on her commitment. She's always sincere and speaks with a deep conviction, and there are many recommendations or things that, like, as a people where we may have mistreated Indigenous peoples, and the Bloc would like to propose some things that might attract a consensus. But I'd like to ask the member just how far she thinks we need to go. This all stems from the Indian Act. Do we need to reflect on that act and perhaps repeal it and start from scratch? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for those words. The decolonization process is one that involves a number of steps and stages. We have to not just reflect, but also take action to put an end to a colonizing piece of legislation. But at the same time, we need to work with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in order to truly support First Nations. They're doing everything they can for their peoples, but let's be clear. All of this needs to be done not just with a commitment, but also with investment and support from the federal government, not in a paternalistic way, but as partners, responsible partners. But when it comes to the matter before us today, this motion, it's clear that the Government of Canada is guilty of genocide, and action must be taken to render justice to First Nations all across our country.
For Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to add my voice to all of those who are congratulating you today, and you've always been very generous in allowing me to have time to speak, so thank you. I'd also like to congratulate the honorable member for her amazing speech and her dedication and commitment to these issues. My good friend, Bill Yoakum, is the executive director of Plummet Laleham, and they are the delegated Aboriginal agency for child, family, and community services here on the island. And one of the things that he tells me, reminds me constantly, is that the number one reason why children are apprehended from the system, by the system, is because of poverty and because of lack of adequate housing, affordable, adequate housing. And you know, the residential school system is a legacy that we're dealing with, but children in foster care is an outrageous legacy that we're dealing with. It's a continuation of this system of apprehending children from their families. And 4.9% of children in this country are Aboriginal, but 48% of children in care are Aboriginal. And I would just like the honorable member to comment on the continuation of this legacy of removing children from their families and from their culture, and what we should be doing about it.
We're going to go back to the honourable member for Churchill Kiwatanakaski, but I'll just ask her if she could. We're getting a bit of distortion on the audio from her microphone, so I wonder if she could maybe just sort of move it out a little bit, and we'll see if that clears that up. The honourable member.
You're on mute, sorry.
The honourable member may be on mute at this point. We'll give that a try.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for this critical question. Poverty is a form of violence, and we know it. Here in this part of the country, Indigenous children face some of the highest rates of poverty in Canada. In a country as wealthy as Canada, we are talking about third world living conditions. And so today, what we are saying is there must be action in light of the news coming out of Kamloops, the 215 children that were found in their memory, but also to put an end to the ongoing abuse of human rights of Indigenous children, of Indigenous peoples in our country today. And so I am hopeful that MPs of all parties will recognize that this is a moment in time, a moment in history where Canada must change course, must commit to decolonizing, and that includes putting an end to poverty and third world conditions that Indigenous children and communities face.
And we'll have time, we'll take time just for a very quick question to the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her passion and determination to get action for Indigenous peoples and for true reconciliation. Now, we've heard some political parties and others talk about how they want to frame Canada's actions as a cultural genocide. But clearly, the UN Convention on Genocide is crystal clear here, and it meets all of the Article 2 conditions. Can my colleague speak about why it is important for the government of Canada to come out and make a clear statement understanding that Canada committed genocide against Indigenous people?
Member for Churchill Kiwatanakaski.
Very clearly, for there to be reconciliation, there must be truth. And the truth is that this is genocide. We need Canada to acknowledge this, to recognize this, and act accordingly. Crimes against humanity, inhumane, state-sanctioned and church-sanctioned violence, gross negligence, and even death. This is extremely serious, and Canada lectures the world on human rights in all sorts of ways. Well, it's time to recognize what's happened here at home, and it's time, and that begins by recognizing genocide and committing to decolonization now, today, going forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to start my speech with a thank you. I want to thank and acknowledge my granny Minnie, who went to Lejac Residential School for far too many years of her life. She told me growing up, "No complaining, Rachel. We are all still here. Get to work." It took me many years to fully understand that she understood that Canada had tried to kill her community, and succeeded in killing too many. And also recognized that although she grew up Indigenous in a country trying to kill Indigenous people, they are still here. She built us strong, carrying a lot of multi-generational trauma that our family continues to work through, and we are strong. And the preciousness of our children is powerful, even for the little 2-year-old white girl they picked up along the way. I want to also thank and acknowledge my husband, who is a survivor of residential school. His love for all of his children and grandchildren is deeply tender and kind. He grapples bravely with the wounds he has and has succeeded in a commitment of making sure that not one of his children or grandchildren will ever see him under the influence of any drug or alcohol. I also want to acknowledge how he has carried the tradition of his people, especially in his spirit baths. He has taken many people to bathe when they come into their maturity as young people and when they are grieving. This includes our 2 sons, Henry and Kai, who completed 1 full year when their voices changed, daily bathing in the river. I want to thank the many elders who have guided me in my life. There are so many who are still with me, and some of those who are on the next step of their journey. I want to thank them for holding me up, setting me straight with a kindness and gentleness that I am still practicing to emulate. I want to thank all the generations of Indigenous children. I want to thank my children and grandchildren who are so generous in their forgiveness for the wounds we are all trying to heal together. I am awed by their love and strength for what they must carry. I also want to send a special moment of love to Rebecca, who lost her mother today several years ago, another victim of a colonial past that damaged so badly and deeply that it was impossible for her to continue. And I want to thank all of the Indigenous parents who have had to tell their young children about residential schools sooner than they wanted because of the public discovery of these 215 precious babies. My own sister being one of them. It is hard to know when to tell your children that Canada has and continues to wage a war on you because of who you are, because you are Indigenous. When is the time to tell your child, be prepared for the racism in Canada, because it is coming for you, and it is. At what age is it appropriate to tell your children? One thought every Indigenous parent must think about in this country. I recently heard a non-Indigenous person say, expressing their grief on finding the 215 precious children. They spoke about the loss of innocence they were experiencing in Canada. A much wiser Indigenous woman than I responded with such kindness, acknowledging that for this person, for many Canadians, this revelation has been an awakening. I hope all Canadians are having this awakening and that their perspective of Canada is fundamentally changing. This is what has and is happening in our country. We need to own that as Canadians because this is not a surprise or a shock for Indigenous communities across this country. This is a confirmation. Former Senator and Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner Murray Sinclair said in an interview recently that survivors of residential schools called him and said, "I told you so." I want to say to non-Indigenous Canadians, stop trying to fix this. Help the nations carry it. Carry with you that generations of Indigenous communities have had to carry this knowledge by themselves, that when they told, their voices were ignored and silenced. Understand that this genocide happened and is happening in Canada. Listen and amplify the voices of Indigenous people. And where there is injustice, help the fight. Many Indigenous elders and leaders have said to me, there can be no healing without justice, without truth. It is hard to keep fighting when you are the one that is wounded. What Canada needs now is for all Canadians to stand together and fight the injustice now that are happening today and the ones that have happened in the past. Canadians can help by telling the Government of Canada, both historically and today, to stop putting the responsibility at the nation's doors. Look for the truth. I will give Canadians an example. Yesterday, the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Affairs re-announced $27 million from the 2019 budget to help Indigenous communities find their children who died in residential school, to help bring them home. When the minister was asked, why is the money only coming now? The minister said the communities were not ready before this time. Mr. Speaker, I can promise you, there is not one Indigenous and community across this country that was not wanting their children to come home. Today, in the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, the chair of the governing circle from the National Centre of Truth and Reconciliation was very clear in response to the minister that this is simply not the case. She told the committee survivors have been asking for funds for years, especially through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but those requests have been severely underfunded and often not responded to. I believe the chair of the governing circle of National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation. I believe the communities and the voices of Indigenous leaders across this country who have told us again and again that there are children buried. I have no doubt that all communities have always been looking for the children to be returned. After hearing this, a chief said to me, "Are First Nations now responsible for investigating their own genocide?" I agree. Whatever action that is taken should be done 100% with the lead of the nations, every single time. However, the reality is Canada is the perpetrator of this genocide. Canada has information that will guide them from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In fact, former Senator Sinclair spoke to the work done to identify potential grave sites. This information, it's there, and I would suggest to this government is a very good place to start. All too often, this government tells Canadians that Indigenous communities have other priorities on one issue or another. I want to be very clear in this House. That is complete gaslighting. What is true is this, that even with the work being done by this government, First Nations children are still in court, and a Canadian Human Rights Tribunal order is not being honored. I want to thank Cindy Blackstock for her amazing work on this. And I would say to the Government of Canada, it's time to let her put this burden down. It is time to make sure that no more First Nations children lose their childhood. It's time to step up and do the right thing. It's time to get it done. I also want to say St. Anne Residential School survivors are still being denied access to justice. They're survivors. They have a right to have a voice. And for too long, this government has blindsided them through processes that continue to keep the agony alive. And the implementation of the TRC calls to action are not being honored with the seriousness that they must. We're hearing that from Indigenous communities, and the people who are experiencing it are the experts. That is who we should be listening to. And Mr. Speaker, it is time that there are spaces for trauma healing centers across this country for Indigenous communities. Former Senator Sinclair said it very, very well. It is time for us to have spaces where survivors and their families can come together and share this together. It is time for us to make space for that and honor that. To all of the Indigenous communities across this country, from this deep sadness, what I wish you all is joy. Because for so many generations, with every child that was taken and every child that is continuing to be taken, the joy has been stripped from the communities. It is absolutely time for Canada to step up and recognize the basic human rights of Indigenous communities and finally do the right thing, have justice and have truth so that these communities can finally have joy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Can Ms. Blaney move the mic away from her mouth?
Committee this morning when we heard from the commissioners, and it was a very powerful testimony, and there was a few things that she brought up in her speech that were particularly, I think, both concerning, and certainly when they indicated that the attention, urgency, and resources needed to be made available, and the comparison was made to COVID and how quickly the government responded in terms of the COVID crisis. So those are the sort of what she described as a lack of. And I think it was also important that she indicated successive governments share the blame and that it's a nonpartisan issue. So, certainly I come to the House today in terms of a motion that I think is important for us to move forward with. And so again, I would appreciate any further comments my colleague might have about the testimony she heard today.
Go back to the honourable member for North Island Powell River. I'll just maybe ask her if she could just move the microphone out just slightly. I'm getting a little bit of distortion on that, so if I think it's a little farther out from her mouth, that will maybe help a little bit there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And thank you to the interpreters who have to put up with this. I know it's so hard on them, and I just want to express my deep appreciation. And I thank the member who I know is finalizing her last time as a future retiree of this place. And I want to thank her for her commitment and work on this file. I deeply respect some of the work that she's done. And I couldn't agree more with the testimony that we heard today about that urgency that we've seen for COVID and how it needs to be applied across the board to Indigenous communities in Canada. I think the reality is we know they're not meeting the basic human rights in Canada, and there should be not one Canadian that's okay with that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very wonderful testimony. I want to thank my colleague for it. It's a very special day in today's debates. We're hearing very touching testimony as well as on during the Take Note debate. There is, in a debate like this, the words are really important. And the other evening, and today as well, as to whether there is cultural genocide or not of children and Indigenous peoples, to me, there's no doubt. I think it's no doubt for my colleague either, but there is not unanimity in the House. People are not in agreement on the term. My question is more, how for the First Nations? What do they call this phenomenon? What is the experience of Indigenous children in Indian residential schools called? How was it that they were derooted, their culture taken away? Do the First Nations have a vision of this experience as genocidal? The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
This was absolutely and continues to be genocide. When you find a mass grave of 215 children, I think that all explanations end. And I encourage all of us as parliamentarians, regardless of party, we must own this history. Until there is truth, until there is justice, Indigenous communities will not be able to fully heal. And that is our responsibility.
We have time just for a quick question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her heartfelt comments. And I just want to pick up on something that she had indicated earlier, and this is with respect to the role of the federal government and to ensure that the federal government is directed by the wishes of the community. I know she hadn't come up with a full answer because she was also grappling with it. Maybe if she can give us a bit more clarity on what that needs to look like in terms of the interaction and the support that the federal government needs to give, but at the same time have the decisions directed by the local communities.
Well, member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and my response will simply be this. Former Senator Sinclair was very clear in his testimony in INAN today, where he outlined the fact that there's been research done on where some of those graves are projected to be. And I think it's absolutely essential that Canada be very respectful in the conversations, but take a leadership role in making sure that if there's private property, that property is dealt with so that we can get those babies home. That has to be a number one priority. Genocide was committed and continues to be committed by Canada. Canada must own and take the lead on the steps to remedy this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me first acknowledge, before I forget, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Parkdale High Park, and my honourable colleague, of course, serves as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice as well. Mr. Speaker, let me just quickly take a moment to recognise your accomplishments in this House. I didn't know the gravity of this, and of course, I've only had a short time to sit in this House, but I found that our dealings have been jovial. I appreciate your leadership, and I wish you all the best in the days ahead. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege, and I've said it before, but I'll say it again, of representing 3 Indigenous communities in my riding of Kings Hants, Sebeganegedy, Glooscap, and Annapolis Valley First Nation. But particularly pertinent to today's discussion is the fact that my riding is home to where the Shubenacadie Residential School existed from 1930 to 1967. And I've seen the legacy. This was the largest school in Atlantic Canada. It did not only just bring and tear children away from their families in the local area, it brought Mi'kmaq children from across Nova Scotia and indeed across the Atlantic region to be able to face the horrors of what residential schools represented. And I think for many of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to give and try to understand because we don't have that lived experience necessarily. But I'm going to try just to explain and a quote that I found from a member in my community, the late Isabel Knockwood. She was the author of a book called Out of the Depths: The Experience of Mi'kmaq Children at the Indian Residential School at Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia. And there's a whole bunch of passages that I could quote, Mr. Speaker, but this one was particularly jarring for me. From our first day at the school, speaking our own language resulted in violent physical punishment. Since we knew no English, we had to hide to talk to each other in Mi'kmaq. Even after a few years had passed and we had learned enough English to communicate with each other, it was still often too dangerous to talk. We were forbidden to talk at night in the dormitory. Brothers and sisters were strictly forbidden to speak to each other. And Mr. Speaker, there could be a whole bunch that I could quote, but it's that language and culture and trying to take that away from Indigenous children at the time that I think is perhaps one illustration amongst the many that I could point out that I think is problematic. I also want to take the time, Mr. Speaker, we recognize, of course, the harm in Kamloops, but we know it too in our backyard. And the National Center for the Truth and Reconciliation recognizes the death of 16 children. I'd like to read them onto the record here today. Let me also acknowledge that we know that there could be more, and indeed that work has to continue and on go. But if you would permit me, I would like to do this. Albert Pictou, Brian Simon, Colin Bernard, Doris Aquin, Ella Cooper, Irene Mitchell, James Paul, Josephine Smith, Joyce Dolores McDonald, Mary Agnes.
We seem to have lost the sound there. The honourable member for Kings Hants. Maybe just check his microphone. It just seemed to drop all of a sudden. Do a test. Yeah, it's there now. Back. Yes, please proceed, and maybe just go back a couple of those. Take back about the three names prior and pick it up from there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Josephine Smith, Joyce Dolores McDonald, Mary Agnes Ward, Mary Guhu, Mary Guinness, Mary Madeline Bernard, Mary Tony, Maurice Young, and Nancy Lumpquin. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for permitting. I want to make sure that that's on the Hansard and in our records. And this past Sunday, I had the opportunity to join members of the community of Sebeganegedy as they gave prayers and a smudging ceremony to those who have been impacted by the legacy of the residential school system. And I think what is important for all Canadians, many, of course, in Indigenous communities knew that this was a likelihood of what we found in Kamloops, and indeed, this will not be the only type of tremendous harm that we will find, and we need to prepare ourselves as Canadians that this is not an isolated incident. And I say this recognizing that we have to continue the work in this domain. And I asked myself over the last number of days, How best can I be an advocate in this particular space? The member opposite last mentioned the $33 million that the government had set aside in budget 2019 to be able to do the important work of finding these bureau sites. I know, for instance, my understanding is in Kamloops, it was the funding that helped find and hopefully bring home even more children in terms of being able to find these individuals. There's work ongoing right now in Shubenacadie through the Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq at the Shubenacadie site. It is a large area. It's 250 acres. And when I ask myself, despite this being a national issue, how best can I help in my community, in my riding? That's where I'm going to turn my attention to, Mr. Speaker, in terms of working with Indigenous leadership in Kings Hants and indeed across Nova Scotia on how we can make sure that that particular site has the recognition that it deserves. Because of what I would say right now to the members in this House that may not be familiar with the area, there is nothing there right now that actually gives credence to the horrors and the tragedy that happened in that place. And although it's not my place to say exactly how that should happen, Mr. Speaker, it has to be through the eyes of the survivors of the individuals who had gone to this school. We do think, and I do think it's important, and that's my focus will be that on the days ahead. There has been progress, and I say that hesitantly, Mr. Speaker. We shouldn't shy away from the fact that we have moved the yardsticks on reconciliation in the right direction. I'm proud to be a member of a governing caucus that I believe that has done more than any government in Canadian history in this particular work to reconcile with Indigenous people. I say that recognizing and certainly making very clear that there has to be more work to be done. And that includes, of course, not only the work in Shubenacadie that I'll undertake with my colleagues and my Indigenous leaders, but indeed a lot of the work that has to happen to be able to implement the TRC calls to action. I want to highlight some of the work that I believe is important and is going to be fundamental for us above and beyond the particular issue of residential school system to continue to build that relationship, because members and Indigenous community members would say it is absolutely important that we recognize and we do right by the harm, but we also have to build on a better future. I look at UNDRIP, the legislation that was passed in this House and is now before the Senate. That represents a historic opportunity for us as a government to continue to move and to build partnerships nation to nation with Indigenous communities. I look at Bill C5 and I take notice that all members of this House supported the fast tracking of that particular legislation to establish a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation in this country. Those, although not alone, will be enough, are important to being able to move the yardsticks in the right direction. I look in my own community, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I sat down with Chief Sack. We had a very important housing announcement through the Rapid Housing Initiative where we were able to make investments in the community for 20 units. Now, is there more work to be done? Absolutely. But this is an important investment that I'm proud our government has made to try to improve the lives of the Indigenous communities that I represent. I look at Annapolis Valley First Nation and the ability for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to work with that community to make sure that there's access through Canada Creek for their fisheries and their opportunities to exist in that domain. And I look at Glooscap Landing, although it was a project that was advanced under my predecessor, Scott Bryson, in partnership with the Glooscap community. It's a prime example of the opportunities that exist to be able to move and build commercial partnerships with the Glooscap community. Mr. Speaker, I have about 90 seconds left as per my clock, and I guess I would conclude by saying this. My commitment to the members of my community, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, will be to continue to advocate and advance the priorities of Indigenous communities in Kings Hants and, of course, beyond with my colleagues in this House. Reconciliation will not be an easy path. We know that. There will remain challenges, and there will not always be agreement on the best pathway forward. But it's the spirit of being willing partners and having and working with each other, which will be crucial. To the survivors of the residential school system in my riding, and of course those that were impacted at Shubenacadie, I will do my utmost to ensure that this is that this tragic legacy and that the harms that have been done are known and that we all collaboratively can move to reconcile and to be able to advance and move forward from this darkest period of Canadian history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The court challenges currently ongoing when it comes to the compensation of residential schools. I would like to hear my colleague about what he thinks of the time, the energy, and the money invested in this court challenge. Could it not be invested elsewhere? Does this not also send a message about taking a step backwards rather than a step forwards towards reconciliation? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just listening to the rest of the translation. Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. As it relates, as I understand it, to the CHRT decision from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, I think the government has made very clear that it's committed to compensating the individuals that have been impacted by residential school systems. The background here is whether or not the Human Rights Tribunal had the jurisdiction under the statute to be able to move this forward. So it's less about the particular decision at hand. It's more about the consequences of allowing the Human Rights Tribunal to be able to award in this fashion that has traditionally been the place of the courts. Our government is committed to finding that settlement and that compensation. I believe that's important, and I know members of my community believe it as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. One of the things that I've brought up here is that this genocide that we've had with our residential school system carries on with children being apprehended and removed from their homes based on poverty and lack of affordable housing. Now, there's been a call for Indigenous housing designed by Indigenous people that is culturally appropriate. And in my riding, Tilikum Lalem and the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre have both put forward proposals for housing, and they would like to see more funding for culturally appropriate Indigenous housing to ensure that Indigenous people who face poverty, who face inadequate housing, do not have their children removed from them because of those reasons. And I would just like to ask the honourable member whether he thinks that we should have a fourth leg to the National Housing Strategy for urban Indigenous people, designed by urban Indigenous people.
For Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the question of housing, of course, I think that's a top of mind for individuals across the country, but indeed in Indigenous communities. And while the member opposite shares an urban riding, my riding is primarily rural and remote. And I would agree with him about creating a particular program around trying to serve the needs of Indigenous communities. I know we've done a lot of work in this domain. There's more to be done. And I do believe that being able to work and give ownership to Indigenous communities to make their own decisions in this regard is something that I support. So on the broad principles of what the member is advancing, I would agree with him. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask my honourable colleague, in the meetings that he has had with the community since this has happened, what he's hearing from young people in particular, who no doubt, Mr. Speaker, see themselves in this tragedy. What he's hearing, what they need, especially at a time, where we have gone through COVID, continue to go through COVID. The mental health of young people is at stake. The numbers are just so high right now with the incidences of admissions to hospitals and so forth. What he's hearing from the young people in the communities and what they need.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Before, I might not have mentioned it in the opening my remarks. I was nervous because this is one of the most important speeches I feel like I had to give in the House since my time was here. I actually joined the community on Sunday night, and there was a number of young people there to address the member's question. And I guess what I would say is there was a desire to want to be able to come together. And we know that through COVID, beyond this particular challenge and frankly, national tragedy, people want to be together writ large. But there's a pride, there's a desire to want to be proud of where young people come from, a desire to want to make sure these stories are told, and to make sure that the history, the culture, and the language of these particular communities is taken up by this generation. And so that's the work that our government has done. That's the work that we need to continue, and we need to embolden and to make sure that that next generation of leaders have the tools to be able to maintain their culture, unlike what has happened in, of course, years past.
Before we get to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River in respect to regional development, the Honourable Member for Bow River regarding Canadian heritage, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands concerning the environment. We'll now go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just start at the outset by congratulating you on your 10-year anniversary in that chair as Deputy Speaker and your distinguished service as a parliamentarian in this chamber, respected by every one of your 337 colleagues. I wanted to speak today about something that is critically important, not just now, but really all of the time, but has come to the forefront given this opposition to motion that we are discussing, and that is the events that Kamloops has unearthed for us in terms of the shocking discovery of that mass grave of 215 children that belong to the Kamloops to Sequema First Nation. My first reaction was simply just one of horror, hearing it on the radio, having to explain to my kids why I was reacting in that way, about just the sheer magnitude. The second response was as somebody who came to this chamber as a lawyer and who has some experience with international law, particularly with Rwanda, with the UN War Crimes Tribunal, and things about mass graves and how we usually associate mass graves with foreign conflicts and not with Canada. But then I actually started to be a bit pensive and think about it and sort of think about what we have done vis-a-vis Indigenous people on this land, and how sometimes that is not much different in terms of the overt assimilation that we have propagated against Indigenous people, where the declared policy of the government at the time was to take the Indian out of the child. I also reacted to it as a parliamentarian who has been in this chamber not as long as you, Mr. Speaker, but for 6 years now, who feels like he's gathered some understanding of the situation. And, you know, I've gone through the calls to action, but I was still shocked and surprised. But, you know, you don't have to dig too far to realize that there are a lot of people who weren't surprised. And a lot of those people who weren't surprised are Indigenous people on this land, particularly elders. And what that leads you to question in terms of how we value knowledge and how we recognize and legitimate knowledge and how it's passed down, with this Eurocentric idea that unless something is reduced to writing or reduced to photographic evidence or video evidence, it simply just probably didn't happen. And that's a bias that we bring to the table and that we have to acknowledge. And I thank a constituent of mine who wrote to me about that very issue, about Canadians, including Canadian parliamentarians, learning to embrace oral histories as legitimate histories so that we can truly come to terms with the magnitude of what we're dealing with. I also reacted as a father, as I mentioned, when I heard it in the morning on CBC radio, and my children were eating cereal right in front of me. And, you know, my boys are very dear to me. I mean, everyone's children are dear to them. And my wife, Suchita, and I are raising two young boys, Zakir and Nitin, and you try and do right by them. But it's one thing to contemplate your child being removed from your home against your will. It's another thing entirely to have them never return to you and to never know their whereabouts. And that's exactly what's transpired over and over and over again with Indigenous families on this land. And that is the true tragedy that needs to be dealt with, understood, and it needs to be accounted for. And I think that can only start with a very strong restorative educational exercise. And I know there's some people in this House that are younger than I am. I'm the tender age of 49, Mr. Speaker, who had the benefit of actually being educated about this. I went through every level of schooling, including post-secondary education, through law school, and never once was I instructed about the history of the residential school legacy in this country. That's quite shocking for a guy who graduated law school in 1998. I know that people now are getting that education, and that's important. But I also know that people are taking steps, and we heard the member from King's Hands talk about what was happening in his community in Nova Scotia. In my community of Parkdale High Park in Toronto, there was a vigil just yesterday about this very issue and about raising awareness of it. And I think that's important, Mr. Speaker, because, and I thank my constituent Eden for organizing it and for taking the reins on doing so, because she felt so strongly about it, because I took my oldest son to that event. And I wanted him to be there to understand and to learn and to see how others are reacting to what we had just learned on Friday morning. And it's one thing to read to him stories, and I do read to him stories, particularly the orange shirt story by Phyllis Webstad, the woman who wore that infamous orange shirt and whose shirt was removed from her at that residential school, also a member of the Secwepemc First Nation. But it's more than just the stories, and I wanted him to get that, and that it's not just past or distant history, it's still unfolding all around us. That's very important because we shouldn't deem this to being relegated to the past. But it was also, I think, important for him and for me to see the turnout, to see the number of young people that were there, and also to hear the demands. And there were many. And there were many directed at the federal government, at my government, the government which I represent. And there was outrage, there was shock, there was horror, but it was important for me to hear the demands, and it was important for my son to hear the demands. And I think what people want, if I could summarize it, which is difficult to do, but they want justice, they want accountability, they want transparency, and they want it now, not at some date to be determined in the future. And I hear that sentiment, and I very much share that sentiment, Mr. Speaker. And I say that in all sincerity in this chamber for those that are watching around the country. And I share that sentiment. In particular, what I think is most critical is just having a sense of, if this happened to the Tecumloops First Nation in Kamloops at that former school, we know that there's 139 sites around this country where it may very well have happened there as well. And that forensic investigating, that radar investigation, that must be done, and it must be done immediately. And I know that we have dedicated as a government almost $34 million to addressing some of the calls to action that you've heard extensively about during the course of today's debate. So $33.8 million. But if more money is needed, it must be provided, and it must be provided forthwith. That is what I am advocating for. But others have also said to me, just get on with every single one of those call to actions. Get it over with now. It's been far too long. And I hear that outrage, and I hear that sense of urgency. I pause because I know in looking at the calls to action that some of them relate to us at the federal level, us as parliamentarians in the House of Commons. Some of them relate to provincial governments, city governments. Some of them relate to institutions and school boards. Some of them even relate to foreign entities. I, for one, would be dearly appreciative to see a formal papal apology. That is call to action number 58, Mr. Speaker. That is a call to action that the Prime Minister squarely put to the Pope on a visit to the Vatican, and which has not yet been acceded to. And I think that stands in stark contrast to what we've seen with other denominations of Christian churches in this country who have formally accepted and apologized the role that the church played in terms of administering and running many of these residential schools. And I think that needs to be forthcoming, and I think Canadians are demanding that, rightfully so. Others, I believe, have been met, at least in part, if not fully. And I count myself as very privileged to have served in the last Parliament when I was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage, when we worked on and co-developed with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders what became Bill C-91, Canada's first ever Indigenous Languages Act. I personally count that as one of my most significant learning opportunities as a parliamentarian, when I took that lawyer who wasn't educated about this stuff in law school, and it turned him into a parliamentarian who was dealing directly with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis leaders about the difficulties of not having that connection to one's language and what that does to one's psyche, one's level of mental anxiety, one's connection to one's culture. We've remedied that. That speaks directly to Truth TRC calls to actions 13, 14, and 15. We've also made great strides with respect to Indigenous child and welfare legislation. That was Bill C-92 in the last Parliament. And the most important piece there is that the norm now, based on that legislation, is that if you must remove a child, then you keep them within their group, within their First Nation, amongst their community, and only as an absolute last resort would they be removed. We've worked on UNDRIP with members of the opposition parties, including the NDP. We've worked on C-22, which I count myself privileged to have worked on as Parliamentary Secretary to the current Minister of Justice, which deals with curing the severe overrepresentation of Indigenous people on this land. Much more remains to be done. I do not discount that, and it needs to be done quickly. And we need to do that work together. I welcome this debate, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the discussions we've been having literally all week, not just today, about this important topic, because they are critical. I do feel at my core that we will only gather sufficient momentum when all Canadians are talking about this stain on Canada's history and Canada's legacy. And that is critical to see. We've seen it over the course of this pandemic, where people non-white and white people who are racialized or not racialized have taken up the call for addressing systemic racism and systemic discrimination in the wake of George Floyd, and in this country, people like Regis Korchinski-Paquette. I'm seeing that again now. I'm seeing that massive outrage now, and I think that's actually a good thing. It's a good thing, Mr. Speaker, because it gives us momentum. It gives us the initiative to keep working hard at these issues and to keep focused on these calls to action and in addressing the needs of Indigenous people, but always in a manner that is led by Indigenous people and done on their terms, because gone must be the paternalism where Ottawa dictated to Indigenous people about the appropriate remedies. We must be listening and responding. I'll end there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. I didn't hear him speak actually about what we're going to be voting on. The Human Rights Tribunal found the Liberal government guilty of what they said was willful and reckless systemic discrimination against First Nation children. There have been 19 non-compliance orders against this government, including the non-compliance order over the deaths of Jolyn Winter and Chantal Fox, because this government refused to respect Jordan's principles. So children have died because of this government's refusal to act. So I hear momentum from the Liberals. The big momentum is in 2 weeks. Are they going back to court against Cindy Blackstock and the children, or will they respect the will of Parliament and call off their lawyers and sit down and respect the rules and the decision of the Human Rights Tribunal? It's a simple question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I thank the member opposite for the question, and unfortunately the response is not simple. So what we believe in is compensation and ensuring that all those who have been disadvantaged or discriminated against by the child welfare system are compensated. The issue with the CHRT tribunal decision is about jurisdiction. It's about the size and the scope of the decision. It's also about ensuring that there's proportionality between what is merited and meted out to individual claimants. The decision itself purports to provide $40,000 of compensation to every single Indigenous child, regardless of whether they spent a week in the child welfare system or up to 20 years. That subverts a basic principle of proportionality that needs to be addressed. We're not seeking to deprive compensation to First Nations children. We're seeking to calibrate it carefully so that in some cases they may merit more than $40,000 worth of compensation. And to show good faith, we've agreed to certification.
We'll get on with the next question. Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems obvious today that all parties in the House agree that at the very least this is about cultural genocide. Let's not forget that the goal of this Canadianization of Indigenous people was purely and simply to kill the Indian in the child. I'd ask my colleague how he explains the fact that at the same time the Liberal government spent $3.2 billion over the past 8 years to challenge a group of residential school survivors from St. Anne in Northern Ontario, to challenge them in court. So there's an inconsistency there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate the member opposite's question, and what I'd like to point out is what I said to the member from Timmins. An example of the government's good faith is that
a class action that deals with the exact same issue of residential school survivors. We have actually certified and agreed to certify the class, which is the first step towards meting out compensation. Compensation is difficult. Compensation needs to be calibrated. It also needs to be safeguarded by certain principles of confidentiality. In the St. Anne's litigation that the member opposite has raised, 95% of the people who were victims in that situation have been paid out. The remaining portion remains to be determined, including whether the compensation needs to be enlarged, which we very much believe may be the case in certain instances.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I want to thank you and congratulate you on your retirement as well, because I remember when we came together in 2006 as rookies, and it's always been fun and an honor working with you. To the honourable member, through you, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with the honourable member that this terrible tragedy has touched us all, regardless of race, religion, or the cultural background. And my question to the honourable member is, if Kelowna Accord would have gone through in 2005, would it have made a positive and significant difference in the lives of Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I think that's an excellent question, and obviously it's a bit speculative, but I know that the Kelowna Accord represented a grand opportunity where we could write the path that we had been on for so long as a federal government vis-a-vis Indigenous people on this land, and unfortunately that met its demise with the change in government in 2006. So we will never know the answer to that question, but I know people have talked about that. They've talked about the path moving forward, and apropos of some of the questions I heard earlier from other members of the opposite parties, I would underscore the significant investments we have made as a government in Indigenous people on this land, up to $18 billion most recently as the last budget's counting in 2021. Those are important investments. Does more need to be done? Yes. Lifting 99 boil water advisories is important, but 57 remain. The work remains to be done. I'm committed to advocating for it, and our government's committed to implementing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That routine motion number 97, standing on the order paper, in the name of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, concerning the reappointment of Danielle Therrien as Privacy Commissioner pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, subsection 2, be deemed adopted on division.
Comme d'habitude.
As usual, all those opposed to the honourable member's proposal will please say nay.
D'accord.
Okay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. No opposition. The motion is carried.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Nunavut. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking today from my home in the territory of the Nuu-chah-nulth people, just 25 kilometers from the territory of the Coast Salish people and the Qualicum First Nation. There are 10 First Nations communities in the riding of Courtenay Alberni. And like most of you, I've spent the last week listening to the elected and hereditary leadership of these nations and their tribal council, and to listening to the words of residential school survivors and to the advice of the elders following the horrific revelations 1 week ago today on the grounds of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. I join them all in sending my thoughts, prayers, and healing energy to the people of Kamloops, to Secwepemc Nation, and all of those survivors who attended this institution. I recognize the emotional and spiritual burden of searching for and finding the remains of these unnamed children, and I want to thank them all for their courage in doing so. There were four so-called Indian residential schools in Nuu-chah-nulth territory, and children were removed from their families and kept for 10 months or more each year, and others were sent to other territories, including to Kamloops, more than 500 kilometers away. Brothers were separated from sisters, and they were punished if they dared speak their mother language. As Canadians, we've long known this and about the unspeakable acts of cruelty, physical and sexual abuse inflicted upon the children in these places. Mr. Speaker, we've also known that many of the children didn't return. We knew this from their families, from survivors, and we knew this from the research conducted by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And as shocking as the revelation of last Thursday was for Canadians, it shouldn't come as a surprise. We've heard this. Survivors have always known. I want to thank the Kamloops, to Secwepemc Nation, and to the researchers who've carefully led us to these children. And I want to thank also the media for its care and routinely publishing the helpline for those who are triggered by reports of their findings, because they are. Chief Greg Louie, the elected chief of the Hausa First Nation, told me, quote, with 2 residential schools in the Hausa territory, many children from other nations attended. Many didn't return for 10 months or return at all because of death. The atrocious treatment has caused generations of trauma. Please assist Hausa and all nations with appropriate resources to bring closure and healing to our people, end quote. And Chief Louie's words have been echoed by all the leaders with whom I've spoken with over the past week. Some have been more blunt, of course, and the time for words is past. Their people are in pain. They are losing survivors and the children and grandchildren to whom the pain of their trauma has been transferred, and they need closure and healing, as Chief Louie says. Vice President Mariah Charlson of the Nutala Tribal Council said, though Canada's mandate to assimilate us all failed, the legacy is still alive in each of us. Let's commit to healing. I believe our land and teachings as Nutala will be instrumental in this, end quote. And as this motion says, resources are required to support First Nations to do this work. In 1998, the Aboriginal Healing Foundation was established to provide Indigenous-led community-based programs for survivors and those who are affected by the intergenerational legacy of these schools, but it was cut by the Conservative government in 2010 and closed altogether in 2014. Nutala children were removed from their families by missionaries beginning in the late 1800s. A practice that continued until the last school in Nutala territory in 1983 was closed about 100 years later. The Healing Foundation and the communities it had funded had just over a decade to do the work of healing, clearly not nearly long enough. Now, the elected council and the Hawia, the hereditary leadership of the Sashat First Nation, continue to ask the Government of Canada to provide the necessary resources to remove the remaining buildings of the former Alberni Indian Residential School in its territory and build a healing and wellness center for survivors and the generations that have followed and have been impacted by a century of genocidal policies by Canada. At a community vigil this week, Mr. Speaker, elected Sashat councillor Ed Ross, he gathered the children around me so they could hear his words to me. And he had a message to send to Ottawa, and he wanted us to fight for this, that in the presence of the children, he said, if the government and the church could build a residential school here, they could also build a wellness center to help our people heal. He explained that they don't want to be known as the place that had a residential school that caused harm. They want it to be a place where they can reclaim their power. Chief Watts, Wamish, he reminded me that First Nations leaders believe the Prime Minister would implement all 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So far, they've only implemented 10. Chief Watts said the Prime Minister hasn't lived up to those commitments and needs to ensure all First Nations and Indigenous people are provided the necessary resources and information they need to do the important work in their communities to support healing. Mr. Speaker, resources for healing were paramount in the direction given to me by First Nations leaders, survivors, and elders. But the need for accountability was also emphasized. The president of the Nutala Tribal Council, Judith Sayre, said, quote, it is important that light has been shed on this tragic truth that many have known for so long, that numerous of our loved ones never returned home from residential school. The reality is that the federal and religious may have wanted to silence these innocent children and forget about them, but these children can't be silenced no longer. Mr. Speaker, we can't expect First Nations and Indigenous people to resort to a GoFundMe like there's one in my writing right now, Mr. Speaker, to do the work, to find and identify the children who have been buried on these sites. This is the government's work, Mr. Speaker, to do that, to provide the resources. The Tribal Council is calling on the government to work with First Nations to discover the truth about other residential schools using ground-penetrating radar to find out any other burial sites. We cannot rest until this is done, is what Dr. Sayre says. The government needs to stop fighting First Nations in court over their rights, whether the children for whom the Human Rights Tribunal has repeatedly ruled are entitled to care, or the fishers for whom the courts have are entitled to catch and sell fish within their territories. Part of the motion today, Mr. Speaker, and this government must call its lawyers off and stop wasting precious resources that could be redirected to reconciling historical wrongs. We're losing the survivors of these residential schools every day. The government must implement the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission without further delay. They're important to healing within families and communities. They carry the truth of what happened in these schools, the source of trauma for their children, grandchildren, and children yet to be born. And I want to thank about so many who've contributed. Hereditary Chief McQuina, Chief Racalma, Barney Williams, Moses Martin, Archie Little, Dolly McCrae, Cliff Atleo, Wickaninish, my own father, my adopted father from the Fisher River Cree Nation, for giving me sound advice and sharing. This motion is clear. I urge its unanimous approval. Cease the belligerent and litigious approach to justice for Indigenous people immediately. Find a just solution for the St. Anne's residential school survivors. Accelerate the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, and provide survivors and their families and their communities with appropriate resources to assist with emotional, physical, spiritual, mental, and cultural trauma resulting from these residential schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague. I have enormous respect for the passion and the work he's done in his region and with the Indigenous communities there. I'd like to ask him a question. We talk about intergenerational trauma. We talk about the crisis and the terror of mothers watching their children leave. But those children grow up to be mothers. And I'd like to ask him about what he's seen in his communities of the effects of those children raised in the residential schools who go on to raise families, having been pulled out of family and having been pulled out from the support and the teachings that make healthy families.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is deeply personal. I just talked to my father, and his two older brothers went to residential school, and they never came back the same. And, you know, my grandma, my late grandmother, she every day she cried. She felt guilty. She felt responsible when it was the government who was responsible in inflicting the pain.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for his comments. And I know this is a very difficult conversation for many, and I truly appreciate the depth of his commitment to the issues here. One of the things that Senator Sinclair outlined today in his opening remarks at the INAN committee was the need to make this issue nonpartisan, to make it depoliticize it and work in collaboration. And I'm wondering if my friend could offer some suggestions as to how we can strengthen of all parties, of all the four parties that are represented in the House, in order to work collaboratively on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's simple. Support the motion. Vote in solidarity for the motion. All parliamentarians need to get behind this motion because it directly gives action to the government. Stop litigating against Indigenous people. I think about my own riding, not just the children. You're fighting Indigenous, the New Charlotte. 3 upper court decisions, and the government has till the middle of June to decide whether they're going to fight them again. You know, specific claims tribunal decisions, the government appeals them. It's nonstop. Stop litigating against Indigenous people. Stop the violence. That's what has to happen. Vote for this motion. I urge you to have courage. I urge you to have courage. We need it. They need it. They need to see that you're behind reconciliation truly. It's time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honourable Member, my neighbour and colleague, for his very heartfelt speech. And I hear you. I hear you. I have adoptive family who went through the residential school system, family friends who dealt with the abuse. And my father, who was a United Church minister, felt the guilt of the involvement of the church at the Alberni School and sat with Willie Blackwater through that case, the Arthur Plint case. And we need to take these things seriously. And I will support this motion. And I do recognize this as a genocide. And I thank you for your words. I thank you for your words and your commitment.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate my friend and colleague for showing unified support, solidarity behind this motion, which needs to pass and then enacted by government. This is very difficult for a lot of people. They need to see action, but they need Parliament to be united in solidarity, that they're going to support this motion and stop the litigation and help those families heal. And I want to send my deepest healing and thoughts to my colleague and his family, because the intergenerational impacts is huge on everybody in these communities. And I cannot talk about some of the horrific things that were shared with me this week, because it'll trigger people. But the pain is deep, and this is an opportunity for Canada to turn the tide.
Resuming debate. Well, we're going to resuming debate. I'll just let the honourable member for Nunavut know that we're about 5 minutes remaining in the time for the business of supply this afternoon. So we'll go to her now. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Matna, Mr. Speaker. For much of Canada, the 215 children in Kamloops residential school grounds was a shocking discovery. But for Indigenous peoples, this was not a discovery, this was a confirmation of the reality of genocide that we have known all along. I'm glad to hear members finally waking up to what Indigenous peoples already knew, but many in this chamber clearly have more to discover about the reality of ongoing colonization of Indigenous peoples across Canada. I see this every day in my riding, and I need my colleagues, Canadians, and the world to listen. Recently, I spoke with a friend of mine, Nikki Komotsiutiksak. Nikki is originally from Nunavut, but moved to Winnipeg at a very young age with her mother to live with her aunt. Both her mom and her aunt are residential school survivors. After arriving to her new home, Nikki experienced severe amounts of abuse. Eventually, she ran away from home to escape violence, but police found her and brought her back to her house. They thought her resistance to going home was because she was a defiant kid, so they pushed her to the front door. Nikki was so terrified of what was on the other side, she tore her clothes off to show the police her injuries. They stared at Nikki, a 13-year-old with hundreds of whip marks and stab marks all over her body. The police brought her to the hospital where she stayed for 24 hours, and immediately afterwards she was brought to her first group home. She felt incredibly alone. Nikki was never asked what she wanted or how she felt or how she needed help. Because of this, she felt it was better to run away to be with her friends, but again, caught by the police and put back into the system. In just 2 years, Nikki was in 15 group homes, always running away, trying to find a sense of normalcy and feeling more and more alone. She went into foster care with her cousin, who was so close with her they considered one another sisters. Her cousin was murdered in Winnipeg at the age of 17 years old, and still no one has taken responsibility for her death. Imagine, even before you've graduated high school, to be tossed from home to home, not often shown love in a way a child needs it, and not having stability or consistency in day-to-day life. Nikki attempted to die by suicide many times and eventually was put into a treatment center. There she received counseling and therapy for the first time ever. She started to learn new ways of coping and was given tools to start working towards breaking cycles of trauma. From therapy, she was eventually put into a foster home with parents that cared and loved her. While in the foster system, Nikki had 3 babies of her own and fought to make sure they were never ever taken away from her. This wasn't easy, but she fought and won. She eventually finished grade 12, went to university, and got an amazing job where she fights to support Inuit every day at Dungasugit. She now fosters high-risk teenage girls herself. The story of Nikki is a story of thousands of Inuit and Indigenous children across Canada. Nikki's strength and resilience means her children have a bright future. That strength came with herself and her will to become better. Colonization is not over. It has a new name. Children are still being separated from their communities. Foster care is the new residential school system. The suicide epidemic is the new form of Indigenous genocide. I come from a community with one of the highest rates of suicide. Throughout my life, I've seen periods of extreme hopelessness in Baker Lake, where there are sometimes 3 or 4 suicides in less than 2 months. These were my friends, teammates, and classmates. I often wondered growing up if things are changing or are just getting worse. But the intergenerational trauma of the recent past has created a terrible cycle where death has become normal. For Inuit, suicide is an epidemic. We know in Nunavut that things often aren't recorded or investigated correctly. Many families don't get answers. Questionable information is withheld. Questions go unanswered and ignored. Families don't have support in any way, shape, or form. Often families are left to clean the remains of their loved one. I've heard stories of people with no heads, of the colors they turn when they hang themselves from the ceiling, and the way it smells when someone passes away. There's often times when children and youth see much of this. And after all of these traumatic incidents, there aren't many mental health resources, let alone culturally relevant mental health resources available to these children and these families. Just like suicide and death, losing children to foster care is becoming the norm for Inuit families. This is a direct outcome of basic rights being violated.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member. I regret to interrupt the honourable member. We are unfortunately at the expiry of time for the business of supply for today. Yes.
I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to allow the member to finish her speech, Mr. Speaker.
I'm seeing great accord with that suggestion. So let me go back to the honourable member for Nunavut. The honourable member has an additional 4.5 minutes if we allow the usual time for her remarks, and I thank all honourable members. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Matna, Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me continue. Just like suicide and death, losing their children to foster care is becoming the norm for Inuit families. This is a direct outcome of basic human rights being violated. Put that on top of injustices from history. Before the 1950s, Inuit lived the way we have lived for thousands of years. No housing crisis, no suicide epidemic. Then the Canadian government increased its presence in the north, not to support Inuit, but because Canada wanted to develop natural resources and, most importantly, demonstrate its sovereignty in the region. They wanted the land. They did not care for the people in it. And what happened? Inuit were forced into settlements and lived in what they called matchbox houses. Clearly, from this time onward, Inuit have never had adequate or safe housing. Inuit sled dogs, or qimmeet, were slaughtered by the RCMP as a means to keep Inuit in the settlements and prevent them from traditional hunting to feed themselves. This meant that Inuit were forced to rely on the government, much like we still continue to see today. Inuit were ripped from the settlements and sent on boats to southern Canada to be treated for tuberculosis. Often there were helicopters that scouted the area to take away Inuit that were in hiding and didn't want to go. At hospitals and sanatoriums in the south, there were a wide variety of things that happened. Inuit were forbidden from speaking Inuktitut. They were beaten, sexually assaulted, belittled, and many children never made it home. We also hear about experiments being done on people in these sanatoriums. Along with these, Canada had residential schools in the north. Inuit children were forced to go to church-sponsored schools for months or years at a time to assimilate them. Their hair was cut and their clothes were changed, and they were forced to do hard labor. Their language was beaten out of them often. Of course, people today are stressed, depressed, and anxious. This is not ancient history. Children who went through this horror now have children my age. We are barely surviving. Privileged Inuit like myself are those who aren't fighting for basic human rights every single day and see how unfair this all is. And we stand up for other Inuit. This is why I am here. I'm here in an institution that has tried to eliminate my people for the last 70 years, standing up to say that the federal government is responsible for the ongoing colonization happening. The residential schools and genocide waged against us has evolved into the foster care system and the suicide epidemic we see today. Residential schools and Indigenous genocide is a 21st century problem. Acting is in the hands of this government. They can choose to support efforts toward real change, like the motion we propose today, or they can join governments of the past in perpetuating violence against Indigenous peoples. Do not tell me you cannot afford to honor the promises made during colonization about housing. Provide all Nunavummiut with decent homes. Canadian billionaires added $78 billion to their wealth in just the last year, and we are not taxing them. This is about priorities. Do not tell me you cannot afford to provide safe space for Inuit. The inaction of successive liberal and conservative governments is a direct reason for Nunavut's deaths, violence, and turmoil. I demand that this government treat us like human beings, fulfill your promises, and give us basic human rights. Matna, Mr. Speaker.
It being 5:35 p.m., pursuant to orders made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Singh, seconded by Mr. Angus, moved that given that 1, the discovery of the grave of 215 children at Kamloops Indian Residential School has led to an outpouring of grief and anger across Canada. 2.
Point of order.
I'm in the midst of finishing the question. I see the honourable member for the honourable minister, rather.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I had my hand up and was waiting to be acknowledged, but saw that you went to the question. I have a point of order. May I proceed with that point of order, Mr. Speaker?
If it's the same point of order, I am familiar with the honourable minister proposing this, the honourable member rather proposing this. Is it possible we'll do it at the end after we finish the question? I am aware that we're going to deal with that piece of business. Can we deal with it then? Okay. I appreciate that. Okay.
2. The vast majority of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action remained uncompleted, despite the clear path to justice and reconciliation that the Commission provides.
Shall I dispense? Shall I dispense? Okay, we'll get to that as well. Thank you. Okay. Now, in the usual way, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. And I see the honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising.
We would like to have a recorded vote on this motion.
En conséquence, conformément.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, June 7th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Et maintenant, j'invite.
And now I would invite the point of order to be raised. The honourable member for Hamilton, West Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was not possible to reach an agreement pursuant to Standing Orders 78 sub 1 and 78 sub 2 with respect to the proceedings at committee stage of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at that stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice given by the honourable member, and I appreciate her patience as well. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que la...
I have the honor of informing the House that the Senate has sent a message to inform the House that it has passed the following bill, C-5.
The Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Now, it being 5:40 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Parlement député, private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-262, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, capture and utilization or storage of greenhouse gases, standing in the name of Mr. McLean.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand about 5 minutes to be able to address the House.
Yes, my apologies. Actually, I do see a notation for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I should have indicated that. Indeed, there were 5 minutes left remaining in his time for the motion that's before the House. So we'll give him that, and we'll go back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, having had the opportunity to capture the essence of Bill C-262, it's very difficult. In fact, I wouldn't recommend members support the bill. And I'm not too sure in terms of if the sponsoring member thought of the legislation, as I suspect he did, prior to the reversal of the Conservative Party of Canada's positioning on the need for a price on pollution. The essence of the bill that's being proposed is the idea to provide a tax credit in certain situation with respect to carbon outputs. And there's no doubt that it would put it into potential conflict with the idea of having an equitable, fair price on pollution that we currently have in place. And that's why I make the suggestion to my colleague across the way that I suspect that there might even be some discomfort within his own caucus in regards to this particular bill, given that the Conservative Party, at least the leadership of the Conservative Party, has made the decision to support the need for a price on pollution, albeit their plan doesn't necessarily achieve what it is they think it'll achieve, and it's no doubt nowhere near the type of plan that we have put into place, which I think is far more equitable and fair for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the government has in fact invested significantly. The idea that we have a climate plan that has in fact been strengthened through multiple incentives for large emitters to lower their carbon outputs. And to cite a couple of examples, members will recall the launching of the Net Zero Challenge for large emitters to support Canadian industries in developing and implementing plans to transition their facilities to, in fact, net zero emissions. And members will recall that we have that target date by 2050. We've also been making significant investments to support decarbonization through the Strategic Innovation Fund's Net Zero Accelerator Fund. And in this area, we're literally investing hundreds of millions of dollars over a 5-year period of time, where I think that we're going to see significant positive results out of that program in itself, Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker. So I think that whether you take a look at those two programs, or you could talk about the $1 billion plus in the low carbon and zero emissions fuels fund. And the idea behind that is to increase the production and use of low carbon fuels. Hydrogen would be an example of that. Biocrude, renewable natural gas and diesel, ethanol. That these are the types of programs that are in fact going to help us. But there's no doubt that the price on pollution is one of those things in which all Canadians can relate to. And more every year we seem to see Canadians wanting to have the government be more proactive on the climate file. And if you take a review of the things that we've been able to put into place over the last number of years, I think that we're doing a reasonably good job. Every government, any government in the world could always look for ways to improve, as I'm sure we are. I personally am a very big fan of the 2 billion trees commitment that the government of Canada has made, the planting of 2 billion trees. And this summer, I hope to be able to contribute personally to that particular plan, Madam Speaker, as we all know that one of the things that we can do is plant more trees. But other consumer related issues, such as the single plastic usage bans, plastic bags, there's all sorts of things that are out there. And I look forward to seeing more debate about the environment and things that we can all do in the coming months and years ahead. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière.
Madame la Présidente, je vois que vous venez.
Thank you very much. I see that you've just arrived to hear me, and I really appreciate it. I like my colleague for Calgary Centre. We've worked together at the Committee for Natural Resources. I appreciate him very much. He always attempts to speak to me in French, and so I have a great deal of friendship for him. Now, when it comes to 262, now that I've offered some flowers, I'm going to be throwing the flower pot. My political party cannot agree with this type of bill. The Bloc Québécois has always been against every type of fossil fuel subsidy. I just want to come back on the last 4 years to understand the enormous sinkhole of public funds that this represents. $24 billion have been invested in oil and gas. $17 billion was dedicated to purchasing Trans Mountain, and we found out today that the insurance company for Trans Mountain is going to withdraw. That's another debate. But it demonstrates once again to me that in many sectors of activity, there's no appetite for fossil fuels. $24 billion in the last few years. And here, in Canada's strategy to support fossil fuels, I have the impression, and I don't want to attribute false intentions to anyone, but I have the impression that what's being sought today is to find a way to reconcile the oil and gas sector and the environment. And as far as I'm concerned, that reconciliation is impossible. Why? A simple principle that I'll come back to again later. The oil and gas sector produces greenhouse gas emissions, GHGs. It is the source of the problem. How can we offer tax rebates to a sector of economic activity that is the source of the problem? As far as I'm concerned, that is completely incoherent. In the last several years, I've seen that Canada is an oil and gas state, and oil and gas is an endless sinkhole for public money. Now, when it comes to C262, I want to talk about a simple environmental principle, the principle of polluter pays. Polluter pays means the one who, from a philosophical point of view, if you will, have to pay the price for polluting. My conservative friends in the last several months have agreed to implement a price on pollution, a kind of savings account. When I was a kid in primary school, I could save money to buy something at the end of the year. It reminds me of that, a savings account. There was this genius idea that some sort of price had to be imposed on pollution. But with this bill, I get the impression we're saying there's a price on pollution, but how could we figure out a way to not displease our friends at the big oil and gas companies? So with the principle of polluter pays, it supposes that we need to punish those who increase GHGs and reward those who act to decrease them. The problem is that it looks like we're looking for strategies to use public funds and reward polluters to make it acceptable that their economic activities, which are polluting, to make them acceptable. That logic is completely incoherent. Madam Speaker, you may have observed, as I have, the International Energy Agency is not Greenpeace. It said that it cannot accept any new projects that involve fossil fuels. And in Canada, we seem to be ardent in our support for this sector. My colleague has made a proposal about a tax credit to the oil and gas industry. And I have to come back to what I heard this week at the committee that I'm sitting on, the Natural Resources Committee. At the beginning of the week, the minister appeared and looking through credits when it came to the Greenhouse Gas Reductions Fund, which applies only to the oil and gas sector for 2021-2022, there was $560 million. So that reductions fund tries to ensure that the oil and gas sector implements carbon capture technologies. And let me tell you why I find this to be completely illogical. The oil and gas sector emits GHGs. It produces them, and we reward them by saying that we'll set up a fund, $560 million, to find ways to capture this carbon. It's not the greatest idea. The forestry sector captures carbon. It is a carbon sink. What are we giving to the forestry sector over the last 4 years? Nothing. Peanuts. Over the last 4 years for Quebec, barely $60 million were invested in the forestry sector. That is the most promising sector of economic activity to sequester carbon. $70 million, and on that, 75% of that is a loan. So that means we've got about 20 million left. It's unacceptable. I'm seeing all these strategies being employed. The Liberals and the Conservatives are acting in the same way. They're putting forward all these strategies to support a sector of activity that over the next 25 years is likely to disappear. And now we have the most promising sector of activity, the forestry sector. And for Quebec alone, in the next 10 years, it's got the potential to generate 16,000 jobs. That's the sector where there's the most innovation right now. There's a great deal of innovation, and yet there's barely any support whatsoever from the federal government. You can understand that I was just ready to pull my hair out on Monday when I saw that there was $560 million for 1 year. Over the last 10 years, the forestry sector hasn't gotten anywhere near that, and this was going to be implemented. I think that this is totally unacceptable. And now, to support the theory that Canada is a petro-state and keeps investing public funds into it, there's the Green Recovery Strategy. The government has made 2 announcements. The first is to support the electrification of public transit. I can't be against that. Supporting the electrification of transit, we know that Ontario is going to get most of it. There's a great deal of credits being extended for buying electric vehicles, but fine, I'm willing to play along because I'm a good person. Now, when it comes to the hydrogen strategy proposed by the federal government, in it, hydrogen, gray hydrogen, is going to be part of the oil and gas sector. Another strategy to find ways for the oil and gas sector to invest public funds in the oil and gas sector and then claim that we have a sector to fight greenhouse gas emissions. To conclude, I think that my Conservative and Liberal friends really have to examine their conscience. In the next years, the climate crisis is only going to get worse. We can't use false solutions in order to manage political support throughout the various provinces or to support oil and gas. We can't use these strategies anymore. I have a great deal of friendship for those in Alberta who depend on this sector, but we need to get out of the oil and gas sector and not keep legitimizing it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour, as always, to rise on behalf of the people of Timmins, James Bay to discuss tonight yet another plan from the Conservatives to put tax incentive support, financing of the oil sector. And I think one of the things that concerns me is that there is a conspiracy being run by the Conservatives, that there's this incredible sector that's being attacked by Greta Thunberg, by young and radical environmentalists, by this Prime Minister, when the reality is that the economic investment sector of the world is pulling out of Alberta because of the absolute refusal of the government there to get serious about climate change and the government here to get serious about this. This is the truth that needs to be told, and I say that because I come from a resource region, and I remember being at Stanley Uranium Mine underground just before we lost 5,000 workers. That devastated our communities. But there was no point telling those workers, you know what? It's the big bad government that's trying to take your jobs away. Everyone knew the market had changed. And when the market changed, the best thing that we could have done was to be there to support the workers in the transition. I remember that when we lost the silver and iron mines in cobalt, it devastated our workers. And the support for the transition never comes until it's too late, and that's what the damage is. We have a long line at this. We know that the market is changing. We know that we need to make changes. I have many friends from my region who work in Fort Mac and Fort St. John. They fly in, they fly back, and they are very concerned because they know that the environment is changing. They talk to me about their fear of the future, and they fear the economic insecurity. So there's no point to lie to them and pretend that there's some conspiracy to deny them their future. What we need to start saying is we can't let any region of this country fall behind. And that means we have to put some plans in place. Because under the Liberals and the Conservatives, there's $18 billion in subsidies went to the oil sector in 2020. Imagine what $18 billion would have done in any other sector. Would it have created jobs? Oh yeah, it would have created enormous jobs if you put $18 billion into subsidies into the arts. If you put it into a national renovation program. If you put it into the plans that we need in order to meet the move to a new energy future. $18 billion in subsidies would be transformative. And I say this having met with energy workers in Edmonton who are training themselves for the energy future. And I remember one of them said to me, yeah, Stephen Harper said that we were going to be an energy superpower. He just didn't know what the energy was that's going to be the superpower, because the #1 location in the world today to have a solar green economy is South Central Alberta. What Germany has and the thousands and thousands of jobs, Germany has nothing on the kind of clean energy potential that we have in Western Canada. So we need to stop lying to the workers and blaming Central Canada or blaming Greta Thunberg and saying the market is changing. The Swedish bank pulled out of Alberta. Their largest pension fund pulled out of Alberta. The Société Générale de France pulled out from the investments. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund pulled out because they saw no action from the Alberta government and from the oil sector on actually getting serious about emissions. BNP Paribas Group pulled out. BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, pulled out. And they pretend it's some kind of conspiracy. When the HSBC pulled out, Jason Kenney said he was going to boycott HSBC. Just like he was going to boycott, was it the Bigfoot cartoon? Do you remember how Jason Kenney, people held press conferences denouncing the historical or the technical inaccuracies of a cartoon about Bigfoot? It made Canada look like a ridiculous laughingstock, just as it did when the New York Times reported on the investment houses that were pulling out of Alberta. Jason Kenney's people accused the New York Times of anti-Semitism. Nobody's taking that guy seriously anymore. He's become this sort of angry international clown. You can't just keep blaming all the big banks, all the investors, all the media, everybody for the fact that the market is changing. The biggest insurance companies have laid it down. They are not going to invest. And again, I come from mining country. You cannot get a mining project off the ground unless you've got investor confidence, unless they know that project is good in the long term. If they don't have that confidence, they're walking. They will never be there. Yet AXA is pulled out. Zurich Insurance is pulled out. Swiss Re is pulled out. We have had a massive shareholder revolt at ExxonMobil and at Chevron. Shareholder revolt. Now, I think my Conservatives will pretend that they were like, radical ministers from the United Church and a couple of hippie kind of kids. No, the people who ran the shareholders revolt are the biggest capitalist investors going, because they're saying there's no future here unless companies like Exxon and Chevron get serious. They're out. They're gone. And then, of course, the Dutch court has called out Shell. The decision against Shell in a Dutch court is the first of what is many. So investors are pulling out. And they're not hearing from the Conservatives a vision to say, we need to adopt, we need to transition. No, they're not hearing that. They're hearing conspiracies, and they're hearing, let's get another set of tax incentives on top of the $18 billion. Because the international community knows the more this government puts into the oil sector, the more the international funds are going to pull out of Canada, and it's going to affect us all. And I would say the simple biggest thing that needs to be said, F-150. That truck brings in more money than all the sports teams in the United States put together. The F-150 brings in more money than McDonald's, and the F-150 is going full electric. You know that when GM is willing, or Ford is willing to put their the number one vehicle, the big macho truck on the market, and it's going electric, that the market has already changed. We're well past the economic tipping point, Madame. And Canada is falling behind because, as my colleague said earlier, we are a petrostate. We just never say it, but we are a petrostate. We, through Liberals and Conservatives, year in, year out, continue to subsidize, to hold it up without recognizing that the market has already changed. Because once the F-150 goes electric, the entire market is going to move very fast with it. And where's Canada? It's like I look at my Conservative friends, and they're the angry factory of the typewriters. They're standing up with their typewriters and saying, we will never give up our typewriters. And typewriters are fine. I don't mind typewriters, but typewriters don't destroy the planet. And what we're dealing with right now with the International Energy Agency, no friend of environmentalists, the International Energy Agency says, that's it. Sorry, guys, the taps are off. There are no more new projects coming forward in coal, even though Jason Kenney figures he can still blow the tops off the Rocky Mountains to get at it. Mr. 19th century Jason Kenney, who we haven't got into the 20th century with oil. We're in the 21st century. The International Energy Agency says that there's no more. So investors aren't going to go there. So my Conservative colleagues can stand there and denounce the cell phones, and they can denounce digital, and they can hold up the typewriter and say the typewriter needs more investments. And imagine if we put $18 billion into typewriters. I'm sure we'd even hire many people making typewriters, but there's no market for it. Because once the market is gone, it ain't coming back. And that's something the Conservatives don't understand. They believe in big government spending. The Conservatives don't believe in the market. They believe that the market has to be created for their friends. But the market has changed. And we need to be truthful because we cannot leave the workers behind. We need a plan of transition. And having seen it firsthand, if you don't have it in advance, when it hits, it's going to be really brutal. So to be fair to all the workers and my friends who work in that field, we need to get truthful. So enough of these more and more and more tax incentives to support the industry. Let's start building the transition.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always my honour to rise on behalf of the constituents of Surrey Moose Mountain. I'm glad to be able to speak today on Bill C-262, and I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Calgary Centre, for introducing this bill. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage, or CCUS, is something that I personally have been championing since I was first elected as an MP in 2015. To me, it is a clear way forward when it comes to protecting the environment while also ensuring that we are supporting Canada's economy. My hometown of Estevan, Saskatchewan is home to SaskPower's Boundary Dam CCS facility, the world's first CCUS facility to be fully integrated with a coal-fired power plant. The development and implementation of CCUS on Unit 3 of Boundary Dam established Canada as a world leader in this emissions-reducing technology, and this bill will go a long way to expand CCUS into other regions and industries in this country. I've been fortunate to tour the Boundary Dam facility on a number of times throughout my time as MP, and I'm always thoroughly impressed by their hard work. Since the CCUS facility went online in October 2014, over 4 million tons of CO2 have been captured and sequestered, the equivalent of 1 million cars being taken off the road. And Madam Speaker, just so you know, there's storage space for over 400 billion tons in the Alberta and Williston basins. Thanks to this incredible technology, these emissions have been captured and put to use in other industries, such as oil and gas with enhanced oil recovery. Furthermore, the fly ash that is created as a byproduct of the process is captured and sold as a necessary component for things like cement production. Modern concrete contains about 25% fly ash as cementitious content, reducing their emissions. We know that this technology is a proven solution to reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. The International Energy Agency has listed CCUS as the third most important measure needed for the world to meet its Paris Agreement targets. So the assertion that this is one of the best ways to reduce emissions going forward is valid and has been extensively researched. The issue that Canada faces now is a lack of incentive for private investment. But Bill C-262 aims to address this matter through the development of a tax credit. As I stated earlier, Canada has always been seen as a world leader in the development and implementation of CCUS. However, that has started to shift over the recent years. Our American neighbors to the south have a measure called the 45Q, which allows a sharing of tax credit associated with the costs required for the successful capture, utilization, and storage of CO2 emissions. This tax credit has been widely successful in the U.S., to the point that it has driven private investment away from Canada due to the lack of competitive policies on our end. This is unacceptable, especially considering the need to revitalize Canada's economy in every way we can following the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'm very pleased that my colleague has introduced this bill in an attempt to level the playing field and rectify this situation. In his policy paper of July 2020, the Energy Future Forum stated the following with respect to Canada's involvement in CCUS, and I'll quote, "It is critical that Canada maintain and advance its leadership position in carbon capture. It must be understood as part of the broader strategy to sustain our comparative advantage as a leading energy exporting nation and reliable, responsible resource developer. Our commitment to the ongoing reduction of emissions and the attainment of the highest levels of environment, social, and government standards and performance must be evidenced in our industry activities. This carbon capture policy initiative points to a serious opportunity for government and industry collaboration." End quote. Madam Speaker, what I want to emphasize is that this bill and the discussions surrounding it are a necessary and long overdue first step towards wider scale use of CCUS technology across multiple industries. Again, it is a first step, and while much more will need to be done to fully integrate CCUS into the fabric of Canada's emissions reduction policies, we need to start somewhere. Unlike the Liberals, who just continue to introduce ineffective measures like their carbon tax, we Conservatives understand that Canada can once again become a world leader in CCUS so long as we can provide the proper incentives for investment. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to summarize the recommendations that were made by the Energy Future Forum in their policy paper I mentioned earlier. And they are as follows. The federal government, provincial governments clearly signal that CCUS is integral in Canada's climate change policy framework. 2, that federal tax policies meet or exceed the U.S. measures, such as the aforementioned 45Q tax credit, in order to attract private investment to Canada. 3, that the federal and provincial governments work together to establish stackable tax credits to respect to CCUS. 4, that the Canada Infrastructure Bank standards reward carbon reduction strategies in the allocation of capital. 5, that all levels of government work together to implement a strong regulatory framework. And 6, that we create financing vehicles such as a green transition bond, public-private partnerships, and equity investments by federal and provincial governments and the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to help attract private investment into the CCS sector. Madam Speaker, these recommendations provide a solid basis for encouraging and increasing private sector investment into CCS technology in Canada, and it is clear that now is the time to act. The Liberals have failed to show any meaningful leadership on this issue, despite industry stakeholders calling for it. To put it bluntly, they talk the talk but do not walk the walk. And we see this when major companies continue to choose to do business in the U.S. rather than in Canada. Madam Speaker, we know that the landscape of Canadian energy production and emissions reduction is always changing, and this is something that I see in my riding day in and day out. As the world moves away from coal-fired power, we need to ensure that there are viable options for those whose industries and jobs will be transitioning as well. This includes power plant workers, miners, geologists, and much more. Unfortunately, they have received little or no help from this government, despite Liberals' promises to the contrary. The Clean Coal Transition Initiative committed to helping with the transition through measures such as pension bridging, but we have yet to see any such program be implemented. This leaves many Canadians uncertain about their futures, something that could be at least partially offset by encouraging investment into CCUS technology. The construction of the CCS facility alone has the potential to create hundreds of jobs, with many continuing on a more permanent basis for management and maintenance of such facilities. Not only is this creating good, high-paying private industry jobs, but those directly employed in CCUS. It also bolsters the local economies where these facilities are located. We also know, thanks to the Shan feasibility study conducted by the International CCS Knowledge Center, that CCUS is becoming more affordable. Implementing CCUS technology on the Shan Power Station in my riding, in comparison to the cost of the Boundary Dam facility, could be done at 67% less per ton of CO2 capture. A significant reduction thanks to the lessons learned from the building and operation of CCUS Unit 3. The cost of capture of CO2 would be $45 per ton, which is far less than the $170 per ton the Liberals are implementing, regardless of the exchange rates. As mentioned, cement factories are some of the heaviest emitters worldwide, and where the CCUS byproduct of fly ash could reduce their emissions up to 25%. CCUS can also be used to reduce emissions in steel production, another major Canadian resource. It is a simple fact that opportunities for sequestration in Canada are considered some of the best in the world, and we must take full advantage of that by incentivizing investment. This bill and this tax credit do just that, and given the Liberals' assertion that the environment and the economy must go hand in hand, it would be logical that they support this important first step toward large-scale investment into CCS projects. Madam Speaker, according to an assessment provided by industry stakeholders and modeling by Capital Power, the deployment of 6 CCS plants would result in roughly $1.4 billion in foregone tax revenue, and at the same time would lead to approximately $5.5 billion of private sector investment, with 6 megatons of greenhouse gas emissions being captured each year. We know that the economic impact is substantial, with projections stating that as just a few CCS projects over 4 years would generate $2.7 billion in GDP across Canada and support 6,100 jobs. However, we as the opposition are unable to do this alone. Given the importance to all the parties in this House of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, I would hope that and encourage that we can come together and make this initiative a real priority. Canadians expect their government to do what is best for them, and Bill C-262 helps to secure the future and health of our economy, while also addressing the issue of emissions reduction. Madam Speaker, I therefore call on members of the House to support this bill and to help to move Canada's leadership in this technology forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to take part in the debate on Private Member's Bill C-262. And I would like to make it clear from the outset that our government fully recognizes the importance of deepening and accelerating the actions needed to fight climate change. In this regard, we appreciate the intent of the proposed legislation that is the subject of our debate today. By capturing carbon dioxide emissions from large industrial facilities before they're released into the atmosphere, carbon capture, use and storage technologies will play an important role in helping Canada exceed its 2030 Paris Agreement emissions reductions target. They have the potential to significantly reduce emissions from heavy industrial processes where other emission-reducing alternatives may be limited. That's why, as part of the Strengthened Climate Plan we announced in December, our government is proposing to develop a comprehensive CCUS strategy and to explore other opportunities to help keep Canada globally competitive in this growing industry. But it is important that we do not do so in a way that is, it is important that we do so in a way that is fair to all Canadians. takes into account the views of stakeholders, and is effective in achieving its objectives. And it is here, in this regard, that Bill C-262 falls short, Madam Speaker. As the saying goes, the devil is in the details. And I would like to take a moment to consider some of the troublesome details inherent in this bill. The tax credit proposed in C-262 would be equal to the amount of captured carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide emissions in tons, multiplied by the price of the excess emissions charged for carbon dioxide equivalent under Canada's output-based pricing system. And, as we know, the OBSP is part of Canada's carbon pricing framework that applies to industrial emitters, with charges set at $40 per CO2 equivalent ton in 2021 and $50 per CO2 equivalent ton in 2022. But unlike the carbon capture tax credits in the United States, Bill C-262 would not impose time limits on the availability of the tax credit. So what does this mean, Madam Speaker? It means that because the value of the proposed tax credit is linked to excessive emission targets, its value could increase significantly if the OBPS excess emissions charge under the Greenhouse Gas Pollutions Act were to increase, as anticipated under our proposed plan to strengthen Canada's carbon pricing framework beyond 2022. If the excess emissions charge were to increase by, say, $15 annually, from $50 per ton in 2022 to $170 per ton in 2030, this would lead to a situation where the government is very heavily subsidizing, or even more than fully subsidizing, certain projects that employ CCUS. This is the point at which incentives, if not properly designed, can become perverse and encourage an unproductive gaming of the system by businesses at the taxpayer's expense. The bill also appears to be open to accommodating the international trade of physical CO2, as it refers not only to Canadian and federal provincial laws in this respect, but also to US laws. This suggests the measure would allow for the import into Canada of physical CO2 for storage or use in Canada without requiring the capture of that CO2 to have been in Canada. And this would clearly undermine the credit's ability to meet our government's objective of reducing Canadian emissions. Bill C-262 also proposes that multiple types of use would be eligible for the tax credit, including storage through conversion and use for any other purpose for which a commercial market exists. Madam Speaker, it is not clear how the use of CO2 for any proposed commercial purpose would reduce Canadian emissions. In fact, some commercial uses could result in CO2 being reintroduced into the atmosphere. What's more, the bill's definition of utilization and qualifying corporation suggests the credit would be accessible to all existing and operating facilities, and not just those that are developing and expanding their CCUS capacities. By providing a windfall for existing operations that may have already received significant federal and provincial support, the bill does not fully leverage our capacity to encourage the adoption of these technologies to meet our CO2 reduction goals. So while, as I said, the bill is commemorable in its objectives, it is severely flawed in its execution. And it is in this regard that our government cannot offer a better way forward. Canada's Strengthened Climate Plan, A Healthy Environment and Healthy Economy, proposes measures to cut energy waste, provide clean and affordable transportation and power, build Canada's clean industrial advantage, and support nature-based climate solutions. It also proposes to put a price on pollution through to 2030. The plan is supported by an initial $15 billion investment that will create jobs, grow the middle class, and support workers in a stronger and cleaner economy. This is in addition to the Canada Infrastructure Bank's $6 billion for clean infrastructure that was announced in the fall. Under our plan, CCUS projects would benefit from credits that are generated under carbon pricing regimes and the clean fuel standard if projects reduce the carbon intensity of fuels for fuel suppliers. The plan also provides direct support that may be available for CCUS investments through the new Net Zero Accelerator that will provide $3 billion over 5 years via the Strategic Innovation Fund. The fund is expected to face high demand as it aims to rapidly expedite decarbonization projects with large emitters, scale up clean technology, and accelerate Canada's industrial transformation across all sectors. Certain projects could also be complemented by funding under the $1.5 billion Low Carbon and Zero Emissions Fuels Fund to increase the production and use of low carbon fuels. As well, investments by Sustainable Development Technology Canada will support advancement of pre-commercial clean technologies. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is important that governments continue to work with stakeholders to determine the best approach to leveraging CCUS technology in Canada. It is also important that these efforts are advanced through the budget process, which enables the government to fully consider trade-offs, balance priorities, and undertake new fiscal commitments only to the extent that they are effective, fair, affordable, and no better alternative is identified. As I have made clear today, it is precisely in these regards that Bill C-262 falls short, Madam Speaker. And that is why the government cannot support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse Matan Matapedia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to beat around the bush to tell you that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against Bill C-262. My colleague from Jonquière before me did a good job of explaining why. We will be voting against it for a very simple reason. We reject this form of subsidy for fossil fuels and non-renewable energy. And that is what C-262 is, a new fossil fuel subsidy masquerading as a tax credit. Let's be clear. Some subsidies can be ineffective in the fight against climate change. But tax advantages for carbon capture and storage, and that's what Bill C-262 is about, are not. In fact, in this case, the captured carbon is used to extract oil and extend the life of aging oil fields. So in addition to being environmentally counterproductive, the proposed legislation is unfair to taxpayers. Quebecers should not have to pay to fill Canadian oil companies' coffers. If we want to encourage companies to capture and store carbon, we should increase the price per ton of carbon. It's not rocket science. Polluting has to come at a price to oil companies, otherwise why would they stop doing it? And raising the price of carbon is consistent with the polluter pay principle. That's the basis of effective environmental policy. But Canada is a poor environmental performer. It's on track to fall short of its greenhouse gas emissions reductions target and is failing to cut fossil fuel subsidies. Economic recovery and support for jobs must not come at the expense of the climate. It's high time to invest in a true transition that builds on our renewable resources, our knowledge, and our regions. That's what an independent Quebec is proposing, and Canada would do well to follow suit. Let's come back to C-262. It's quite obvious that the goal of the bill is to weaken the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. It's no secret that the Conservatives are against the carbon tax, even if they now claim otherwise. But the numbers do speak for themselves. The impacts of climate change are astronomically high in Canada. According to a brand new report by some 20 researchers, which was funded by Environment Canada and published yesterday, beyond the multiple environmental threats, climate change will also have major public health consequences, which will cost society dearly. In fact, scientists estimate that the costs related to the loss of life and quality of life will amount to $86 billion a year by 2050 and $250 billion a year by 2100. That's huge. They also warn of the effects of increasingly frequent and intense heat waves across the country. The report shows this widespread increase in temperature will have a devastating effect on productivity. The researchers calculate it could result in 128 million lost work hours per year by the end of the century, the equivalent of 62,000 full-time jobs and nearly $15 billion. These are frightening figures. The climate crisis is not a figment of the imagination. We must address it and stop introducing bills like C-262 that only delay the debate on concrete and effective solutions to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The worst part is that we're far behind schedule. In 2019, a report by Environment and Climate Change Canada already found that Canada's climate was warming at twice the average rate for the entire world. It also found that over the next 10 years, the entire country would be severely impacted by the increasingly significant consequences of this warming. It's quite clear there's no time to lose, and the risk of moving forward with carbon capture and storage technologies as proposed by C-262 is that they distract from the need to reduce sources of emissions, and they distract from the actions needed to do so quickly and effectively. In fact, the tax credit proposed by C-262 runs counter to the logic of carbon pricing and the carbon tax. Putting a price on pollution will never be effective if the public ends up footing the bill for managing emissions. The price on pollution must drive behavioral change and a commitment to an energy transition. C-262 would undermine that goal. With C-262, the Conservatives are once again proposing a solution that sticks the taxpayer with the environmental costs of economic activity while keeping the profits and benefits in the private sector in the hands of the oil companies. What's unfortunate, even ridiculous, is that they're trying to pass this off as an environmental solution to fight climate change when Conservatives don't even recognize that climate change is real. Because if they did, they would be coming up with credible, science-based solutions, not plans to destroy the only serious concrete tool Canada has implemented to reduce those emissions, that is carbon pricing. As I said earlier, the economic recovery and support for jobs does not have to come at the expense of the climate. And I want to come back to that because it's a key point. The Bloc Québécois is of the view that it is perfectly legitimate for the government to use the public purse, among other things, by way of tax credits to support jobs in the economy. And obviously, this includes the energy sector. But the energy sector is not limited to the oil and gas industries. Quebec already has almost 99% renewable energy production, but Canada has renewable energy potential too. Canada can make the choice to end its reliance on fossil fuels. If we believe the pandemic recovery is an opportunity to accelerate the energy transition, as do the Bloc Québécois and Quebec, federal investments should go to the industries of the future. Oil is not one of them. Oil is not a renewable energy, despite what Conservative members think. From the very first few months of the pandemic, the Bloc has been working on thinking about the type of economy we want for Quebec and how to implement a recovery that serves the environmental transition. After a vast consultation exercise across Quebec, the Bloc has presented a green recovery plan that includes transferring adequate funds to Quebec to fight COVID-19 and at the same time to initiate an ambitious green recovery focused on the regions. We are not fooled when a bill like Bill C-262 comes before the House. Despite its green veneer, this bill in fact served those who oppose the fight against climate change and who would perpetuate Canada's reliance on fossil fuels. We are not fooled when the Liberal government puts on a green face publicly while in fact pouring billions of dollars into the energies of the past. I'm thinking of Alberta Oil, about the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion, of the transfers to support the offshore oil industry off Newfoundland. These are all examples. They clearly illustrate the inconsistency between the Liberals' environmentalist claims and their encouragement of the fossil fuel industry. The Bloc will do everything in its power to prevent even more of Quebecers' monies being spent at the expense of the planet, because that is what is happening now. Despite what the Prime Minister has said about green recovery and climate change, federal fossil fuel subsidies have risen to $1.91 billion in 2020 and 200% increase over 2019. Our support for government intervention on the environment is not based on the green spin other parties give it. We keep our eye on the intrinsic value of each of these interventions. Our challenge in recovering from the pandemic, in addition to proposing bills that capitalize on the strengths of Quebec and its regions, is to remain vigilant and to oppose phony environmental solutions. And when it comes to fossil fuel subsidies, we will staunchly oppose them every time. And we will mount the barricades every time the government tries to use the pandemic as a justification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So for the right of reply, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise here today in the final reading of my bill at second reading here in the House of Commons, but I'm going to make some quotes here that I think are very important to this debate. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage is an important tool for reducing emissions in high-emitting sectors. CCUS is the only currently available technology with potential to generate negative emissions. We have the right building blocks in place, including infrastructure such as the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line and innovative companies like CarbonCure in Nova Scotia, which developed a technology to inject captured carbon into concrete, making it stronger and less polluting. Alberta and Saskatchewan have the greatest near-term potential to become global leaders in CCUS by creating new hubs where carbon from high-emitting facilities can be efficiently captured, transported, and stored and used. Canadian innovators and engineers have developed some of the leading global technologies for CCUS technologies that are in demand as more countries take action to fight climate change. The government intends to take significant action to support and accelerate adoption of these technologies. By providing incentives to adopt CCUS technologies, the proposed measure will be an important element in Canada's plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. This important new element of Canada's tax system is also intended to accelerate the growth of the new jobs related to carbon capture. Budget 2021 proposes to introduce an investment tax credit for capital invested in CCUS projects with the goal of reducing emissions by at least 15 megatons of CO2 annually. Well, Madam Speaker, enough said. I'm happy for the deathbed conversion of my colleagues on the other side of the House, that they actually acknowledge everything that we've been saying on this side of the House since we introduced this bill, and I recall how much they were fighting it before this budget came out. But I am very pleased they're going to move forward with this, and I really appreciated my colleague on the other side of the House tonight when he told me the little things that were wrong with the proposal that was put forward for him here, that he could tweak around the edges and make it look a little different, or smell a little different, or seem a little different, or maybe feel a little different. But it is the carbon capture, utilization, and storage bill that we put forward here that recognizes this industry is going to contribute to the reduction in carbon in Canada and in the world going forward. We lead, we intend to continue to lead. The intent of this bill, and you recall when we first put it on the agenda here, the intent of this bill was to continue to allow our energy sector in Canada to lead the world like it does. It used to lead. It lost that lead in carbon capture, utilization, and storage in 2018. How did it lose that? It lost it because the United States offered an instrument called a 45Q, which allowed the split of the tax credit between those who are actually capturing the carbon and those who are storing the carbon. Now that's important because usually the people that can store the carbon are the hydrocarbon companies, but the people that need to capture the carbon are the other industries that are emitting carbon. This split tax credit moved investment from Canada to the United States very quickly. Technology we developed here, Madam Speaker, got moved down south in a heartbeat. We had to bring that back here. We have to have a competitive regime where we recognize the advantages that we bring to this world, that we bring to this technology, and that we can continue to lead going forward on. The challenge, of course, here is to provide a split tax credit, and we think we've accomplished that with the construction of this tax measure as much as I can from the opposition side of the House. I would love it if the government tweaked it, as my colleague suggests he's going to over there, and make it just a little better. But I'm going to wrap here as I've been given the signal, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much. Oil and gas is a very important industry in Canada. We lead the world. We lead the world in environmental production of power and energy. We lead the world in accountability to governments and to the public. We lead the world as a rent payer, and contrary to what we've heard, This industry contributes $24 billion a year average to the Canadian taxpayers for all our services. Let's lead. Let's continue to lead, and let's let our Canadian industry lead again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 6:38, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. McLean, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moved that Bill C-262, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, capture and utilization or storage of greenhouse gases, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable
Speaker, could I please request a recorded vote?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, thank you. So pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 9th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 1st, 2021, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94, at the third reading stage.
Government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94.
Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Ms. Sassy, moves that Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94, be now read a third time and do pass. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 1st, 2021, a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may speak to the motion for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm addressing you today from my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, situated on land that has a shared history between the Huron-Wendat Nation, the Mohawk, the Anishinaabe Nation, and the Six Nations. And I feel it also important and essential to acknowledge the long-standing heritage of the Métis in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Madame la Présidente, j'ai le privilège aujourd'hui.
Madam Speaker, today I have the privilege of speaking to Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94.
Today, Madam Speaker, speaking to Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94. Si elle est adoptée, Madame la Présidente.
If passed, this legislation would change Canada's oath of citizenship to place the presence of Indigenous peoples of this land at the centre of the solemn pledge made by newcomers when they are welcomed into the Canadian family.
June is National Indigenous History Month. It's a time for all Canadians to learn about the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada, to recognize and acknowledge past mistakes, and to move towards reconciliation. But this month, Madam Speaker, our hearts are heavier than they normally are. Locating the remains of the 215 children near the former Kamloops Indian Residential School is a painful reminder of a dark and shameful chapter of our country's recent history. Our hearts are with the Tecumloops Secwepemc First Nation, as well as with all Indigenous communities across the country. It is our collective responsibility, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the legacy of residential schools and the devastating effects they have had and continue to have on Indigenous peoples and their communities. As Canadians, we must commit to understanding the atrocities of residential schools and what we can do to redress their legacy and continue to move towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada. Madame la Présidente, le gouvernement s'est...
Madam Speaker, this government is committed to combating systemic racism in all its forms. We've sought dialogue with racialized communities and Indigenous peoples to hear their stories. We recognize that these dialogues must inform laws, policies, and collaborative solutions to protect Indigenous languages, traditions, and institutions.
It is in this spirit, Madam Speaker, that we put forward this bill to help new Canadians at the culmination of their journey to citizenship understand the fundamental historical truths of their new country, beginning not with Confederation, but with the presence of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Bill C-8 is one part of the government's comprehensive and ongoing commitment to implement all of the recommendations and calls to action contained in the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which marked its 6th anniversary yesterday. Bill C-8 is a direct response to call to action number 94, a call, Madam Speaker, to amend the oath of citizenship. And while there is so much more to be done, we hope that Bill C-8 can serve as a unanimous gesture of reconciliation by virtue of an all-party agreement to implement the proposed changes to the oath of citizenship. And Madam Speaker, while the changes proposed to the oath of citizenship may only amount to a small fragment of text, that text is enormously potent and rich in meaning. If adopted, Madam Speaker, the new oath of citizenship would read as follows. I swear or affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors, and that I will faithfully observe the laws of Canada, including the Constitution, which recognizes and affirms the Aboriginal and treaty rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and fulfill my duties as a Canadian citizen. This wording, Madam Speaker, reflects the input received from national Indigenous organizations, including the Assembly of First Nations, ITK, and the Métis National Council. And I want to thank them sincerely on behalf of this House for their contributions. Grâce aux contributions importantes de ces organisations,
Thanks to the important contributions of these organizations, we have worked together to ensure that the proposed new oath of citizenship is even more inclusive and represents the rich history of Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis peoples across Canada.
Thanks to their important contributions, Madam Speaker, the government believes that the wording put forth in this bill is inclusive of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples' input and experiences. It is, we believe, an authentic response to call to action number 94. The wording proposed in this bill, Bill C-8, invites new Canadians to faithfully observe the laws of Canada, including the Constitution, which recognizes and affirms the Aboriginal and treaty rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Il s'agit d'un changement très important.
This is a very significant change. It underscores the fact that Indigenous treaty rights are constitutionally protected collective rights under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. These rights are based on the historical occupation and use of these lands by Indigenous peoples in what is now known as Canada.
Furthermore, Madam Speaker, this reference informs newcomers that these rights predate the Constitution and are reinforced and upheld by the highest law in the land. Henceforth, a new Canadian's life as a citizen begins with affirming the principle of reconciliation with Canada's most ancient residents. And while the pandemic has temporarily put a stop to in-person ceremonies, Madam Speaker, we continue to hold ceremonies virtually. It is truly moving and joyful to know that virtual ceremonies can now be witnessed by families and friends outside of Canada. This means an even wider audience learning about the history of Canada while putting a spotlight on the important history of Indigenous peoples in Canada on the global stage. Furthermore, the participation of Indigenous elders enriches these ceremonies, and it's truly remarkable to see the coming together of this land's oldest and newest communities celebrating what it means to live together in equality and harmony. And at the very center of that occasion is indeed the oath of citizenship, a pledge to uphold the values for which we strive as a nation: equality, diversity, and respect within an open and free society. This bill ensures that new Canadians now embrace and affirm the rights and treaties of Indigenous peoples and know that they are an integral part of Canada's history and, Madam Speaker, its future. Madam Speaker, while we are also working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation on many other components of the calls to action, We are also working on call to action number 93, and that is a new citizenship guide and supporting educational tools that will include more information on Indigenous history and something that has been called for quite some time. Once completed, the revised citizenship study guide, the new citizenship test, and the oath will be mutually supportive of these lessons. And furthermore, educational resources will be provided to classrooms across Canada so that all students can learn these lessons. I hope, Madam Speaker, that all members will join us in these steps in the path to reconciliation. We call on all parties to support the historic and symbolic meaning of the new oath of citizenship. And I want to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to thank all parties to agreeing to move this forward as quickly as possible and ensure that we are able to deliver on yet another call to action in the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. It is one more step towards transforming the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples, Madam Speaker. One of many more important steps to come. We must continue in steadfast determination to move forward in mutual respect and cooperation. This means listening to and learning from Indigenous partners, communities, and youth, and acting decisively on what we have heard to continue building trust and bring about healing. J'ai hâte, Madame la Présidente, de travailler.
I look forward to working with all members to support this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the member knows, we are supportive of this bill. We only have an opportunity as an opposition to vote on bills that the government puts in front of us. And I will note that these kinds of very important changes around recognition, symbols, are not the full picture. That in pursuing broader reconciliation, we need action that really allows us to move away from the framework of the so-called Indian Act and pursue opportunities for meaningful self-determination, for development, and the full realization of that vision of reconciliation and a nation-to-nation relationship. It's not going to come about just through bills like this. It's going to require really delving into the very challenging issues around how we replace the Indian Act. So I wonder if the member can kind of explain why the government has only focused on these kinds of measures, and when can we expect the substantive action that many people are looking for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. He's 100% right. The calls to action are only a part of the work that needs to be done, albeit a very important part of the work that needs to be done to reconcile with Indigenous Canadians. We are very proud, however, of the work that is being done. We fully understand the importance of the calls to action and will continue to accelerate our work with our partners to advance implementation. In fact, Madam Speaker, over 80% of the calls to action under the sole responsibility of the federal government or shared responsibility with provincial territorial partners are completed or well underway, and we're going to continue to move forward. And once again, I want to thank all members in this House for agreeing to move forward so quickly on a call to action 94 today.
Honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question that is also a special request from constituents in my riding who have a little girl. Sacha Ozali. In the Abenaki language, which is Alexi's language, Ozali means angel. They wanted to write her name with an Indigenous symbols, which is the number 8. That represents the syllable in question. On the birth certificate, it's not possible with the federal database to attribute a social insurance number. We're talking about the oath of citizenship and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Can the Parliamentary Secretary commit to discussing this change to our computer systems that would allow Alexi and Sarah to write their daughter's name as Sacha Olazi in the Canadian computer system? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you for the question. I would also like to thank him for sharing the story of this family. Unfortunately, I'm not in a situation of being able to act on this specifically. However, I will thank my colleague for, like members of other parties, allowing us to have this debate tonight and move this bill forward, which will ensure that we deliver on Call to Action 94, which represents an important change for the oath of citizenship in Canada. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. He spoke about the importance of newcomers knowing about the history, and he referenced the new citizenship guidebook that has been under development for 5 years now. One of the important components about this history, of course, is about the fact that Canada committed genocide against Indigenous peoples, and in fact continues to do so. And this is per the UN Convention on its definition as genocide. Will the member, or does the member agree that Canada needs to incorporate that fact that Canada committed genocide against Indigenous peoples and continues to do so in the new Canadian Citizenship Guidebook?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, but also for her wonderful work on the Immigration Committee. I have the pleasure of working with her for quite some time now on that committee, and she's doing some really great work there. With regards to her question, there are many more consultations that need to be done over the summer. As the honourable member knows, something that we take very seriously is our consultations and our work directly with Indigenous partners across the country, provinces and territories, making sure that we're getting this right. It may take a little longer, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we don't look back and realize that mistakes.
We have to proceed. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 13 years ago next week, the chamber of the House of Commons was filled with tears and a lot of raw emotion. Prime Minister Stephen Harper issued the apology for the treatment that residential school survivors experienced at federally funded schools across this country. It marked a milestone in the healing and reconciliation process for former students. One of those former students is Bill Sunday, a member of Akwesasne, which is in my riding of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. At that time, the Grand Chief of the Council, Chief Tim Thompson, brought 7 survivors from the community of Akwesasne to hear the words from the Government of Canada that day. I'm thinking of Bill tonight and the number of residents of Akwesasne over the course of numerous generations faced hardship and discrimination. What came of that apology around that time was the idea of establishing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. As was alluded to in other speeches, that report came out with tangible calls to action back in 2015. To give a context, that is 6 years ago, 2,100 days that our federal government has had to respond and enact the change that's been called for. We're here today with nowhere near the pace and the volume of completion and tangible progress that I think Canadians have wanted us to have. We look at, I think there's a few more than a handful that have been marked as completed. Others are underway. But I think if you speak to Indigenous Canadians, First Nations leadership in this country, and any Canadian, they would agree that the pace of change, the pace of enacting reconciliation has not moved in the past 6 years as fast as it needs to be. Madam Speaker, on Monday, our leader, the leader of the official opposition, wrote a letter to the Prime Minister, and I think over the course of the last couple of days, through the advancement of Bill C-5, which was positive, which is regarding a day for truth and reconciliation, we worked together as all parties to advance that legislation forward. That was one of the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Our leader also wrote in that letter to say this legislation we're debating here tonight should come back up, be moved forward as it will tonight, and eventually be passed with support from our caucus and I believe from all of Parliament. But I say this respectfully, Madam Speaker, that This is an important measure to do, don't get me wrong. But when we look at all the measures we need to do, the tangible, real, meaningful reconciliation is yet to come. There are a lot of big items that we as a parliament and we as a country need to confront and address in a timely manner. I also want to acknowledge the discussions of another piece of legislation, Bill C-15, that has had many hours of debate here and in committee and is now over in the Senate. I had the honor and the privilege of speaking with my perspective as a young Canadian, as somebody who has a First Nations community, Akwesasne, in my riding, and as part of our Conservative caucus taking a look at the details of the legislation. I want to speak about the opposition to C-15 not because of a lack of support for reconciliation, but I want to illustrate to Canadians that our work as parliamentarians is far from done. We know that. But I took with note today as we talk about the legislation, the work that we do here needs to be better. C-15, a lot of the words in the descriptions, for an example, the description of free, prior, and informed consent, the definition or lack thereof of that, the NDP's Opposition Day motion today was an important one I'm proud to support. And the first few parts of that speaks about ending litigation we see in courts, where the government, First Nations community, residential school survivors are spending years and years and millions of dollars, more and more emotion going from there. That has been exacerbated because we are not taking the time for consultation, for the details. I completely support the idea of UNDRIP and the principles behind it. The details matter on that, and I think it's important to say for Canadians that we need, like the NDP motion said today, like Parliament will be calling on when that vote comes up in the coming days, we want to see real, meaningful changes in this country. Not more lawsuits, not more delays and emotion and millions of dollars being spent on lawyers, but rather on frontline differences to First Nations community, Indigenous Canadians in every part of this country. I want to focus some of my time tonight on the fact that we are expediting this legislation with all-party cooperation to move forward, because there are other parts of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that need to move forward now, urgently, and Canadians are saying that. Thinking of the news, like every single Canadian has had to take in over the course of the last week, of the discovery of 215 children in unmarked graves at the former Kamloops residential school. Madam Speaker, I look from a personal perspective at my life and my lived experience. I'm 33 years old. I have an amazing, loving family that helped raise me. I am so grateful for the opportunity that I received in public education. The teachers and staff and students at Anchorman Public School, Nation View Public School, and at North Dundas District High School. My family and my experience in public education and education helped make me who I am today. I could not imagine being a child torn away from my parents, never to see them again. To go to a school hundreds of kilometers away and receive horrific treatment, where we have as an example that's been laid bare before us last week, that children ended up buried in unmarked graves, only recognized more recently. The opportunity that they didn't have, that so many of us were fortunate to have, surrounded by loving and caring parents, in an education system and experience that was second to none. To have that deprived, to have that ending, is completely unacceptable. In the letter I referenced, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the work we need to do as Parliament, we need to address this specific dark part of our history. And I was rightfully corrected after one of my social media posts struggling to come up with the proper thing to say with the news. Somebody said, it's not all history. There are still residential school survivors here today living the experience each and every day. It's not history to them, it's lived experience that they have to deal with and struggle with each and every day. So what we need to do, and Madam Speaker, I think parliamentarians from all parties and every part of this country will hear the need that, yes, we need to move forward on C5. We need to move forward on this piece of legislation in C8. But we need to fund the investigation of all former residential schools in Canada where unmarked graves may exist, including where the 215 children were already discovered in Kamloops. We need to ensure proper resources are allocated for the reinterment, the commemoration, and the honor of any individuals discovered at any of those sites according to the wishes of their family. And we need to develop a detailed and urgent, meaningful way of educating Canadians on the real experiences and lived experience of those there. Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap up my comments tonight by bringing it back to my community in Eastern Ontario. Tonight, as I wrap up, I'm thinking of Leona Cook, an elder from Akwesasne who actually lives on the American side of Akwesasne, but her story goes a long way. She was sent from Messina to Western New York in the Buffalo, Niagara Falls area to a residential school. This tragedy goes even beyond borders. They took her shoes away when she went to school, and her brothers went there. They were placed on a different side of campus. She rarely, if ever, saw them. I watched a video earlier today as I prepared my remarks, and Leona was on video saying this: I don't want their apology. I don't want anything from them. I would hope that they learn to treat people better than they treated us. You can't make people be somebody they don't want to be. We can take the lessons and words of Leona Cook, we can embody them in our work and move forward on major sections of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that will matter to Canadians. I look forward to the questions and comments and supporting the legislation before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit astounded right now. I wonder if my colleague shares that feeling. There was an incredible tragedy this week, discovery of a mass burial ground. 215 children were buried there. It's just, there are probably thousands of children more that were uprooted and so on. And then 3 days later, the government, all they can propose is to change a few words in the Constitution of Canada. I have trouble following. So I just like to read the introduction to my colleague from the TRC report. And it has some key words right from the get-go. They say eliminated Indigenous governments, put an end to treaties, and embarked on processes of assimilation so that Indigenous people would cease to exist as legal, cultural, social, religious communities in Canada. So that's powerful language from the TRC report. And they talk about a cultural genocide. That's what the government's been reading or looking at for 6 years, and they've barely done anything. And then there's the discovery of these burials in BC, and they say, oh, we're going to change a few words in the Constitution. I wonder if my colleague shares my opinion. I have to allow the honourable member a chance to respond.
Law colleague, I think, was a summary in ways of what I had illustrated. It has been 2,100 days since we've had the TRC report. We are 2,100 days dealing with Bill C8, called Action 94. And as I mentioned, and as he alluded to, the discovery last week was, I think, a wake-up call for millions and millions of Canadians. They are looking for, the families of those impacted are looking for closure and answers. And I think as Canadians, we're looking for urgent action. We've been calling on, to exactly his point, in the next couple of weeks, not months, not years, let's move forward in making sure that we search every site, we provide closure to every child in this country that's found in an unmarked grave and who was mistreated at residential schools and had a terrible ending. Let's provide that closure sooner rather than later. Urgency is what Canadians are wanting. We need to do that.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would agree with the member that we certainly do need to commit all resources possible to ensuring that any other potential sites like this that are out there are found immediately and that the proper process is done in conjunction with the Indigenous communities in the area. But my question for the member is, he talks about the recommendations and implementing them all as quickly as possible and doing that, in the most expeditious manner possible. But one of those recommendations had to do with UNDRIP, and the Conservative Party voted against that. And so I'm trying to, as I listen to him, rationalize how it is that he can stand here and say we absolutely must implement these recommendations. We must do as much as we possibly can to see them come to fruition as soon as possible. But yet the Conservative Party voted against one last week. And can he explain why he took that position?
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, Glengarry.
Thanks. I want to thank my colleague, my fellow Eastern Ontarian, for that question. From the government side, and provides an opportunity for me to, again, state of where the principles of UNDRIP and the overwhelming majority of the declaration, there is not an issue. But for far too long, and in far too many examples, Madam Speaker, in our history, we have not seen the proper parliamentary work and consultation to get some of the details resolved early in that legislation. We heard that at committee from First Nations communities, from legal experts, to say it is important to take the time to make sure that these legislations and the interpretations don't end up in court. They don't end up. And what we're going to be having, Madam Speaker, I believe, through this process is much more litigation, many more legal fees, and many more difficulties in court when those dollars could be spent on tangible improvements on the lives of Indigenous people. I think it takes time to get it right. The government's had 6 years to get it right. They didn't. That's why we're here. More work could have been done in that 6 years to provide more solidity on C-15 and UNDRIP.
Resuming debate, la reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Madam Speaker, it's with great bitterness and regret that I rise today in this House to speak to Bill C-8, which would amend the Oath of Citizenship to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Call to Action number 94. Pardon? I would like to ask colleagues not to speak while the member is giving her speech. Thank you. So as I was saying, Madam Speaker, I say bitterness and regret because this bill, which we in the Bloc Québécois will soon be voting against, well, we would normally have been in favor of it. But we've opposed it because we were forced to. We had no other choice. Even today, we're forced to oppose it. But we have tried to change it in such a way that we could support it. So why is the Bloc opposed to this bill with such obvious good intentions? What's brought us to this point? Well, these are the questions I'm going to answer for my colleagues here in the House, but also for Indigenous peoples across Canada, as well as for the sake of history, which is my witness today. Madam Speaker, the first thing I'd like to say to all the First Nations of Quebec and Canada, the Métis and the Inuit, is this. The Bloc Québécois firmly believes that Call to Action number 94, as well as all of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, or the TRC, we firmly believe that these should all be carried out without delay. But we can't support Bill C-8 in its current form for two reasons. The first is that the bill would apparently deny that the rights of Indigenous people are not gifts from heaven that white law has bestowed on them. They are inherent in their existence as Indigenous nations. The second reason has to do with the stormy constitutional history of Quebec and Canada. Madam Speaker, the first reason my party didn't support the bill has been underreported, and it goes to the very heart of the rights of Indigenous people. For the Bloc Québécois, the rights of Indigenous people are inherent rights. They flow from the very existence of these peoples. No charter, royal proclamation, international agreement, or constitution created these rights. On the contrary, these documents merely recognize and confirm them. Indigenous rights are pre-existing to the arrival of Europeans and derive from the activities Indigenous people practiced before colonization. They are sui generis rights in that they're not granted by the Crown. They are inherent. Indigenous rights were first recognized in the Calder decision in 1973 and were subsequently defined in the Vanderpeet decision in 1996. However, as early as the Royal Proclamation of 1763, the Crown recognized Indigenous land rights. Sections 25 and 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 create explicit constitutional recognition of Indigenous rights or Aboriginal rights, but they don't create those rights. Thus, to appreciate the Canadian Constitution in this way is to deny the inherent nature of Indigenous rights. The second reason is well known, but bears repeating. As it stands, the bill provides for an explicit reference to the Constitution in the Oath of Citizenship. You don't need a PhD in history to know how infamous the patriation of the 1982 Constitution was in Quebec. Despite all the Federalist premiers who have come since 1982, Quebec has never signed the Constitution. Of course, the answer the Liberals are going to give is ready-made. The separatists are stirring up old quarrels from the past just to break up our beautiful country, they would have us believe. But what are the problems of the present if not the unresolved problems of the past? It's worth remembering that at the time of patriation in 1982, which the Federalist parties are so fond of celebrating, the draft Constitution included an explicit reference to the rights of Indigenous peoples. However, at the time of the infamous Night of the Long Knives, the federal government and the 9 provinces that abandoned Quebec didn't just agree to go behind René Lévesque's back, they also agreed to exclude the recognition and confirmation of Aboriginal rights. So Ottawa was complicit in this. This is also the history of the Constitution, this living tree with sap that can be poisonous at times. Fortunately, Indigenous activism and the fear that the Westminster Parliament would reject the proposed Constitution brought back what is now Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. But for Quebec, the constitutional unease remains. The members of all the other parties can't ignore it, because we have said so, loud and clear. Nevertheless, we tried to amend C8 to bring the Oath of Citizenship closer to the original intent of the TRC, because we wanted to be able to support it. Because, don't forget, the oath proposed in TRC Call to Action number 94 did not include a reference to the Constitution. After studying the bill in committee, we remain convinced that this addition was not made at the request of Indigenous communities. When I asked the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration twice whether the addition of the word Constitution was specifically at the request of First Nations, he said that it was the result of the general process. In short, he would never tell me whether it came from the government or from the First Nations. When we questioned witnesses in committee, they all said that the addition of a reference to the Constitution was not essential for them. So the Bloc Québécois feels that this addition is not only useless, since it's a departure from the oath proposed by the TRC, but it also constitutes an insult, a lack of respect, and a provocation towards the Quebec nation. It demonstrates bad faith on the part of the Liberal government and the uncontrollable desire of Federalist parties to pursue a process of national identity building that relies on the perpetual repetition of this myth of a Canada made of rights and freedoms based on a 1,000-year-old constitution. Madam Speaker, there's something troubling about the sudden haste of the Liberal government to put Bill C-8 back on the agenda this week. Don't forget this bill has been in limbo since February. It's now June. Last week, there was a tragic discovery that upset us all, and suddenly the government woke up and remembered C-8. Sometimes I get the feeling governments are just waiting for the right time to force their will through instead of negotiating, much like the current Prime Minister's father did so well on a certain day in November 1981. In this regard, it must be said that the united front of the Federalist parties against the Bloc Québécois proposals was quite striking. But sometimes when you think you've won, you've actually lost. Canadians can go on building their country in their own image without worrying about Quebec. We're building our own in our own way anyway. Maybe it's because we do have the sense that one day we'll go our separate ways, finally. In closing, even if the government turns its back on our suggestions, since that's what it wants, allow me to propose a solution that should suit everyone. Why not simply introduce a new bill with language all parties can agree on? Unanimously. Why not then pass that bill with a simple unanimous consent motion and send it to the other place in one fell swoop, as we often do in this place at times? I make the suggestion even though I know it'll never be taken up. At least, Madam Speaker, we will have tried. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
It's the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I thank my colleague for her speech. I listened with interest. I think I can understand the frustration of the Bloc in saying that they are very concerned about the principles at play in terms of recognizing Indigenous rights, but they object to the language that's used for other reasons. I do want to ask, though, why then, given the concerns that were raised, the Bloc did agree with us to give unanimous consent to move this bill forward, so the members raising concerns about the pace at which the bill is moving, but there did seem to be agreement from the Bloc to do that. Secondly, the language of the oath says to faithfully observe the laws of Canada, including the Constitution. Now, I understand that the Bloc objects to the process by which the Constitution was promulgated, but at the end of the day, it's hard to deny that the Constitution is part of the laws of Canada, and it's part of the law. People have an obligation to follow it. So regardless of one's view of the account of history that's been given, it seems that simply asking new Canadians to recognize that the Constitution is part of the law of this country and that the law ought to be followed doesn't seem to be, to me, problematic, even assuming the Bloc's view. I'd love to hear some follow-up on that.
No.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, it's a double-edged question, I think, with regard to the first part. It's more of an automatic instinct for the Liberals rather than for the Bloc. That said, with regard to the inclusion of the recognition of the Constitution, it exists. We agree. We are aware of that. And my colleague says, well, everybody applies the law. Well, where's the obligation then to include it in the citizenship oath? It's not a request from the First Nations. And I said in committee that in making this amendment, we were going beyond unanimity. And I even said in February that perhaps this would have allowed us to go through the bill much more quickly. The Bloc held out this option and no one wanted to take it.
First, Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On this bill, which we're talking about today, it is one of the important symbolic things that I believe we can do to add a reference to Aboriginal rights to the citizenship oath. And as someone who took my oath 44 years ago, It was a very important day in my life to take that oath. And as someone who was given the opportunity to reaffirm that oath 2 years ago by a citizenship judge who took me by surprise at a ceremony, I'm very much in support of this bill. And I want to keep the focus on Aboriginal people and Aboriginal rights today, so I won't take up my arguments with the Bloc about their obtuseness sometimes. But what we have today, and this is my question for the member, we have the Conservatives saying we support UNDRIP, but not the wording. We have many Conservatives saying we support conversion therapy, but not the wording. And now we have a case of the Bloc saying we support adding Aboriginal rights to the citizenship oath, but not the wording. So isn't part of democracy the give and take on the wording so that we can get to a place where we can all agree on the principle that we're actually dealing with?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I would mention and remind the member, Madam Speaker, that the three tests were perhaps not on the side of the Bloc, but rather on the sides of the other parties who wanted this inclusion at all cost, which was not a sine qua non necessity for the First Nations peoples, because they have their inherent rights with regard to the choice of the words. In some cases, there's a huge weight that they carry, and other times it's like the night of the long knives. I think the context justifies our position.
That was the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a brief follow-up to my earlier question. The member said in response to it that if the Constitution is already part of the law, then it doesn't need to be in the oath after all, because it's already there. And I think that seems to be the case, that the reference to the Constitution doesn't absolutely need to be there. On the other hand, we're considering it at third reading. It is there. It doesn't seem to me that even if you reject the process by which the Constitution was promulgated, it should be a hill to die on to recognize the existence of the Constitution or its legal status as part of the oath. It just doesn't seem to carry the particular problem that the Bloc is saying it carries.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean, 15 seconds. Madam Speaker, the last time I looked at the conditions of Lake Meech, the conditions were essential for Quebec to recognize the Constitution. They haven't been achieved, and in that context, I think we can say that we do not recognize the Constitution.
I
have the honor of informing the House that a communication, the text of which it follows, has been received on June 3rd, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to advise you that the Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada, granted royal assent by written declaration to the bills mentioned in an appendix at 1834. Yours cordially, Ian McCown.
Projet de loi ayant
Bills having received royal assent on June 3rd. Kindness Week, S. 223, an act to amend health and safety in offshore areas. S3, an act to amend Letters of Exchange Interpretation Act in the Canadian Labour Code, National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, Bill C5.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. June 3rd, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 3rd day of June, 2021 at 6:34 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan. Bills assented to Thursday, June 3rd, 2021. An act respecting Kindness Week, Bill S223. An act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act, Bill S3. An act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, Bill C5. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm dismayed that despite it being 6 years since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action have been tabled, the Liberal government has been exceedingly slow at implementing even the simplest of the calls to action. According to the CBC Beyond 94 tracker, it remains that there are still only 10 out of 94 TRC recommendations completed as of June 1st, 2021. Bill C-8 is emblematic of the pace with which the Liberal government has been moving with reconciliation. The concerning rate at which the government has been addressing the calls to action leads me to question the government's timeline and commitment to fully implement all the calls to action. During the 5-year anniversary on December 15, 2020, the commissioners of the TRC report issue a joint statement to indicate that the government's process has been too slow. Former TRC Commissioner Ms. Marie Wilson highlighted that revising the Citizenship Guidebook and updating the Oath of Citizenship to reflect a more inclusive history of Indigenous peoples and recognition of their rights was a low-hanging fruit among the TRC recommendations. Yet, this is the third time it's been introduced, and in the years that led up to it, of the official list of organizations consulted provided by IRCC, only 4 were Indigenous organizations, and the others were 6 organizations focusing on immigration, including a couple of Catholic organizations, demonstrating that the imprint of colonialism persists to this day. While the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs heard from a number of witnesses that the wording could have been improved, they were ultimately in favor of passing it so that we can move on to focusing on some of the more major calls to action. And indeed, the Liberals and Conservatives voted down NDP amendments that would address the concerns raised by adding a recognition of inherited rights of First Nations as well as Aboriginal title rights in the citizenship oath. This is shameful. The government cannot say they support the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which explicitly speak to free, prior, informed consent. Article 10 states, and I quote, "Indigenous peoples shall not be forcibly removed from their lands or territories. No relocation shall take place without the free, prior, and informed consent of the Indigenous peoples concerned, and after agreement on just and fair compensation, where possible with the option of return." Yet we continue to see ongoing violation of this very article. This is a clear example of the ongoing colonialism that persists today. Look at what's happening with the Mi'kmaq fishers. DFO has decided that they cannot fish now, even though this is a clear violation of their treaty rights to earn a moderate livelihood. UNDRIP stipulates that Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination, which is what Indigenous fishers are trying to do: earn a living, feed their families, and in some cases, work their way out of poverty. Now, as a result of the failures of the government to live up to their obligations, they are even afraid of violence from non-Indigenous fishers. Their property has been burned, they have been threatened and assaulted, and the government has offered no plan to ensure their safety. This is not reconciliation. In fact, this is what systemic racism and discrimination looks like. Why is the government not doing everything they can to protect the rights and safety of Indigenous fishers? Former TRC Commissioner Marie Wilson also pointed out that calls to action 53 and 56 calls for the creation of a National Council for Reconciliation. One of its core functions would be to provide oversight and hold the government accountable to the progress on implementing other TRC calls to action. The fact that these TRC recommendations are missing in action and have not been among the first that were implemented shows a lack of interest by this government in actually implementing these calls to action. They also do not want to be held accountable in an independent, transparent way. On the 5-year anniversary of the TRC report, Murray Sinclair was critical of the slow pace this government has been moving and said, quote, "It is very concerning that the federal government still does not have a tangible plan for how they will work towards implementing the calls to action. This is how the Liberals treat what they say is the most important relationship. The Liberals are abusing the goodwill of Indigenous peoples, as they claim with a straight face on how much they respect Indigenous rights and cry, frankly, crocodile tears about what Indigenous peoples have always known in light of the findings of the mass grave of Indigenous children at the Kamloops residential school site. They continue to take Indigenous children to court. This government cannot claim to honor the spirits of children who died in residential schools when they continue to take Indigenous kids to court. This government cannot claim that they take their role in reconciliation seriously when they force survivors of residential schools to wage legal battles for reconciliation and compensation. So I am calling for real action, real justice, and real reconciliation, not just more words and symbolic gestures. I'm calling on the federal government to stop its battles against Indigenous kids and survivors of residential schools, battles that have cost millions of taxpayers' dollars. In 2020, Dr. Cindy Blackstock stated that the government has spent at least $9 million against First Nations children at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. These children do not get a second childhood. And as we're sitting here, the government is still fighting residential school survivors in St. Anne's Residential School. This cannot be acceptable to anyone who say that they want to honor the lives of Indigenous children who were ripped away from their loved ones and were subjected to untold abuse and horror. Too many died alone, too many went missing, and too many are still suffering from the effects of colonization. Make no mistake, genocide was committed against Indigenous peoples, and successive Liberal and Conservative governments have continued a genocide against First Nations, Métis, and Inuits across the country. These are crimes against humanity, and it is time for Canada to take full responsibility. I am calling on the Liberals to end their court challenges, to work with survivors, and to ensure that all resources needed are made available to survivors and their communities. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found Canada's discrimination to be, quote, willful and reckless in a worst-case scenario, resulting in the unnecessary family separations for thousands of children, serious harm, and even deaths of some children. These are facts that the government must accept. In addition, the federal government must work with First Nations to fund further investigations into the deaths and disappearances of children at residential schools. The Harper Conservatives denied the TRC the $1.5 million they requested to get an accurate representation of how many unmarked graves there are. The TRC heard from countless witnesses of their existence, but no national effort was made to identify them. This must be addressed. As stated by Murray Sinclair, retired senator and chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I quote, "We know there are lots of sites similar to Kamloops that are going to come to light in the future. We need to begin to prepare ourselves for that. Those that are survivors and intergenerational survivors need to understand that this information is important for all of Canada to understand the magnitude of the truth of this experience. I'm also calling on full funding for the healing resources that survivors need. The federal government must accelerate its progress to implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and to announce a timeline and an independent, publicly accountable mechanism for the fulfillment of the calls to action. We cannot continue just to say that we support reconciliation without doing the work and real meaningful work. To close, the NDP wants to see the TRC recommendation realized. We want to see this bill come to reality, but we also want to see that new citizenship guidebook, which has been in the making for 5 years now, where we have no information when it would be available, that to also incorporate this history, to clearly outline that genocide has been committed against Indigenous peoples and continue to do so. Every newcomer needs to know this history and take it to heart. And as indicated, this is not an Aboriginal issue. It is an issue for all of Canada. It is a Canadian issue, and we need to own up to it. We need to deal with it.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks, and she spoke a bit about some of the issues that were raised today with the NDP's opposition motion, and it's a motion that Conservatives will be supporting. No doubt, every government in Canada's history has made mistakes. The NDP has, for better or worse, never been in government, so never had that opportunity to let their supporters down to some extent, which sometimes happens when you're in government. But I want to ask the member about specifically the fact that we've had some Liberal MPs recently criticize legal advice given by the Justice Department. In fact, the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs at the Canada-China Committee, which I'm part of, really went strongly at the Public Health Agency, telling them that they need to get second opinions when they're told something by the Department of Justice. What is the member's response when we have these cases of litigation against Indigenous children, where at the same time we have Liberal MPs that are saying you can't trust legal advice that's coming through the Justice Minister?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Honourable Member is on mute.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much to the member for his questions. Of course, what we have seen is successive Conservative and Liberal governments' failure in addressing the genocide that's committed against Indigenous peoples and the ongoing genocide. What we need actually is for the government to act. I'm glad to hear that the Conservatives will be supporting the NDP motion, but equally important, I need every single member of the House to admit that a genocide is being committed against Indigenous peoples, and we need to address these issues through not only the cost of action from the TRC, but also in addressing other issues such as systemic poverty that exists for Indigenous people, the violence that's being perpetrated and continue to perpetrate today.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aurais une question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for my colleague. Given that the Minister of Indigenous Affairs is appearing next week or in 2 weeks, and reserve in northern Saskatchewan, northern Manitoba, where there's no drinking water, where people have 2 or 3 families living in the same residence, which isn't even heated. And the memory of children who have disappeared or murdered women, is that memory still very present? What will the minister be able to say when we ask him what he's done? He'll be able to say that we've changed 3 words in the oath of citizenship. You see that we're acting. How do you think people are going to react in the village that the minister will visit? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
It is simply unacceptable, the rate in which the government has acted on the Truth and Reconciliation calls for action. And it is unacceptable that the government continues to take Indigenous children to court. It is unacceptable that there are water drinking advisories that are existing in Indigenous communities where the water is not safe for them to drink. It is unacceptable for the government to continue to make excuses as though somehow delayed action is justified. It is not justified. It is not acceptable. And we must all get on with it. The government needs to admit a genocide has been committed and continues to this day, and they need to stop taking Indigenous children to court. Take real action, take ownership, show responsibility.
Questions et commentaires. Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Votre main est toujours levée.
Your hand is still raised.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's important for me today to have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-8 from the unceded territory of the Wolastoq-Gouyok. What is a nation, and what does it mean to be a Canadian citizen? Bill C-8 is an act to amend the Citizenship Act. The bill would change the oath of citizenship for newcomers to Canada to include recognition and affirmation of the treaty rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. As I have proudly mentioned many times in this House, before I joined federal politics, I was a teacher. When I think about this bill and the oath of citizenship, I think about what it teaches us about who we are and who we want to be. In my time at Fredericton High School as a cultural transition coordinator for Indigenous youth, I helped run a Native Education Center. My role was to ensure students were welcomed, supported, empowered, and that they had access to the materials and resources they needed for success, often a tall order in a large institution. I had the pleasure of working closely with the English as a Second Language department for newcomer students who were in the same wing. My goal was to facilitate learning about Indigenous culture and heritage with my students, but also with the wider school population and staff. I would create bulletin boards with information, spotlight incredible Indigenous leaders, actors, artists, language keepers, visit classes, or host professional development seminars. It wasn't long before the ESL department requested that I come in and speak with their students who were very curious about my role. I noticed that the Welcome to Canada curriculum that the ESL teachers had been given represented Indigenous peoples with a totem pole, a teepee, and an inukshuk. Beyond these superficial symbolic images, there was no substance, no discussion of rights, of the peace and friendship treaties in our territory, of the different Wabanaki nations on the East Coast, no highlight of the 15 communities in New Brunswick, 9 Mi'kmaq and 6 Wolastoq. We started to hold group potlucks with traditional foods, sometimes in our space and sometimes in theirs. Beyond the cultural exchange, I noticed the bonds that the youth were making with one another, and I noticed a pride being a part of Canada's mosaic. We are strengthened by our diversity, and it was beautiful to witness an exercise in community building. These students had more in common than they first believed. Many were subjected to prejudice, discrimination, and racism. I also noticed that newcomer students began to open up more about their homelands or refugee experiences. They identify with the history of colonialism they were learning, and they were excited by the Indigenous cultural resurgence happening in local nations because of the hope it offered. Madam Speaker, it is a rare opportunity to connect our desire to welcome newcomers with honesty about the sovereignty of Indigenous nations. This is important work that we are undertaking. We cannot ignore the reason why we are here tonight. It is to discuss Bill C-8 and to expedite its passage into Canadian law. However, this urgency comes from the horrific discovery of the remains of 215 children at the former Kamloops residential schools. It should not have taken this latest revelation of wrongdoing to prompt action. We have known the impact of residential schools in this country for decades, at least those of us who bothered to listen. The children have pushed the truth to the surface. No one can say they didn't know. And newcomers to Canada will have to come to terms with these realizations as well, out of respect to the original inhabitants of this land, the ones who are still here, and the ones who never came home. The oath, Madam Speaker, is as follows. I swear or affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors, and that I will faithfully observe the laws of Canada, including treaties with Indigenous peoples, and fulfill my duties as a Canadian citizen. Upholding this oath requires a further in-depth conversation about colonialism, the British Crown, and its role in the atrocities of residential schools and ongoing oppression, of monies and Crown lands held in trust by Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of Indigenous peoples. As for the faithful observation of laws in Canada, including treaties, we have much work to do. Canadians have very little understanding of our treaty relationship, and this became painfully obvious during the Mi'kmaq fishery dispute. While we stand here today to hopefully unanimously pass Bill C-8, implementing Call to Action 94 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Call to Action 93 has been stalled since June 2018, when the federal government said changes to the information kit for newcomers was close to completion. Can we have an update on this? Can we have a status report on all calls to action? This is what the survivors, those descendants of settlers, and certainly newcomers, need from this government. The Liberal government has completed an average of only 2 TRC calls to action per year since 2015. At this rate, it will take until 2062 to complete all 94. My children will likely have their own children by then. These are steps in the right direction, but I'd like to share the reflections of a person from my riding. And this is what they said. I'm hopeful that people will finally read the recommendations. Maybe finding more human bodies will wake people up to the notion that each of these recommendations addresses a specific concern. The onus should be on our government to explain why they are not adopting specific recommendations versus our current system of applauding them when they pick and choose off the list like it is. I appreciate this wisdom. The calls to action represent a package of reforms that create a roadmap for reconciliation. We must walk that road, step by step, recommendation by recommendation. And rather than applause for hand-selecting the 11th and 12th recommendations to enshrine over a 6-year period, we need to be seeing status reports on the implementation, demanding more accountability from this government when they fall short, when we all fall short. Specifically, I'd like to read out recommendations 71 to 76 here today, as they relate so directly to the lost children in Kamloops and those across the nation who remain invisible. Under Missing Children and Burial Information, Call to Action 71. We call upon all chief coroners and provincial vital statistics agencies that have not provided to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada their records on the deaths of Aboriginal children in care of the residential school authorities to make these documents available to the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation. Number 72, we call upon the federal government to allocate sufficient resources to the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation to allow it to develop and maintain the National Residential School Student Death Register established by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. 73, we call upon the federal government to work with churches, Aboriginal communities, and former residential school students to establish and maintain an online registry of residential school cemeteries, including, where possible, plot maps showing the location of deceased residential school children. 74, we call upon the federal government to work with the churches and Aboriginal community leaders to inform the families of children who died at residential schools of the child's burial location, and to respond to families' wishes for appropriate commemoration ceremonies and markers and reburial in home communities where requested. 75, we call upon the federal government to work with provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, churches, Aboriginal communities, former residential school survivors, and current landowners to develop and implement strategies and procedures for the ongoing identification, documentation, maintenance, commemoration, and protection of residential school cemeteries or other sites at which residential school children were buried. This is to include the provision of appropriate memorial ceremonies and commemorative markers to honor the deceased children. 76, we call upon the parties engaged in the work of documenting, maintaining, commemorating, and protecting residential school cemeteries to adopt strategies in accordance with the following principles. Number 1, the Aboriginal community most affected shall lead the development of such strategies. Number 2, information shall be sought from residential school survivors and other knowledge keepers in the development of such strategies. And number 3, Aboriginal protocol shall be respected before any potentially invasive technical inspection and investigation of a cemetery site. We also need to provide the space to grieve. There was a collective sadness being felt across this country. This is the truth that comes before the reconciliation. We had to come to this point of reckoning to wake up those who were still sleeping. Now that we know, we cannot unknow. Enshrining acknowledgement of Indigenous peoples into the newcomer citizenship oath asks us to never forget. I support Bill C-8, and I ask my colleagues in the Senate to agree. Let's get this done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Adorable to see that little young one. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, First Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her speech, and I know I'm often in the same boat at home, juggling family as well as work in the House of Commons. And for those of us who are young parents, we all have to, I think, confront this challenge of how we talk to our children about Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples, how we explain the pride we feel in Canada, and yet the shame we feel about things that were done in the name of our country, perhaps in the name of communities we're a part of. So I wonder if the member just wants to share a little bit about how she tries to engage in these conversations, in particular with the next generation, how we explain what happened and how we explain what we plan to do going forward.
The Honourable Member for Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question and recognition of the tough balance of work life sometimes. My 2 children are here with me in the office tonight, and my oldest, he's in grade 3, and I think that, the revelation hit him, pretty hard, and it hit his classmates hard and his community members. Armukta First Nation is where he is a band member, and members came forward and put, children's shoes in the shape of a heart, and they lit it up at night. And it's difficult to drive by, and it's difficult to have those conversations with your children. My son, he's got an introduction to residential schools before because his mom was very passionate about having him be proud of his heritage, and to learn, the difficult road that his ancestors had to take as well. So this is very much a a sensitive issue for me. It hits close to home, and I do all I can to have these tough conversations. There's storybooks we can read that are appropriate for children, and if anyone would like to reach out, I have lots of recommendations that I can pass forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Fredericton, and I'm delighted to see her child on screen. Adinan, there was a discussion on the text of the Oath of Citizenship. We've heard some colleagues in the House who don't seem to be entirely aware of the sensitivity of this issue for Quebec. I would ask my colleague if she has a different understanding of why this is an issue for the Bloc Québécois, and would she have supported an amendment from the Bloc Québécois to withdraw the recognition of the Constitution in the Oath of Citizenship?
Honorable député de Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. And my son is adorable, you know, and I respect, you know, the nation of Quebec. I respect, you know, the sovereignty. I respect their individualized culture, and I think it's important to add that to the conversation as well. This is about, you know, respecting everyone's background and heritage and culture, and coming to Canada and building a nation where we truly all belong, where we feel included and represented. And so I'm very open to working with Bloc members to assure that there's amendments that they're comfortable with. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Powell River North Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member so much for her speech today. I really deeply appreciated it. I'm wondering, you know, for me, I ran a nonprofit organization that supported newcomers to Canada for many years, and one of the things that we learned was often Indigenous communities were not something that they knew a lot about, and sometimes they would come into Canada and they would hear from other things, other people, really discriminatory aspects of that perspective, and didn't understand the history. And when they learned the history, it was very overwhelming sometimes, because there were some stories that really related to the experience that they had had in their home country. So I'm just wondering if the member could speak a little bit about how important it is to have that acknowledgement in our citizenship oath, so that we encourage all members of the community that becomes Canadian to know the history of our country in this context.
The honourable member for Fredericton, 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague as well. I think, you know, I was a little bit more cynical about this call to action, but the more I thought about it, the more I think it's so important to enshrine up front, you know, when that important learning is happening about, you know, coming to a new country, coming to Canada, and what that means, and to talk about the original inhabitants, you know, right out the gate. I think it leads to what could be a future of reconciliation for all. I think it is an important step. I don't think we can trivialize it. I think, you know, Bill C-8 is important, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 7:55, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 1st, 2021, the motion is deemed adopted, and Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94, is deemed read a third time and passed on division.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read? It's done. Okay. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Go.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. On February the 26th, I asked the Minister a question about the BC Regional Economic Development Agency. I requested that a location of one of those offices of this new agency be located in my riding. In November of last year, I put forward a motion 53 in the House of Commons, calling for the federal government to be guided by principles for a sustainable and equitable future when considering funding for COVID-19 relief and recovery. Rural and remote communities across Canada are facing specific challenges that are often ignored and unrecognized by the Government of Canada. I ask the House to recognize and honor that. Canada, as a nation, has a rich history of resource-dependent rural communities providing the economic prosperity many Canadians have benefited from, and that this prosperity has been at the expense of or specifically excluded local Indigenous peoples and communities, and that the future of these resource-dependent communities are at risk due to climate change, the changing resource sector, the loss of ecological diversity and integrity, and of course, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Rural and remote communities have built this country and lived through multiple boom and bust cycles. This is a challenge that I want to work with the government to repair. This can only be done with fair disbursement of funds. So when the announcement came from the government about the BC Regional Economic Development Agency, I wrote immediately to the minister to let her know that our region is a good one to invest in. I believe it is essential for offices of government to be located in urban and rural communities. As rural and remote communities face challenges in the changing economy and environmental realities, it is imperative that there be a specific focus for these areas. Our industries are changing, and COVID has had serious impacts. I and my office have spoken to many in the tourism industry who are very afraid of the future of their work. The forest sector is still recovering from a lengthy strike. The federal government has announced a change for spot pond fisheries that has seriously concerned the industry. Public fisheries continue to want to hear more about the commitment to mark select fishing. And communities are still waiting for the report that the Parliamentary Secretary of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans promised this spring on what a more sustainable aquaculture will look like. Summer is days away. The consultations have happened with communities, industry, and Indigenous leadership, and we are still waiting. With recent DFO science identifying the concerns of open net farms, it is important that this report on sustainable aquaculture come out to clarify the next steps for our region. People want to know, Madam Speaker. We have also heard a commitment for investment in wild salmon, a key part of our region's cultural and economic health. Communities are waiting for the details to support and protect the wild salmon that are struggling so profoundly. Madam Speaker, my motion demands that funds be applied and distributed equally by federal riding, geographic region, and province or territory. That is why I'm asking the minister, when will BC hear more about the BC Economic Development Branch? Does she commit to having locations in rural and remote communities to better understand these particular needs and voices? When will she answer my letter and let my constituents know if an office will open in our region? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development. You are the honourable member, pleased, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to respond to the question from the honourable member from North Island Powell River regarding our new Regional Economic Development Agency for British Columbia. And I appreciate her making this important request for constituents and her emphasis on rural, because I come from a rural riding, and also on her support for the salmon support we're giving, because that affects my riding too. Our government understands the importance of investing in communities, and we know that the regional development agencies are often the best vehicles of these investments. That sentiment has been reinforced throughout this pandemic. From the outset, the RDAs have been on the ground across Canada, helping businesses weather the effects of the pandemic. Through the $2 billion Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, we've helped businesses stay afloat and protect jobs. The RRRF has been important in Western Canada, which is already facing unique economic challenges, which the member has just mentioned very nicely. Under the very strong leadership and successful action of the Minister of Economic Development to date, the RRRF has delivered more than $775 million to approximately 9,000 businesses in Western Canada. And thanks to this support, we've helped protect more than 40,000 jobs across Western Canada, including more than 15,000 jobs in BC. Our RRF funding in BC has gone to all parts of the province, and in part thanks to the BC's Community Futures offices, which have delivered more than $60 million to more than 1,400 rural BC businesses impacted by the pandemic. As we build back better, our government understands that we need to continue delivering support directly to our regions and our communities. In BC and across Western Canada, we understand there are unique economic realities, which the member mentioned, and that one-size-fits-all approaches no longer work. In the fall 2020 Fall Economic Statement, we announced we'd be creating a new regional economic development agency for British Columbia with new dedicated funding to help businesses and communities in British Columbia continue to grow and create good jobs across the province. In Budget 2021, over and above $1 billion for tourism, we back that up with real investments. We're going to provide this new BC RDA with $553.1 million over 5 years, starting this year, 21-22, and $110.6 million ongoing. These investments will support the new agency and ensure our government is there to help businesses in BC grow and create good jobs for British Columbia. As we establish this new RDA, we're continuing our commitment, making sure it's driven by the local realities, which the member mentioned. The Minister of Economic Development and the Parliamentary Secretary for the new BC agency, the member for Burnaby North Seymour, have met with and heard from a diverse number of economic development thought leaders, including those on Vancouver Island and surrounding coastal communities. Their guidance will ensure that the new BC RDA is built by and for British Columbians with greater local presence and improved service and more locally engaged staff. We're still in the early days of this new BC RDA, which means we can't yet determine exactly how it will look or where the offices will be located. However, I can say with certainty that our government listens to the local stakeholders, and when the new Pacific Regional Development Agency opens its doors, it will allow our government to play a robust role as advisor, investor, and most importantly, a partner for businesses and communities across British Columbia. Merci, Masicho. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I thank the member and I appreciate his response. And I also appreciate that he represents a very large rural and remote riding. And I think one of the things, and I'm paraphrasing him, of course, that he just said, Madam Speaker, is that the regional offices are the best sources for local investment. And I really want to just make sure that this government is hearing that. If we do not see these offices also located in rural and remote communities, we're never going to see that fundamental change that needs to happen in this country. So I hope that this member will continue to advocate alongside with me to make sure that my riding has this representation. And I will also say to the member, through you, Madam Speaker, is that the funds for small businesses, especially the tourism sector, really needs to be extended past the deadline that has been provided by this government. Many folks in that industry are worried that they will not be able to hold through this period of time. Tourism is not going to come back this year, and that is a huge concern.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the member's very constructive input, and I will certainly take it back because I have a tourism-based riding too, and I totally understand what she's saying. We're committed to creating a prosperous Canada where Canadians will get well-paying jobs to support their families. That is why we're proposing this new economic development in the West, a refocused agency in the prairies, and this new agency for British Columbia that will be responsible for the special diverse economic needs so nicely outlined by the member. The new points of service and the locations will be determined through careful consideration of the needs of those we will serve and will be announced after complete consultations are completed and the decisions have been made. We know they will improve how we support British Columbians as well as Canadians in the prairie provinces and position their families, communities, and businesses for success. Thank you, and thank you to the member.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight I talk a little bit about Bill C-10. The one we talked about was free speech, net neutrality. There's been a lot of words mentioned from the minister about foreign big tech and the Conservatives supporting these. Well, when I look at lobbying and I look at all of those people from the big tech, the Amazons, the Netflix, the YouTubes, they're not coming lobbying me. There's a registry out there that shows who gets lobbied. They seem to spend a lot of time in the minister's office, not mine, so I'm not sure where he's getting that from. There's been some discussion about tax. Yeah, if businesses are doing business in Canada, we agree there should be a tax. But we've got to be honest about that because the users are going to be paying up to 50% more because of that tax. And then the Biden administration is talking about if we tax those companies like that in Canada, there's going to be tariffs. So where is that cost going to go to? So we're talking about funding this for culture. Well, who gets it and where? Well, the parliamentary secretary was the chair of the Heritage Committee when we looked at where funding was going for culture groups in Canada. Surprise! Alberta got 50% less per capita than the rest of the country. So who decides where it goes and where? Well, the CRTC is involved in this. Who are the Canadian Radio and Television Commission? Well, there's 9 appointed commissioners. And if you look at the Yale report, which is a lot of this supposed legislation C10 was based on, they had a recommendation in that you'd have to live in Ottawa, National Capital Area, if you were on this commission. Interesting. But the CRTC, there's no minutes, no record of debates, no record of votes. Is this transparent and accountable? We know that in the private sector, the algorithms they develop, like for Amazon or Netflix, if you buy something from those ones, sure, they develop the algorithm, say, okay, you like this movie, we're going to suggest there's some more you might like, or if you're buying this, there's some more you like. It's profit-driven and data-driven. We know that. But if we're taking the content, which is what we object to the CRTC, they're protecting individuals, but they pulled out to protect the content. So now the CRTC, this non-transparent commissioners, are going to develop algorithms. They're not data-driven, but content. So would you have a little bit of concern about the content of an organization that's going to develop the algorithms based on Canadian content? Now that means that they're going to look at whatever they think is Canadian content and develop algorithms that go, oh, this one's more Canadian than this one. You should be watching these Canadian ones more prevalently than those Canadians. That creates winners and losers in our creators of Canadian content. We have 200,000 people who've created and uploaded. We have 25,000 people in Canada who've been very successful making a living. This is our concern, is protect individual rights. We've got that. Content should be left alone. That's freedom of speech. And it should be net neutrality. And that's why the concern about C10. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Bill C10 is an absolute priority for our government and for the cultural sector. It has been 30 years since the Broadcasting Act was modernized, before Canadians turned from video.
I think the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has to reset her headsets because the sound is very odd.
Oh, I will try a different one. This was the one that was given to me and set by IT. Give me 1 second, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, ma'am.
To be fair, I have to say it looks like you're talking to us from the space shuttle.
Ooh.
Yes, this is perfect. Yes, thank you.
1 second. Okay, wait, sorry, I really do apologize. Is this working better, Madam Speaker? Okay, I apologize. This was the others was the one that was given to me by IT, but we're going to try this and see how it works. Should I begin from the beginning then?
Yes, perhaps it would be better. Yes, please.
Okay, outside of the space shuttle. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to start again with a new headset. Bill C10 is an absolute priority for our government and for the cultural sector. It has been 30 years since the Broadcasting Act was modernized, before Canadians turned from video stores to streaming services to access their movies and shows. Over that time, foreign web giants have stepped into that void, and they made money in Canada without any requirement that they contribute a portion of those revenues to our cultural industry. We have an uneven playing field where traditional Canadian broadcasters have regulatory obligations and the foreign web giants do not. We are evening that playing field while creating greater support for an important part of our economy. And I'm happy that the member opposite raised the issue about cultural productions in Alberta because the Canadian cultural sector employs many Canadians across our country on shows like Heartland, which is filmed in Alberta. Since Bill C-10 was introduced on November 3rd of last year, the proposed legislation has received more than 20 hours of debate in the House of Commons. Even during that first debate in this place, the Conservatives vowed to block the bill. There have been more than 40 hours of dedicated study at the Standing Committee of Canadian Heritage. Witnesses provided over 100 in-person testimonies, dozens of written submissions were accepted and looked at, and the bill itself is a response to a 2019 report called Canada's Communications Future, Time to Act, which received more than 2,000 submissions. All that to say, there's been considerable study and debate of this bill. Having witnessed the Conservatives in power for the 10 years previous, once we formed government, we ensured that all bills must be accompanied by a charter statement. The Department of Justice Canada's analysis has confirmed that Bill C-10 remains consistent with the Charter's guarantee of freedom of speech, as has their supplemental analysis after amendments were made at committee. And I'd like to add, the original Broadcasting Act contains a section which remains unchanged, which states that it must be interpreted in a way that respects freedom of expression and journalistic and creative independence. That's been there for the past 30 years. We added a further clause at committee that repeats this protection specifically for social media companies. The bill is consistent with our right to freedom of expression. But I'd like to go back to the amount of time that's been put into the study of this bill, which over the past weeks has included tremendous amounts of repetition. Every moment lost as a result of the Conservative Party of Canada's filibuster has deprived the Canadian economy of important investment in our culture and jobs. Each month, an estimated $70 million at C-10 would add to our broadcasting, audiovisual, music, media sectors, would support the 170,000 people who work in those sectors, is lost. Instead of going to our artists, creators, and cultural workers and Canadian stories, we are seeing that money remaining in the pockets of foreign tech companies. In conclusion, Bill C-10 evens the playing field. It isn't fair the way the system is working now, and I understand the Conservatives have opposed leveling this playing field from the very beginning. That's their choice. But Canadians want fairness, and that's what Bill C-10 delivers.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So not to be repetitionist, there's another issue that has developed this week that's really significant and important. COVID really destroyed the airline industry in this country, hugely, shutting them down, losing all sorts of parts of our airline industry to travel. Well, there was 20,000 people at all different levels lost their jobs. Every type of employee was infected. Travel agencies lost their businesses, 85% of them female. There was a bailout negotiated by this Liberal government using taxpayers' money for loans and money. What? The executive suffering from the pain of firing 20,000, negotiating a bailout, reacted decisively and got millions in a buyout and bonuses. This is a wrong thing for the bonuses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, at least we've avoided repetition. But today we were talking about Bill C-10. Madame la Présidente, le gouvernement...
Madam Speaker, the government understands the need to act quickly. Regulatory reform in the broadcasting sector is necessary not only because the current version of the Act is more than 30 years old, but more importantly because today's Canadian content is created in a very different environment than it was in 1991.
I am happy to speak in support of Bill C-10 and even look forward to the opportunity for our creators to travel all across our country, even to Alberta, to create these wonderful stories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually tonight in adjournment proceedings to address a question I initially asked on April 15th of this year. People who've been paying close attention to the climate agenda and the rapidly depleted opportunity to make the difference we need to make, the way in which time is passing but our emissions are rising, will recall, of course, that April 15th was just on the eve of the April 22nd climate summit hosted by President Joe Biden and held virtually with leaders from 40 countries around the world. So my question on that day was to note that our emissions kept rising right up until COVID, with recently announced reports to that effect, that we had a recent report from a news outlet called The Breach, that there was a special cabinet committee that had formed during COVID with representation of senior levels of government from natural resources, finance, environment, and elsewhere that was actually focused on helping the oil and gas sector. And thirdly, that our subsidies continued to go up. The minister's response was that, yes, we would see a new target soon. So I returned to the new target, and I returned to the fundamental question of whether the new, not so new now, since 2015, the Liberal government that proclaims Canada is back and clearly understands that the climate issue is real, has actually grasped the science. This is my core question, and I will say it over and over again, that as well-intentioned as the government might be, it does not seem to understand that we must hold to no more than 1.5 degrees global average temperature increase above what the global average temperature was at the time of the Industrial Revolution. Losing this target, blowing past it, by failing to put in place rigorous targets now, will lead us to a place where we don't get a do-over. We can't fix it later. We know from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and their special report on 1.5 degrees, which came out in October of 2018, more than 2.5 years ago, that if the world community doesn't move mountains in this coming decade, it will be too late. Put this way by Mark Carney in his book Values, understanding carbon budgets is so important. And understanding, quote, this is from his book Values at page 273, if we had started in the year 2000, we could have hit 1.5 degrees by halving emissions, otherwise cutting them in half, every 30 years. Now we must cut our emissions in half every 10 years. If we wait another 4 years, in other words, till 2025, we will have to have our emissions every single year. If we wait another 8 years, our 1.5 degree carbon budget will be exhausted. Now, the government did, and the Prime Minister did attend the Biden summit and announced a new target and proclaimed it was ambitious. It's not. Doesn't meet the demands of science. Neither does Bill C-112, which we're currently debating in Environment Committee. They have good intentions, great press coverage, good public relations surround them, but they fail to do what is necessary. Years ago, I marched with my daughter in the streets of New York in the lead up to the COP right before Paris. And I saw a sign as we marched that said, it's time to stop debating what is possible and start doing what is necessary. We have to cancel the TMX pipeline. We can't afford $17 billion on a pipeline that blows our carbon budget. The choices are stark. The government is failing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we understand that Canada must do its part to reduce emissions and work with other global leaders to tackle climate change, create growth, and improve the well-being of all people. That is why we have developed a comprehensive plan and made the largest commitment to climate action in Canadian history to move Canada and the rest of the international community towards our shared goal. We also understand that the previous emission reduction commitments made by the signatories to the Paris Agreement are not enough to hold global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. There has been a global call for increased ambition in climate action, and we have been listening. That is why at the Leaders Summit on Climate on April 22, 2021, Canada announced an enhanced emissions reduction target of 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030. You're probably wondering how we intend to meet this target. And as I mentioned, we have already have a comprehensive plan in place, and we have been working to find real solutions to tackle the climate crisis since 2015. Our recently announced Strengthened Climate Plan, A Healthy Environment and a Healthy Economy, builds on our first climate plan, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, and included over 60 new measures and $15 billion in investments to advance our ambitious climate goals and strengthen our clean economy. The government has since expanded on these investments and committed an additional $15 billion for public transit and active transportation projects and $17.6 billion in new green recovery measures in Budget 2021. The investments made in Budget 2021, along with other action, including strengthened alignment with the United States to further cut pollution from transportation and methane emissions, means that Canada is now positioned to reduce emissions significantly. All this to say, we are making progress, but we recognize that more needs to be done to reach the new target. Canada is just starting along the innovation curves associated with some of the most promising decarbonization technologies, such as industrial electrification, carbon capture, use and storage, and hydrogen. Investments in clean technology and innovation, like those detailed in Canada's climate plan, help to accelerate the development of next-generation technologies. For example, new investments in Canada's Net Zero Accelerator will incentivize Canadian businesses and industry to develop net zero technologies and build our clean industrial advantage. Moving forward, the Government of Canada will continue to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, civil society, industry, national Indigenous organizations, and the U.S. administration to advance shared priorities that will further lower emissions. In these partnerships, the government believes that Canada can go further and faster together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
To my honourable friend, the parliamentary secretary, thank you. But your history is wrong, and it always amazes me that the history that the honourable member mentioned. The strongest climate plan in Canadian history isn't the one we have now. It's the one we had under Paul Martin in 2005 that would actually have gotten us to a Kyoto target well below 1990 levels. We're now 21% above 1990 levels. Now we look at what we need to do, and we're behind the eight ball. We have the worst record in the G7. We have the weakest climate target. Even after the Prime Minister improved it, it's still the weakest climate target in the industrialized world. Now that we look at what we need to do to hold to 1.5 degrees to meet our Paris target, it's not about doing better or doing more. It's about getting it right. It's not going to be easy. It's a whole of government approach. It requires us taking on the climate challenge as the fight of our generation, as it truly is. All of government must mobilize, and that's where we're failing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. G20 leaders committed to rationalize and phase out over the medium-term inefficient fossil fuel subsidies while providing targeted support for the poorest. And our government has already taken actions to phase out or rationalize 8 tax measures supporting the fossil fuel sector. We will continue to review measures that could be considered inefficient fossil fuel subsidies with a view to reforming them as necessary. We are doing the hard work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That's it? Good night. Sorry. I spoke too quickly.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.